and welcome to the grand finals of the ePremier League 2024, coming to you live from the iconic Elstree Studios in London.
The competition began back in January when all 20 Premier League teams went head-to-head, and after 3 action-packed days, we're down to the final 8.
Today is the last day of competition, which means one team is just 3 wins away from being crowned ePremier League champions 2024.
As well as lifting these trophies and walking away with £30,000 between them, our champions will secure themselves a spot at the E-Champions League and FC Pro World Championships, so there's plenty to play for.
With so much on the line, who will hold their nerve and be crowned our champions?
What we are about to witness is more than just a game. More than just entertainment or a way to pass the time.
Goodness. And so nearly!
This is a test of mental fortitude,
Oh, it's got in!
reflexes, strategy, and most importantly, teamwork. There are no more auditions, warm-ups, or training matches.
Outrageous.
This is it.
Yes, come on!
Winner takes it all.
Come on!
A chance to vindicate all the hours of work, training, and practice.
Oh, that's beautiful from Dragon.
This is more than just a game. This is a sport.
De Bruyne into Haaland.
I don't believe this. A sport to inspire fans,
Shot from distance.
to provide a sense of belonging and pure joy. The ePremier League Grand Finals. It's never just a game.
You heard the man. This is more than just a game, and that film shows just how important this competition is to everyone involved. And so to look ahead at what's coming up today, I've been joined by a man who knows exactly how our players will be feeling. Ryan Pessoa. It's lovely to have you behind the desk, but you've actually played in this competition before. I mean, how must the players be feeling right now?
I think they'll be nervous, but they'll be excited. It's a huge opportunity, a massive event, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward to it.
Talk to me about this, Ryan. The step up in competition, £30,000 between them. These trophies that are here as well will be in our winners' hands. There's a lot to play for today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Championship Sunday. It's what all the players will aspire to achieve. They've made the distance. They've come this far into the top 8. And they know it's in touching distance, as you said, not just the trophy and the prize money, but qualification for the E-Champions League potentially, and of course the FC World Championship. So they'll be looking forward to it.
Now we know our top 8, Ryan. Just how close do you think the competition is going to be today?
Extremely. As you mentioned, the top 8, it's the best of the best. It's the best 8 teams remaining. I think we'll see some upsets potentially, but of course some of the favourites were eliminated in previous days. So yeah, hopefully for the players that they perform to their high standards.
I was about to say I'm excited to see some of those upsets, and then I realised that sounds absolutely horrible. So I'm going to say that I'm excited to see how all of these teams perform today. And here is how our quarterfinals are going to be lining up. Man City, Luton, Brighton and Liverpool all qualified automatically to the quarterfinals, courtesy of winning their respective groups back in January. Their opponents, meanwhile, made it through a tough knockout eliminator yesterday. And Ryan, let's quickly talk about what happened yesterday, because it was tough for the players. It was grueling. They had to play 2 matches each, and now they're back again. So do you think that warm-up and that experience of playing on the stage already this weekend will help them going into the finals?
I actually think it will. Of course, you had the 4 teams that were able to just sit and observe their potential opponents for today. But for the likes of Man United, Dragon, we saw Lyrics as well for Tottenham Hotspur, they were flying. So for them, I think they'd kind of be wishing that the day could have continued, but they have to reset and prepare for today.
Looking ahead to our first game, we've got 2 competitors who the whole of esports know, Matthias Bonanno taking on, and Tex taking on Lyrics and Tom Lees.
Yep.
Manchester City against Tottenham, huge matchup. Did you see enough from Lyrics and Tom yesterday that they can go on against the deadly duo of Tex and Bonanno?
You know what, Lyrics really impressed me, not just with his game style, his improvement of the knowledge of mechanics in the game and his adaptability, but the way he handled just sort of adversity and playing against a friend of his in Shells as well, and he won resoundingly. Is it enough to take on Tex? I don't know. I think Tex just has a little bit too much.
Okay, really quickly, we've got to discuss what we were talking about before we went live, because you actually think Bonanno is going to lose today.
I think Tom Lees for me is one of the best players in the world. And I'm not just saying that, I think Matthias is as well. I think that game, for me, on paper, is closer than Tex versus Lyrics. Despite Lyrics doing so well yesterday, I just think Tex is is the top tier.
And Bonano was statistically the best player from the group stage. Well, boasting to FC Pro professionals, Manchester City came into the ePremier League as one of the pre-tournament favourites, and they justified that billing in the group stages as Tex and Bonano topped their group with an impressive 22 points out of 24. And the pair seem very relaxed heading into the quarterfinals.
It's relentless from Tex, it's ruthless.
Banana makes it 4.
We bring experience and not experience. Let me explain, yeah. I'm the experienced one in the Premier League, but then we've got the newcomer, yeah, Matty, so we've got a bit of both, and I think that's going to gel, and we lift the Premier League trophy.
The first round was incredible. I'm so proud of my team, of myself. 4 matches in my first time in the Premier League and 4 wins, so I'm so proud.
I personally don't like watching the tournament because it gets me a little bit nervous because I can't start thinking to myself, I want to play him, I want him out of the tournament, blah, blah, blah. And it gets my heart rate going. I get scared watching other games going on and my heart starts pounding.
For my side, yes, I want to watch my opponent. For the tactics, is so important for me.
Winning the tournament on Sunday will mean a lot because, number 1, it repays the trust that City have put in me and Matty. Number 2, it's winning a tournament, and that's what we play for. We want to win tournaments. And number 3, obviously, you got your Champions League and World Cup spots. So yeah, it'll mean a lot.
Whew. What a finish that is from Tex.
Give me one word to describe your group stage.
Mystica.
Well, you can see how excited those boys are to get started at the ePremier League today. I'm joined by Richard Buckley. We're going to break down some of their play. I mean, we have to talk about the stats first because I called them a deadly duo. We know what they can do. What do the stats say, Richard?
The stats tell a very dominant story. I've got to be honest. If you can have a look at some of these stats very shortly indeed, you're just going to see true dominance, and that's the word for it. Bonano, 4 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses, 8.5 shots per game. When you look at the goals that they scored, 41 combined in their sort of games that they played as well. And corners are it's a touchy subject at the moment because we said on commentary, it's pretty much a penalty if you get a corner at the moment. But what they're doing from corners, especially Tex, that was 2 performances there, he's scoring different types of corners, going to the back post, going into the edge of the box. This is a couple from Bonano as well, and he just made his group, I'll be honest, look really easy. He walked past everyone, and what Ryan was saying about his individual performances that's coming up against Tom Lees, I think that's a huge game. I actually think Tom's a slight favourite in his game. But for me, the match is going to be decided in that first game because Tex is a massive favourite against Lyrics. I just don't know if Lyrics is going to have enough. 41 goals between them. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Quick question for you, Richard. How do you stop them? Lyrics has to get a decent performance out of himself in that first game. He showed that he's got that. Was it a one-off against Shells, or is that something that we can expect from him? Is that his level? If he plays like he did against Shells in that game against Tex, first up, it gives Tom massive confidence. A 1-goal loss, a 2-goal loss, Tom can do that against Bonano. Right, well, we'll see what happens. Richard, thank you so much. As we know, Tottenham made it into the quarterfinals, and Leah, well, she's caught up with their players, Lyrics and Tom Lees, to see how they're feeling ahead of today.
Hello, you guys. I am backstage as the players are warming up. We can ignore the height difference, but what we're not going to ignore is the performance of these 2 quarterfinalists from yesterday, Tom Lees and Lyrics for Tottenham Hotspur. Tom, we'll come to you first. How do you feel about your performance yesterday?
Yeah, I feel good. Second game, I had my feet up watching Lyrics win 5-0, so hopefully more of the same today. We know it's the knockout day or the finals day now, so it's going to have to go up another level, obviously playing Man City, but confident after yesterday's performance.
Amazing. And then Lyrics, of course, obviously with your ridiculously dominant performance yesterday, rolling back the years. How do you feel about that in comparison to the group stages?
Yeah, it's a complete switch, and I don't think I won a game in the whole group stage, and I won both my games yesterday, so yeah.
By a lot.
Yeah, I kept a clean sheet in both games as well, so I was happy with my defending, and yeah, look forward to more of the same today, hopefully.
Amazing. Well, as we know, going up against the opponent, the juggernaut, Manchester City, the biggest game of the day, debatably. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, full of respect for Tex and Matthias. It's probably an argument they're 2 of the greatest players to ever play, so we know that this could be seen as like what people would see as a final maybe because of how good they are, but not scared, especially after yesterday, the way we played. I don't think we can fear anyone at this point.
There you go. Lyrics?
Kind of the same, to be fair. I feel like the fact that I've been playing against Tex for a few years and I've competed with him for a few years, even though, you know, I had a little hiatus, it's fine. Yeah, I'm confident going into it, not scared at all.
Well, I will let you guys get back to it, get your practice in, and back to you guys.
It's interesting hearing Lyrics talk about defending as one of the difference makers, because although he went 6-0 in across both his games yesterday, defending in this game has actually changed significantly since January.
Yeah, absolutely. The meta has shifted. It sort of relates to, I guess, the meta changing in terms of just crossing. The aerial dominance from Erling Haaland, you've got Ruud Gullit in the squad as well. But I feel as if Lyrics, as you mentioned, defensively improved. Offensively as well, he was creating a lot of chances, so I think that helps him as well.
Are we seeing people get experimental trying to defend from Haaland at that front and back post?
Yeah, we saw players use different personnel, especially in the right-back position. They sort of tended to use players that were like Rodri, for example, 6'3", his stature in game, compared to a conventional right-back. We never really saw Kyle Walker, for instance, but I think maybe the couple months difference between now and the group stages could have helped Lyrics a lot.
Well, we've got to get the players ready, and I'm hearing that they're almost ready to go, in fact. So we are going to be live with the first quarter-final when we return. Welcome back to the finals of the ePremier League 2024. It's almost time to kick off the first quarterfinals, so let's bring out those first two teams. Please welcome from Manchester City, it's Tex and Bonanno.
And for Tottenham Hotspur, Lyrics and Tom Lees. And what a match we have here. Our first quarter final of the day. A huge one. Tex, Matthias Bonanno representing Manchester City. Lyrics and Tom Lees representing Tottenham Hotspur. 4 players that all know each other well. 4 heavyweights when it comes to esports. And these guys are going head to head. And I think we're ready to get into it, Frankie.
We are ready to get into it, but before we do, please feast your eyes on my boys here in the commentary booth. Obviously, we know Grav brings the flair every time he's here. Brandon, today, give us a 12.
I had about 24 hours to try and match Grav yesterday. I'm still, he didn't say he was wearing about all these extra accessories he's added to his list, but he looks great as always, doesn't he?
What is neglected to say is Inkra Silas is the real MVP of this production, but who is going to be the MVP of this first matchup, boys? Are you feeling Spurs? Are you feeling Man City?
We're commentators, Frank, if we sit on the fence. Just give us a good game.
That's absolutely not true at all.
It's what you're going to get, so I'm sorry.
I think you're going to be slightly biased towards Bonanno. He is the Spanish champion, or former Spanish champion, I should say.
Yeah, he is, but I'm a commentator as well. I cannot be biased, sorry.
But yeah, Matthias City, I'll take Spurs.
Apparently, I'm rubbish at stirring up drama, so I'm going to retire while I'm ahead. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, welcome to Championship Sunday here at this year's ePremier League 2024 Grand Finals. Myself, Brandon Smith and Hammy Alvarez, guiding you through what is going to be an action-packed day of action here in London. I mean, it's very simple. We've got tickets to the FC Pro World Championship spots on the line, 4 tickets to an E-Champions League final as well later on this year. This really is the biggest day of competition for the rest of these players in the 8 clubs that are left in this year's E-Premier League, isn't it?
Definitely, and I mean, we're gonna see just an astonishing match because we're looking at probably the best team we've seen in the knockout format, which is Spurs, but then Man City on the group format. I mean, Tex scoring 22 goals, being an absolutely beast, but then Matthias as well, having 12 points, the best defense in the competition. I don't know what to expect. Let's jump into it.
We've had to wait quite some time to see Manchester City back in action here at the Premier League. They were top of the group, as you rightly said, Gravis, and they were incredible with the form they showed. 41 goals scored and an unbeaten record, 7 wins, 1 draw, and it could already be an early start for them as Bruhalic slightly too keen off the mark. Referee pulls the one back for a free kick. We are kicking off on the Xbox first and foremost, which you could argue that this is the format that these players are used to from the group stages.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do think Lyrics is more comfortable playing the first leg, and I do think Tex is comfortable as well playing the first leg because I think in the past he has been playing the Premier League for so long now that I do think he wants to get the job done in a way. So I do think he's the favorite coming up to his match, and it's not I don't know, a risk-taking thing to do. But in a way, Lyrics yesterday, 2 matches, 6 goals, 0 goals conceded. What can you expect from Lyrics today?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Gravis? If we're being brutally honest about Lyrics, it was a pretty terrible performance that we saw in January in the group stages from him. He played 4 games, he lost 3 of those, did get 1 draw, and he had one of the lowest XGs in the competition from an individual player. He's averaging about 1 goal a game and only 5 shots, which in the grand scheme of things, if you look across the board, every single FC Pro player here is averaging sort of 7, 8, 9 shots a game. They're creating chances, but for Lyrics, he just couldn't really get going back in January. Whatever he's done in the last 2 months, though, Gravison, he's come back flying. Yesterday, scored 6 goals, did not concede 1, and basically pulled Spurs through to a quarter-final match-up here against Manchester City. Here is Lyrics looking to build up with his first real chance of the game against Tex. He only did draw 1 game in the competition. It's lofted into Haaland, could be on a hard volley back to Haaland again. It's defended well just about or not. We're still playing around the box. Lyrics is causing all sorts of problems. Virgil van Dijk.
Especially with the skills. I mean, we've seen the cross, but after the cross, we see Croqueta, we've seen Elastico, we've seen a lot of things. Now, Tex decides to pause off the match because he's not feeling comfortable at the moment, but still, 20 minutes just played. And I do think Lyrics is feeling comfortable in this game.
Well, the one thing that I wanted to speak about was we were coming into this backstage, Gravison. The last time that these two played was back in 2020. They've not played for 4 years. And if you remember back in the days of 2019 and 20 in terms of the FC game, there was a lot of competition there, and you could argue that both those two were at their best. That was when Tex was discovered, wasn't it, back in 2019. He went on a rampage. He won this ePremier League tournament with Liverpool, and Lyrics. he was very much in that conversation as well. He was performing well in big EA major tournaments. So the fact they've not played for 4 years, it's crazy. It only feels like yesterday.
I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful because, for example, I was still a player at that time, 2020. I played against both of them. Lyrics was one of the best players in the world at that moment. But for him to make this beautiful narrative of him coming back after 4 years, still playing at his best, I mean, dominating as he did against Crystal Palace and especially Cells. I mean, he's definitely one of the players to watch after yesterday.
Certainly, it's just confidence is oozing out in these sort of areas against a player like Tex, where you have to be confident. Here's Cole Palmer down the byline, looking for potentially a cutback. You see Heung-min Son back there defending for Manchester City, of all people. And a big switch of play. Keep in mind that with just 2 wins, it's easier said than done. Your season can completely change. 2 wins guarantees you an E-Champions League ticket, and 3 wins, of course, will guarantee you this year's trophy, £30,000. And the money can't buy tickets to the FC Pro World Championship Finals later on this year, where only 32 of the best players in the world can be at. And the ePremier League does offer 2 fast-track tickets to that competition.
As we know, this year the playstyles have been implemented into FC24, and we've seen a lot of finesse shots from players like Henry, players who have the playstyle plus, which is kind of a booster for some stats. In this example, the shooting system. We did have a finesse shot coming out from Henry, and I do think, especially with Tex, he uses so much the playstyles in a really good way. So I do think we're going to see a lot of finesses this match, and probably some goals as well.
One thing you can expect from Tex, I'm sure we'll have a lot of fans watching from home. He will create chances, and when you play against him, you have to sort of think in 2 ways, Gravison. Either I need to score goals, and it's going to be a case of an outscoring affair, or I'm going to have to somehow keep him at bay and defend him really well, which is certainly not easy for a player that averages, what, 8 to 9 shots per game. You know he's going to create chances, you know he's going to be so deadly.
You're absolutely right. It was 9 shots per game in the group stage. It was the volume of chances. I mean, 9 shots is a lot. Scoring 22 goals, that's just like, what, 5 chances? Like 5 clear chances per game?
And how do you think Manchester City would have felt yesterday? Because obviously they weren't playing in the competition. They had to sit back and just, I guess, soak into this atmosphere of the Premier League, of seeing teams get eliminated, seeing teams win, 90th minute goals. Long ball over the top. Is there a flick on available? 2 hands on it in the end from Alisson. But it must have been a really strange feeling for them, because as a pro yourself, Gravison, you just want to get going. You don't want to come to a tournament and sit around all day.
Not really. I mean, you just want to play. So, for example, Tex was playing throughout the whole day pretty much, warming up. He did have a chance to commentate in here as well, so he can do it all. But yeah, he was playing throughout the whole day in the warming area. I mean, when you're a player, you just gotta play.
There's a chance for Heung-min Son for Tex. Lyric dives into a tackle. There's the cutback! And there's Erling Haaland for Manchester City, getting things started. It's the first time they've competed back in this competition since January, and they have been itching to get back on this stage. And it just comes in there. There was a slight hesitation with the tackle from Lewis. He dived into it. Tex took his time, found the perfect cutback, and just like that. I mean, who else would it be? Erling Haaland for Manchester City. 1 goal to the good.
Yeah, I do think he should have had a little bit more of patience, but again, against Tex, it's hard because you kind of go for the tackle to pray for the best. But then with Haaland, the time finishing, Green, you got a few chances in these kind of matches. You gotta take the most of them, and he did. Green time into the net, 1-0.
Well, we've just blinked and it's half-time already between these two in our first quarter-final match. Matías Bonano will be in action against Tom Lees in our next match following this one. He's just getting ready and getting set. That'll be over on the PlayStation. If you're unfamiliar with the format of the Premier League, it's 2 matches. It's an aggregate scoreline that comes together. For example, if Tex was to win this game 2-0 and Tom Lees was to go and win on the PlayStation 2-0, we would then go into extra time on that PlayStation matchup. It's something that we haven't had to do as of yet in the ePremier League, but I mean, look, this is a Championship Sunday. The stakes are risen here, Gravison. I'm sure there'll be some late drama of some sort, maybe a few penalties along the way too. Let's look back on the goal that Tex did score. Gravison, talk me through this, because although people might think it was a simple finish, he still timed the shot.
Yeah, which is not an easy thing to do. I do think the tackle, it is the right decision, because I thought he was going for the shot with Heung-min Son. Maybe a finesse to the back post, maybe he could have tried to go near post. I mean, the shot was there, but he was patient enough to just kind of wait for a couple of seconds. He tried to tackle, the tackle was wrong, and I mean, finding Haaland and then Green Time shooting it, it was just a perfect attack. But the cutbacks are really a thing, obviously, here in FC24.
Tex, straight off the mark in the second half, looking to find a second early doors. You have to think as well, if Lewis can keep this down to a one-goal scoreline, it certainly would shake things up, or not! As Erling Haaland could be on his way to a hat-trick in this opening matchup. And again, it comes down from that byline area again. Ben Chilwell did so well to just completely take Patrick Vieira out the equation. And you see a little outpour of emotion. It's still going to be a long old road. But the first steps have been perfect. Is Heung-min Son onside? No, he's not.
You can see what it means to the whole City team. Zach Moore, Tex, Edu, and Mati. And I mean, he took the bait. He took the bait, he pulled the right back out, in this case Vieira, and he missed time, the tackle, which is twice in a row now. And I do think when you're playing in this stage, in the Championship Sunday, you cannot afford to defend poorly, which he did. And that's the second goal from Tex.
Chilwell again, looking to cause more havoc. Keep an eye on that man, Erling Haaland, De Bruyne. My fancy chances on the edge of the box. Benny, a couple of step-overs, but with the ball back again off Cole Palmer. City looking for a third. Tex is feeling all the confidence in the world now, as you can imagine.
This is a good result for him. I mean, 2-0 in the first leg. Giving that to your teammate is...
And I mean, look,
it's really
that
good.
PlayStation game is ridiculous. You look at the quality between the two players there. You've got a past ePremier League champion in Tom Lee. So then, as we were speaking, Gravison, Matías Pinano, he's been a league champion in Argentina, in Spain, now has come over to add the ePremier League onto his collection, his first ever time in the competition.
He could be the first player in the world in FC to win 3 different regular leagues, which is an astonishing stat. But then Tom, again, former EPL champion, one of the best players in the world, undoubtedly. It's not an easy thing to do, beating Tom.
Well, the one thing that Tom has on his side, he's got one of the best sort of XGs of a player. He averages just under 5 goals a game from what we've seen throughout this whole competition from him. I know he's playing against Matías Pinano, but he'll have to bring goals into that second matchup. Heung-min Son on for a third potentially. Haaland misses him out of the equation. Couple of step-overs. Could have went down to ground. Still, this is alive. It's back to Hullet. Does De Bruyne fancy his chances? Alisson, big save. And just about dealt with again by Spurs, who are hanging in on a 2-goal lead. It could have very easily been 3-0 to Manchester City there.
And that's why the goalkeeper movement is so important, because, I mean, the build-up was almost perfectly. He found Kevin De Bruyne. It was a clear chance, but then he decided to move the keeper. He moved it right, and it could have been 3-0, which would have been almost an impossible mountain to climb in a way.
Just the goal, Gravison, would be a huge push-up for his teammate. 1 goal in FC is nothing. I mean, even a 2-goal lead really is nothing. We saw that yesterday as Manchester United came back from 3-0 down against Aston Villa to go on a rampage there with Dragon there in action later on today when they play against Liverpool in one of our other quarter-final matches here at the Premier League. Also, Brighton take on Wolves.
Nice build-up.
Luton Town against West Ham United. That's our final 8 in the competition. Tex is on a rampage at the moment, looking for a third on the finesse! And it's Thierry Henry that makes it 3 for Man City. And the gap just keeps on building.
That's a beautiful goal. I mean, we talked about it, the finesse and the playstyle pluses. The build-up was right, triggering a run to the left back, which kind of overloads one side, so it's really difficult to defend a 3v1 situation. He then found Hullet on the inside, which was a really good pass, but then he passed it back to Chilwell, then he found an easy pass to Henry, and I mean,
He's been loving the possession on that side of the pitch though, hasn't he, Gravison? Ben Chilwell's always been overloaded there, causing problems, and it's just constantly asking questions of Lyrics.
I mean, it's really a hard thing to defend against, because with Henry, he could have passed it back to Schweinsteiger or De Bruyne, and again, playstyles. You have the danger of a finesse shot, you have the danger of a bullet pass, so you don't know what to expect really in the defense. But then, he timed it perfectly again. 3 goals, 3 timed finishing green shots.
When the chance arises, it's always perfect, isn't it, from Tex in terms of the timing of the finish. He always makes sure he's at a 99% or at least in the 90s with the margins in his favour.
Nah. Could have been a...
Sure that was one up. Night watch his sleeve.
Unorthodox kickoff, but it could have worked.
Well, 3-0 down, Spurs are in this first leg, and it's all to do for Tom Lees. As he'll have to take on Matthias Bonanno. But this gap might extend even more. Vieira pickpocketed again, and he just doesn't really know how to defend. This Tex is out to deal. He's dropped the shot!
What a cancel! Incredible!
The perfect timing to send the goalkeeper packing. And Man City are really on a rampage here in London. They're making 4-0.
I mean, that was the quality. And we can see what it means for Tex, but again, the shot cancellation. I mean, he's playing perfect FC at the moment. 4-0. And the press is there, the build-up is there, the time finishing is there, and the shot cancellation as well.
And for Tex's standards as well, he's on his way to come out of this one without conceding a goal.
We're definitely expecting him to...
Is there a flick on available? It could be on for another one. It could be all over. Oh, penalty! It's getting worse for Spurs. It could be 5. And it's Erling Haaland looking to conclude a perfect hat-trick in a quarter-final for Manchester City. He does. 5-0.
It really is a mountain to climb for Tom now. 5 goals against Matthias Bonanno, arguably one of the best players in the world for the past 3 years. That seems like a tough task to perform.
Well, there's such a team element in this ePremier League final. If you've got to do your bit for your teammate, but Tex, I saw Matthias Bonanno in the background there. It's just a big vamos. 5-0. I mean, he's in an unbelievable position that his teammate is going to set him up with. But for Tom Lees, you see in the background there, the stress that he must be feeling, a 5-0 swing he needs. I know he creates chances, I know he scores a lot of goals, and we've seen that throughout his tournament, but against a player of Matthias Bonanno, Gravison, it's going to be... They need a miracle.
I mean, every single build-up started with Chilwell, triggering a run, and Lyrics didn't have an answer for that. I mean, it was just Chilwell, Henry, Hullet building up on the left side of the pitch against Vieira, and really there's not much he could have done. I mean, Haaland hasn't been shooting that much this match, apart from those 2 goals, but then the build-up, and also, I don't know, the danger of maybe a cross, maybe something. 5-0.
Just a word on Tex as well. He is looking so confident now, isn't he? He said he was nervous before he came on the stage.
Look at the press.
A couple of goals has wiped those nerves away.
Again, Chilwell on the run. Mistake. He has to score at least once.
And in time of 1 minute, it's the last chance for Spurs to get anything back from this game if they can. Haaland finds Carlos Tevez, who will take all the time in the world, tries to step over his way through, and it'll be a massive win for Manchester City. 5-0 on the end of match number 1 between these two. It will go over to the PlayStation in the next couple of in-game minutes. But what a start, and I mean, what a tee-up for your teammate, Matías Bonano, to come into. 5-goal cushion. He really is in dreamland.
It was perfection. It was a perfect FC match. The build-up was there, the press was there, the decision was there, everything was there. I mean, when you win 5-0, it's just, you played the perfect FC game. And sometimes, it's really a hard thing to do, playing your first game of the tournament in the knockout format. You're playing against Lyrics, who won 1-0 on 5-0, and then you beat him like this, 5-0. Tex, in a word.
Their first game back in this tournament, as we said, in case you aren't aware of the Premier League format, for those 4 teams that top their group stages, they've basically got a fast-track ticket through to the quarter-finals. That was the first time we've seen Man City in action since their dominant group play. They had the most points of any team in the group stages. And this is where it all kicked off. 40 minutes into the game, Man City got their first. That was at the first half, and then 4 goals, Gravison, in quick succession in the second half. It just kept falling their way.
As you can see, Chilwell, as I said, building up the play. He passes it to Haaland, Haaland into Henry, and when he sees the opening, he goes for it. We know Tex really loves those play styles, but again, I mean, this shot cancellation, he finds the pass inside. Whoa! That's amazing. The shot cancellation when there was on point, and then this final nail in the coffin, which was a bit lucky, we must say, this penalty, but still, you gotta score it. He did, and then he passes Matías Bonano, a 5-0 result. I mean, Matías is happy, and Edu is happy as well. Man City are happy, we could say.
They should be. Look, if we're being honest, they've got the most pressure on them in this tournament. Manchester City, you know, the investment that they make outside of the Premier League into the ecosystem of the FC Pro. They've had players, obviously, in the FC Pro competition as well earlier on this year, and by their own standards, the performances weren't good enough. This ePremier League tournament for them means everything in terms of qualification, not only to the eChampions League, which obviously, as we know, has replicated in the real world of football as well. They've got themselves a ticket that way. But those FC Pro World Championship spots will be everything. It's a massive task to do here for Tom Lees. But Gravison, how can he do it?
Mentality. We know Tom is one of the best players, not only in the ePremier League, but in the world. And again, he has come back a lot of times against really good players. We don't know if those players were the quality and the caliber of, Matías Bonano. But still, he can do it. I mean, if someone can perform this task, it has to be Thomas Lees.
Well, it would certainly make one of the best vlogs I think he's ever made. If he was to come back from 5-0 down, he was probably praying that maybe a slightly weaker player was sitting opposite him and not Matías Bonano, who was a runner-up in an eChampions League a couple of seasons ago. A domestic league winner in Argentina and Spain. Are we about to see an early start from him? Cole Palmer just sending a warning shot towards Man City's goal. If you are questioning why you've got Virgil van Dijk playing for Man City, Cole Palmer playing for Spurs, we are playing on Ultimate Team. There are grand finalists here at the Premier League have got the ability to choose any current Premier League player and also past Premier League players in the form of heroes and icons, players that have had a career spell in the top flight of English football. Hence why Ruud Gullit and Thierry Henry also featuring a handful of these squads. Here comes Man City, looking to make it goal number 6, finds it back to Thierry Henry, ball roll inside. And very nearly that got a lot worse for Tottenham Hotspur.
What else can you do about that? I mean, that was really perfection coming from Matías Bonano. It could have went in with Henry, but the build-up again. We'll talk a lot about build-up, but because for me, it's what differentiates really good players from champions. And I do think the build-up we've seen from Matías Bonano and from Tex has been perfect.
Rashford. Again, an uncommon starter, but one for Matías Bonano. Goes down to ground. Got to be careful there, referee. Waves that one away. I mean, we've seen them give him for worse.
Just a few minutes ago, yeah.
The thing that Tom's thinking as well, where Gravison, every chance he has to score.
For me, you have to score and you cannot concede any goals. So you have to defend perfectly and you have to attack perfectly as well, which is not an easy thing to do because we know if we could define Matías' game style, it's defense and possession in a way. So you simply have to score every single chance, as you said. But then again, if you go inside Matias Bonanos' head, should you keep possession? Should you attack? I think you should attack, and that's what he's doing at the moment.
Matias Bonanos is just desperate to get this goal, number 6. Haaland in the back post, off the post. It's just about kept out. And maybe that is the lifeline that they needed, because everything was perfect about it. It's even time green, Gravison.
Everything. The cross was perfect. The header was perfect. He was time green, but still, so, because it's manual, the headers, you gotta put it in the net.
Haaland just does enough to push off Ogbene, who was piling on all sorts of pressure. Big switch finds Kai Havertz from left back. Now it's a case of who's queuing up in the box to cause some havoc. There's Haaland. It just didn't quite match up.
Take a look at those. Yeah, we have the first pause solicited for Spurs, which makes sense because something has to change. Almost 30 minutes and no goals scored. But again, oh, beautiful over the top of the wall. Let's see what happens.
Well, Bene's done so well here to get up the pitch from full-back. And Bruno Fernandes will recover possession. That's the third of the game good already. Man City still lead 5-0 after a dominant display from Tex in that first leg.
Potential cross.
It gets whipped in. There's Haaland. It's missed him completely. And it looked near enough like the perfect ball.
Yeah, it really was. We know Havertz has that whip cross play style. We'll mention play styles a lot today. But yeah, the offside trapping from Matias Bonanos has been really good. I think it's the first thing you need if you're defending well. Offside trapping and player switching. And he's been really good about both of these things.
And for those that might be thinking, what are play styles and what do they offer to your players all across the pitch, Gravison, after this chance does come in, let me know a little bit more about that. There's Rashford. It's another great save from Van der Sar. Out it goes for a corner, but play styles, as you've seen, they offer a lot, don't they? Especially this year on FC24, since they've been introduced.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because sometimes, how do you stop the aerial cross to Haaland? How do you stop the finesse of Henry? How do you stop the finesse of Gullit? How do you stop the whip cross of Havertz? There's not really an answer defensively, and that's why the playstyles are one of the most important things in FC at the moment.
Well, someone else who's had a great eye on that game across the first 30 minutes of this one, Manchester City, I mean, Tex is flying and has been flying 5-0. How on earth do you pull yourself out of this position?
I don't think you can, if I'm being honest. I think a 5-goal deficit, Gravison, is way too much. If maybe it was 2, 3 maybe at a push, I think is doable for someone like Tom. But 5-0 down, you come into the second leg, you basically have to go team press or constant pressure straight away. Then there's so much space for Matias to capitalise on. And yeah, I just think it's a foregone conclusion. I can't see any way Spurs come back into this, I'll be honest.
Well, they have to defend this corner before they could even think about attacking again. I'm sure Edu and Matias would have worked something here. Haaland on Haaland. Towards the back post it goes. Van der Sar on it.
I do agree 100% with Ryan. Because I think if you lose the first leg 3-0, it's still doable. But then 4 goals, it's hard. 5?
5 for me is... Do you know there's that little threshold we speak about, Gravison? It's like, players know. Whereas at 5 goals, how do you even approach the game? Do you go for it straight away? You can't really play your own game if it was a 0-0.
Well, it has to go now. Cole Palmer down the byline. It just did not tee up. Thierry Henry was waiting for it. And if they're not to get a goal in this first half, Ryan, you can write it off.
Yeah, I think Tex was superb in that first game. I thought maybe the first 20 minutes or so, Lyrics had a few opportunities. He was forcing Tex into a couple of mistakes, but then as the game progressed, it was unbelievable from Tex.
Man City on for 6, maybe, or better. Oh. Another corner. Van der Sar, catch it is what Tom's asking for. Punch it away for another corner again. Last chance of the first half.
Yeah.
For Matias Bonanos, he's done his job. He hasn't conceded. De Bruyne. Schweinsteiger might fancy his chances from that far out dinked in. This is nice from Matthias Bernardo. Nearly just had enough space to dink it over to the head. Half-time 0-0, Man City still 5-0 up, and 45 minutes. Just not enough time.
I do think in the first half, Ryan can talk about this as well. When you're playing and you know you have 90 minutes to come back with 5 goals, at least you gotta score once or twice.
I think twice.
Twice.
In my head, I'll be thinking, if I can get 2 by maybe half-time, then maybe, you never know. But 5 in one half is something I don't believe we've seen at this level of competition, not recently anyway.
5 goals against Matías Bonano.
Yeah, exactly. One of the best defenders in the scene, let alone in the ePremier League. So it's going to be a tough ask to let alone get a couple goals, let alone 5.
Matías Bonano in this competition has only conceded 5 goals.
Yeah, so you're going to have to get that
this
in
game
one
number
leg.
5 he's played in. Scored 19 of them in the group stages, he conceded 5. Obviously, we're here in the knockout stages now. He still hasn't conceded a single goal. I was saying, Tom just wished that Matías Bonano wasn't on the other side of the stage and it was someone else with not as many accolades offside.
What do you think about that shot cancellation?
It's unbelievable. Round the goalkeeper.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on.
Kai Havertz bombing on from left back. Tom Leeson Spurs just desperate for anything. As time just trickles away, Matías Bonano doing such a good job of making this such a compact midfield and defensive line. Nice step over exit. Van Dijk's there on his toes. Unfortunately, Haaland just nowhere to be seen. Back to
Nice
De Bruyne,
press.
could have finessed that.
Unlucky. Nice
Good
press.
win again. Down this byline area and just patient. Matías Bonano, although he might have panicked slightly there on the press and given possession away again, but recovers so well, Ryan.
Yeah, incredibly well. Just as Gravison was saying, the player switching, defending, knowing when and when not to press in on the attacker who's in possession, cutting the lanes well as well manually. And as you see, these are the situations, just the counter-attack, there's going to be so much space and options.
Well, this is the risk that Spurs have had to take. They've had to send so many bodies forward.
What else can you do, really? I mean, you have to press like Tom is doing because he's one of the best players pressing in the Premier League throughout his whole career, pretty much. But still, when you have that mountain to climb, it's really hard. But I do think, and I want to talk about this with you, Ryan.
Yep.
I do think defense comes down to 3 things, which are the offside traps, the player switching, and the second man press. And when you performing at the level that Matías is doing, how can you attack that?
It's so difficult, especially as you said, attacking it if it's just 0-0 in a one-off game is hard enough. But when you're down by 5, you feel the pressure of... We saw Tom there, when he got the ball back from the pressing high up, just giving the ball away easily, countless times, and it's just because he's rushing, he's panicking, he knows that he has to score. So it just feeds into Matías' hands.
They couldn't really have asked for it to go any better, could they? Manchester City at this point, 5-0. They lead. They'll be taking on the winner of Luton against West Ham. That follows up after this one here in our second quarter-final. See a small glimpse there of the changes that Tom Lees is having to make. And
I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
Time is just running out of their hands. As I said, it's such a team element here at the ePremier League. 2 legs of an aggregate scoreline. That first match is so important.
Constant press.
And if it does swing one way as it has, the gap just becomes so big and too hard to even think about a comeback. And although he's not scored a goal, Matías Bonano's just done a great job of containing all the pressure that's come his way.
Oh, the defense again. I mean, you don't really need to score if you defend like this.
The space.
Able to break away, Matías Bonano looking for goal number 6. He certainly does want to add one onto his tally. Because why not? Back to Hullet. Into Verne, around the keeper. It's 6-0 Man City. Are on their way to a semi-final.
It's just a fantastic goal, I'll be honest. Just the player switch. I mean, the player lock, the cancel as well, Gravison, just to bait Tom to step forward and then actually playing the pass afterwards with the player lock.
I do think he's not going to stop. It's a tough position for Tom because you got to press, but I don't think Matisse is stopping.
Haaland. It's just such a scary roster, isn't it? That Man City team.
Yeah.
Tex, Matthias Bernardo. You look at the accolades between them, you look at what they have done in this space. You know, regardless, there is a lot of pressure on them to go and win this competition, but the reps that they've got to land, the experience they've got of big matches like this. And no doubt one of their hardest games in this competition. They are on their way to a semi-final, potentially keeping a clean sheet on the way through too.
It does look like if a goal is coming in, it's from Manchester City at the moment.
He's not done yet. Oh, this is superb. Schweinsteiger.
Oh, deserved to go.
Well, I think if you're on this side of the bracket with Man City, you just want to avoid them. You do not want to be on this side of the bracket. Still looking for a consolation, Spurs. It won't be much more than that, unfortunately. As time just trickles away. Unfortunately, it will be a top 8 exit, just all areas of the pitch. Virgil van Dijk there covering possession for Matthias Bernardo, who has even got the confidence to pull out a smile there. It was heartbreak last year for Spurs. They came second in the Premier League, losing to the hands of Leeds United. They always make the knockout stages, but it will be a case of coming back for 2025. But for Tex, though, it'll be the first time that he has made it through to a top 4 in the ePremier League.
And we gotta say, that's the reason why we love and respect Tom so much. He really is trying. He is trying to score a goal. He's trying to play at his best. But it's just a mountain to climb. 7 goals at the moment. This has to be GG.
Well, the attitude is spot on. He has to do everything he can, but it's the same for Tex. We know he won this competition back in 2019. Since 2020, he's always crumbled at this stage. Top 8, if you remember it, 2 years in a row when he was representing Liverpool. Did crash out in the quarter-finals. It was back in 2020 when he actually made the top 4, so he's back amongst the top 4 again. Is this Man City's year to go and make it 2 Premier League trophies in a row? After that win a couple of years ago in a dramatic penalty shootout ending against Leeds United, where Shells was able to win it there. Lofted in towards the back post. It could set up nicely for just a consolation. The goalkeeper movement was perfect. Man City have been perfect in all senses, in all areas of the pitch. Added time to follow. Can you really look more than the perfect performance than this?
It's been unbelievable, Gravison. Even just the defending from Matthias, it didn't look as if Tom had any way back into the game.
Not really. Game management, defense, mechanics.
He's got the best defensive record in this tournament, Matthias Bernardo. Still 5 goals conceded, but a massive 7-0 for Manchester City, which will see them through to this year's semi-finals of the competition, where they'll be taking on the winner of Luton Town or West Ham. A huge 5-0 first matchup from Tex against Lyrics, and as much as Tom Lees could try and get himself back into the game, Matthias Bernardo defended so well, and it was a case of, unless Tom started scoring early doors, Ryan, there was never going to be a chance of a comeback. But Matthias Bernardo showed what he's all about, added 2 more goals onto the tally, and yeah, this Man City side is pretty scary right now.
Yeah, I feel like the tie was done from the first leg. I just think a 5-goal deficit is way too much to try and come back from. I think Tom had a tough task on his hands to even win the game with Matthias playing like that, let alone come back from a 5-goal loss in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. It's just not only scoring, but scoring 5 goals, I do think is almost impossible against a player like Matthias Bonanno. Yeah, I mean,
it's so tough now as well, isn't it? You come into that second leg Obviously, we know your teammate. You're up against Tex. You're seeing 2-0. Okay, 3-0. Keep it at 3-0. Part of the bus.
Then it just
4, 5. Next thing you know, you're thinking, how on earth am I going to be able to pull this back? However, the game is done. Manchester City are in the semi-finals. I believe Leah is catching up with Tex now.
Thank you so much, Brendan. We are here with the winners, Manchester City. Tex is alongside me. Obviously, a very dominant performance from you, setting up Matty for the second round. How do you feel? What do you think?
I mean, I'm happy. The last 2 years I've come out in the quarter-final, so I was hoping this time I can go a step further, get to the semi-final, and hopefully go on and win, so now I'm happy.
Of course, as a previous champion, you're looking to do it all over again. Obviously, secure the eChampions League spot after one more win and the FC World Championship after 2. Does that give you any more pressure, or are you kind of feeling good after this one?
Yeah, that's what makes the ePremier League this year so, like, pressurizing. Like, it leads to all the other tournaments, so it's just the biggest tournament in our season. So, yeah, that's why the ePremier League this year, it's the scariest thing ever.
Fair enough. Well, I think you've given yourself a good start this Sunday afternoon at the ePremier League. I did hear through the grapevine that you've been learning some Spanish, and this morning you woke up and said, "Salió el sol y..."
Obrigado. I don't know any Spanish.
It's sunny and it's going to be a great day, is apparently what you said to Matty through the grapevine. Truth or lie?
Lies.
Well, a great day it has been for you here. You have 2 more wins, and then you secure yourself a spot in the eChampions League, a spot in the FC World Championship, and of course, £30,000. Are you ready for the next matchup? Do you have anything prepared? Are you feeling stressed, nervous, motivated?
Nervous, but the same as this matchup. Just play our FIFA, play well, and we can 100% win the tournament, so yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Tex. Congratulations and best of luck in the next rounds. And we will throw it to Frankie to summarize that matchup.
Obrigado, Leah. It turns out Tex can't speak Spanish, but he can speak a bit of Portuguese. Coming up after this break, Luton Town will be taking on the boys from West Ham United, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2024. And you can see from those cheeky little faces on the screen that Man City did indeed take the first quarter-final of the night over close rivals Tottenham Hotspur with a blazing 7-0 result on aggregate. It was exactly the performance that Tex needed, a 5-0 start, and they've booked their place in the semi-finals. The curse of Tex going out in the quarterfinals in the past 2 years has well and truly been broken. But who will they be playing next? Luton Town or West Ham United, as those are our next two teams to face off. And Gravison, last time we saw West Ham play, it was only yesterday because Luton Town qualified way back in January, and it was a very closely fought finish.
I mean, it was really a tough match, especially playing against Nottingham Forest, which was a team that was heading into the knockouts with confidence, really. And
they had a former winner in goal puncher.
Yeah, but I mean, Brig Army. He's one of those, he's a kid. I mean, he has to be like 18, 19, but he's one of those players to watch, especially here in England, because we believe, and people here believe, that he could be one of the best players in the world in the following years. And he did that yesterday, because I mean, this beautiful goal with a Haaland, again, the green time shot. I mean, everything's at stake at the moment. If you miss this, you're probably out of the competition. Green timing it, celebrating it like this, they are a force at the moment.
And we almost can't underestimate GRK's contribution as well, because he actually won his first match 2-1. So he gave a little bit of a cushion for Brig Army, a bit of confidence. And actually his defence yesterday was really impressive.
Especially because in the group stage, he wasn't playing really well. He wasn't defending, he wasn't attacking, he wasn't playing at his best. But it doesn't really matter if you just come to the knockouts and perform like that, especially defending, as you said. So if he keeps playing like this, I mean, who cares about the group stage?
Well, I care about the group stage because the Luton Town were the surprise victors of Group C. They won it on goal difference above Crystal Palace, just 1 goal. So let's find out more about them over in our analysis corner with Ryan Pessoa and Kyle.
Thank you, Frankie. All right, Ryan, we need to talk about this now. Luton coming into this game. You like to give a prediction every once in a while. You predicted that they'd go far from the outset. What's impressed you so far?
I feel like just the way they go forward, they create a lot of chances. They're very savvy with the mechanics in the game as well. It's not just on the floor, the fundamentals, but they're used to crossing as well. We're able to take a look at some of their clips as well from the group stage. This was a game against Fulham. From the get-go, they started with the initiative to push forward, to create a chance. They just build up, they choose the right passes at the right moments, the skill moves, and here the quick snappy passing into a green time shot as well. As I mentioned, the mechanics being top tier, finding the back of the net. And that was a theme throughout their group stage, just scoring a lot of goals.
How important is using those mechanics when it comes to the big stage, when it comes to the right moment, making sure you choose the right pass and know when to shoot as well?
It changes everything. Of course, the fundamentals, the passing, dribbling and shooting, that's the core mechanics in the game. But the extra levels, the player locks, the timed finishing, the goalkeeper movement, they're very, very important just to learn to bring you up to that next level, and Luton have it in their locker.
Right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing these two go head-to-head. Luton taking on West Ham. Frankie, what a match this is.
Truly, it is going to be a barn burner. Who'll be taking on Manchester City in our first semi-final? Let's meet the teams. From Luton Town, it's Harvey Waters and Luke Downing. And from West Ham United, their opponents, Brig Army and GRK. The boys are getting ready to rock and roll against each other. Remember, Luton Town have not played on this stage since January when they stormed Group C. It was their LAN debut. It's hard to believe that this is only the first year for these boys, and they're going up another relatively untested team. So this quarterfinal could be extremely close. Calling the action, we have none other than Redlack of Nottingham Forest joining Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, we needed a special guest for our second quarter-final here. And Rich, we picked quite well someone that knows one of these teams quite well.
Yeah, I was in the players' area watching the last game. I was having a look around and I thought, I need that experience of someone who's been in the booth, who's played against West Ham. Unfortunately, you'd have been in the booth right now if things had gone your way, Redlack, but you wanted to get involved, you wanted to do a bit of commentary. What's it feel like sitting down in that booth on a Championship Sunday when it's there, you can feel it?
Yeah, it's a weird feeling really to explain to people, but it's one of them things where you're so nervous, but there's like a feeling between everyone in the arena what's going to happen today. No one knows, but all the players will be nervous whether they look it or not, and it's going to be an exciting day.
Obviously, you've played in this tournament a handful of times, a second year in a row for Nottingham Forest now. You had a good run there last year, a top 8 finish for you. You've had a bit of time to digest what happened yesterday. Thoughts and feelings now looking back on that? Obviously, you can understand the disappointment.
Yeah, it was really sad, you know, straight after the loss, but then you have time to digest. I've watched the games back. I think I played well. I think my teammate, you know, we done our best. It was no one's fault. Like these things happen in FIFA. I was very bad in January for my standards. And my teammate will say himself, I don't think he was at his best yesterday. So it's not his fault, like I said, but we tried our best. It didn't work. Maybe we'll be back next year, or maybe we'll go separate ways.
Well, let's break down this duo for West Ham here when it comes to FC as well, because they are a real sort of unknown quantity. You've got Brig Army, who's been an up-and-coming player. Probably, you would say, the last 18 months has been on the scene. And this year he's made a couple more events. We had the opportunity to watch him just at the Etihad not too long ago as well, Brandon, in a PlayStation Cup. And he's just getting reps underneath him. Talk to me about Brig Army, talk to me about GRK, as you know them as professional players.
Yeah, well, Brig Army, you know, he's a young player. He's come in the scene recently, and he's had a few outstanding performances. You know, 7-0 in an online qualifier, European tournament, very, very good player. And GRK really coming into his own recently, and yeah, league game starting.
Well, the one thing that I love about this team as well, Rich, is that 3 of the 4 players, this is their first ever ePremier League.
Yep.
I mean, it's a great example of what this ePremier League is all about, flourishing UK talent and bringing new names to the forefront.
I'm also really, really excited to watch Luton, because we've not seen them play. We've not seen them. Have they improved since January? You would imagine they have. What have they learnt? You've also got the experience of playing 2 months ago on this exact stage, and I do think that you were talking about the nerves, Red Light, where usually it's all in a weekend. You get knocked out in the groups, you're not coming back for a knockout. You had that experience, you had that time to process what it's like with the stage, the cameras, us commentating. You're on the other side of it now, because they'll be hearing exactly what you're saying when you're commentating the game as well. And it just adds an extra layer to what is already an unbelievable setting here at the EPL.
Did you expect this performance from Luton
in January? In January, no. In January, no. They were underdogs, both young players with, you know, not a lot of experience. But since then, they've really kicked on, and I think they've improved a lot since January. Yeah, both respective performances.
And here's a chance early doors for West Ham, defended well by Virgil van Dijk. But back to that point, they're 2 debutants that are playing their first ever Premier League. They have no expectations, do they?
No, and they've got no pressure, and they've got a lot of expectation, and both really living up to it, I think.
When we look at this game as 2 individual matches, you're looking at Harvey versus Brig, Luke Downing versus GRK, Saka winning the ball high up the pitch again here for West Ham. Brig certainly stepping on the press in the early stages, but that pass just intercepted by De Bruyne. Do you feel as though it's a similar tale to the match that we saw previously with Man City and Spurs, where the first game was everything? We all said it backstage, we said it on the stage. That first game is really, really integral.
It's a massive win back from Brig Army. Son, back to Saka. And it's a corner for West Ham, who have pardoned the pressure from a couple of mistakes there from Luton Town. So they fancy a finesse on the edge of the box. I mean, it's Kai Havertz and Rodri, the players you don't really want the ball to fall to. You can see someone queuing up at the back post for it. Erling Haaland could be the man the possession goes to. Falls back again, so Carney to Henry. Inside, and eventually West Ham will punish it. He was just caught in a trap of just constant fear, and he was just attack. Before you knew it, he just reworked and recycled possession. 1-0 West Ham lead.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Harvey there, the inexperience may have shown.
Hold on.
What are we seeing here?
We have seen that a couple of times already. Talk to me about the goal, because it was 3 or 4 minutes of pressure from Brig.
Yeah, I think Harvey got trapped in his own box quite a few times there, so I think he will think that's his own fault rather than, you know, just Brig being too good. But like I said, that's inexperience. He's only young. He will learn from that. But for now, he does need to, you know, fix up a little bit.
Well, just to add on to this as well, we've got to remember Harvey has not lost a game. He's not lost a game in the Premier League. He won 3 and drew 1 in the group stages. He was a big reason why Luton Town were able to top the group, as we see that shot come in from Cole Palmer, 30 yards out. It was not the highest percentage of chance of falling into the the back of the net. But the idea was there and the finish was still timed.
So I'm going to go back to the point I was making before the goal, before Brig rudely interrupted me. The incentive for the Man City Spurs game was everything on Tex versus Lyrics. If Lyrics can get a result, if he can lose 1-0, lose 2-0, that's a good result for Tottenham. Is there a similar story in this game? Will Brig and Harvey both feel as though they have to win this game to give their teammate any sort of advantage? Or is the second game more sort of... is one game weighted in a different way to the other?
Yeah, so I feel like this one's a bit different, actually. I think the first game, you know, Brig's going to feel like he needs to win, maybe. I know there's been a few practice games going on, and Luke Downing's been getting the better of Giacche. However, Luke Downing's one of them players, I think he can be a special player in the future. He's a very good player as it stands, and I think he's one of them players he either wins by a lot or loses by a lot, so it could get interesting.
Massive switch of play, finds Kai Havertz for Luton Town. Harvey Waters is dispossessed. Obviously, teammate was goal poach, who did play for West Ham last year, did get a top 4 finish in the Premier League. Was there ever conversations between you and your teammate of, look, this game, I know I'm in for maybe more of a tougher game than you are. My mindset is just to try and keep the scoring low.
Yeah, well, especially after the group stage in January, I drew all 4 of my games. Goal poacher got 3 wins and a draw. So for me personally, I thought, you know, I need to gain that trust back, show him how good I am. With me playing Josh 9 at Fulham in the first game.
Hello, there's a flick on Erling Haaland for Luton Town.
Out of nothing.
We'll bring Harvey Waters back into this game. And you're absolutely right, Richard. It was from nothing. It was a flick on. It was Ruud Gullit doing the flick on. It's not Erling Haaland for a change.
Typically, yeah, as you said, Haaland is the focal point. Talk to us about this aerial meta, because it is very, very interesting.
So 4-3-2-1's the formation most people will be using, and they'll have a balanced fullback. Now that means that these players can get down the line with ease with one switch of play, and then they've got Erling Haaland with that aerial cross at the back post, just ready to win any type of header. Now from that header you can shoot, or most people like to head it down to a teammate.
And when you've got such a presence in Haaland and everyone's playing a pretty similar way, for me it opens up other avenues. That's where we're seeing the finesses coming in more. We're seeing player looking to Haaland and then faking it and going a different way. You saw Gullit even getting involved there, as he was the assister to Erling Haaland.
I mean, in your eyes, who is the plaster to stop Erling Haaland? Is it Rodri?
He does a job. I think Ogbene really does fight in the air against him. Unusual item to use at right back.
Oh, Palmer!
Wow.
Times it green, and just like that, Luton Town have completely flipped this game on its head.
Turned the game around in 4 minutes. See the reaction from Harvey, from Luton Town, frustration from Brig.
How is that constant just timing of a shot? Because obviously as a pro yourself, is it just... it's just muscle memory for you? Because it seems like we saw, especially in that Man City game, and we've seen it here, when the moment comes of a 95-90% chance of scoring a goal, just timing, you're timing everything. It's all green, it's all green.
Yeah, it's all about timing, especially at this level. They make a lot of shots that, you know, wouldn't usually go in, fly past the keeper, and it can go the other way. I feel like yesterday I was timing too many shots to the point where I was yellowing it or even red timing it, and it was just going completely off target.
Talk to me how Brig will be feeling now, because I'm sure you've been in games where you go 1-0 up, you feel like you're playing pretty well. He's not played poorly in that first 45, and he's going down, trailing 2-1.
Yeah, well, the momentum's now against him, so he's going to need to maybe slow the pace down, take a pause. He's lucky half-time's just come about. Just take his time and then just, you know, ease back into the game. He can definitely score 1 or 2 goals here, so it's up to him, really.
Also, when you're the teammate, what on earth are you thinking? Because you just sat back watching, you're like, are you trying not... because you can't really impact the game at all.
Yeah, I think this exact scenario happened to me yesterday, sort of. We was 2-1 down. I think it was 1-1, and then I was thinking, oh, this is fine, but maybe we could do with an extra goal. As soon as he went 2-1 down, I thought, you know what, we don't want it to be 2 goals. Like, the more chance I have, the more confident I'll be with going into the game trying to win. Obviously, a draw, that leaves it in my hands.
Well, Luton Town, we're 1-0 down. Well, the new kids on the block and the new team in the Premier League. I quite enjoy the Premier League this year. Top of Group C after 5 wins, 1 draw and just 2 defeats. They were an unpredictable duo, playing their first ever ePremier League. And currently they lead 2-1 against West Ham in a quarter-final here. The winner of this will play against Manchester City in the semi-final stages. Obviously, it's Brig Army in action on the Xbox leg here. We'll be going over to the PlayStation side, Arthur, where Luke Downer will take on GRK. Watch out for Huller here. He might have a bit of space at the back post. He dinks it into him. And Luton Town find a third.
Yeah, it's a great ball in. I think bringing out the keeper there from Brig was the wrong thing to do. It's just leaving Huller at the back post with a tap in. It's locked company off.
Makes up your mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gives him an easy decision to make.
The pass from Havertz, the switch of play, he's done it a couple of times, just completely opens up the pitch and takes 9 players out of the equation.
Yeah, so he's using the R1 and square mechanic if using PlayStation controllers. It's really overpowered. It's sort of a manual clearance.
You get full control over where the ball goes and the power of it.
Yeah, it basically makes you be able to kick the ball harder than normal.
Got the cheap boots on when you're younger.
Here he is, looking for it now.
Yeah, you see Rodri right at the top of the pitch, underneath where the scoreboard is.
This is like a 2-on-1, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
every
he's
time.
About build himself back on side there. And if he can provide the flick on to Thierry Henry, and they really are in trouble. It's a 2-goal cushion now. West Ham need to bring this scoreline down ever so slightly where they can for GRK.
There must be that point in your brain as well when you're the playing member of that first game and you've got a teammate coming up as well. If you're Brig Army now, you're thinking, OK, it's 3-1, no more goals. I'm not conceding again, because two's doable for my teammate. 3 is a real steep mountain to climb.
Yeah, well, in these 6-minute halves especially, it goes by very fast. Harvey now countering it. If it gets to 3 goals, I'd say it's...
Game over?
Not game over, but it's as good as done.
Final third. This first matchup, Luton Town will be happy to take a third goal in this. It's a power shot, which was certainly interesting. Went out for a goal kick in the end.
And nearly a throw-in.
Yeah, I think that's the inexperience sort of showing there. But Harvey's starting to dominate this game, so if he keeps that up, he's looking good.
I was surprised to see what Luton had, I've got to be honest, after the groups. It was a shock result.
I think the one thing...
They look to be the real deal, I'll be honest.
The one thing they have on their side as well, Rich, they've got 2 players who are just so eager to grind out any tournament. That's what they're a great example of just UK talent coming through that have been grinding out tournaments for £100 here and a variation of different prizes, and it was only going to be a matter of time before they sort of really got...
I was getting a message from Harvey, a direct message maybe once every fortnight. Are you running any cup soon? To me. Anything coming up? Any tournaments that I can play in?
Yeah, I think in Jan they were sort of an unexpected package there when they come through the groups. But since then they've really risen to that level, and I feel like they're actually playing at a level now where they should top.
Look at the space for Haaland here. Keeper's off his line. Is he going to go for a shot? He is. He does pull out a huge save from Van der Sar. It was a bit risky from Brig, and then now it comes from a corner. We'll see what happens here. But for corners for you, Redlack, is it? Do you know exactly what you're doing every single time? Have you got sort of 3 or 4 different ideas? Power shot comes in. It could be a tackle at the back post for Haaland. Goes out for another corner into a pause. But corners, have you just got set maybe 2 or 3 different ideas there? Or is it a case of you get there and you just think, right, what am I going to do this time?
Yeah, well, 2 or 3 is a bit low. I've got a few on each side. It's like, you know, if you're on the right side, you're going to be an outswinger. Whereas if you're on the left, it's an in-swinger. So there's sort of different angles you can use and different ways you can actually whip the ball in.
Do you feel as though, when we're looking at this game now, Brig, he'll be thinking, I'm getting beaten quite comfortably here. It could be 4 or 5. He's, I don't know if you agree, he's too aggressive with his goalkeeper at the moment.
Yeah, he's moving quite early. It's like he's letting Harvey have the decision. You know, he doesn't have to make one. He's sort of shooting that side of the goal. I feel like it's sort of weird, like Harvey's coming into the game, but if Brig concedes again, GRK has 0 chance, in my opinion. Which is why you need to just keep at it, maybe try and get a goal.
And if we're going off stats, Rich, I mean, look, these are the 2 stronger players.
Absolutely.
In the duos.
That's it.
Haaland again, 4-1. What can you do? What can you do in those scenarios? You can't stop him.
Yeah, I think you've got to move the keeper very aggressively. And we just talked about how moving the keeper aggressively doesn't work, but in that instance from a corner, you have to mark it because you're not going to win the header.
I think the thing for me, the more that we've watched over sort of this Haaland era, it's the quickness of the corner. If you can take the corner quick before they can select the defensive Haaland and pull him to that near post, he's almost a guaranteed goal. If they pull that player to the near post and it's a Haaland v Haaland matchup, you've got a bit of a chance. But when he's taking it that fast, it's almost inevitable that Haaland's going to win the header.
Yeah, well, if you're taking the goalkeeper out of the equation and it's Haaland v Haaland, if the goalkeeper's in no man's land and you've got the run on him, you're going to win the header 80% of the time.
And the thing that's the funniest part about it is if you mark him with Haaland, you're still not guaranteed to stop him.
There's also other good headers of the ball. We saw Varane score a couple. You've always got Van Dijk.
Well, he's there as well in the same conversation. Look,
it's a big man's world right now, and we are living in it.
I think it's also Luton Town's world right now. They are flying into a potential top 4 scenario. Remember, there is still a second leg to come up here. As Luke Downham will have to jump on the sticks to take on GRK. Out he goes for a corner. If West Ham can just grab an extra goal or two, it would certainly tee up GRK in a better way. David Ginola comes on for West Ham. Not many players have looked to fall back on the Premier League hero. It certainly offers you something off the bench. Bene does well into Willian, back to Haaland. He tries to just push it through.
Is he just forcing it a bit?
Yeah, I think he's a bit desperate, that's normal. He's got the press on, as you see there.
Yeah.
Which is a risky play, maybe
so
one that's needed.
Five is game over. If it goes to 5,
but maybe if it's 2.
Yeah, it's doable. It's doable. 5 looks more likely though, doesn't it?
Haaland with the flick down. Fortunate enough, the Virgil van Dijk is there.
We've talked quite a bit about Brigami. This is Harvey Waters right now. Performance that he's putting the game out of reach before his teammates even kicked off. The level that he's shown in this matchup is very, very impressive against the West Ham side, who had felt really confident coming into today.
Yeah, he's playing very well. Like I said, in January, maybe they weren't expected to do it, but I feel like they've really risen the level since.
Them topping the group has pushed them up and said, you know what? Yeah, we did top the group. It weren't luck. This is where we're at now. We are 2 of the top players in the UK.
Yes, that confidence that they both needed, really.
Well, West Ham will have the last kick of the game, and it will do us there. Adding time of 2 minutes, Harvey Waters has done his job as part of this Luton Town side. From 1-0 down to 4-1, he leads. It's a huge 3-goal cushion to take into the second leg for his team there, Luke Downing. It must feel good as well when your teammate pulls in a performance like that. You look across, you've gone, right, you've set me up in the most perfect way possible.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of having 2 good players that, you get on with, and they've got that morale, that friendship, that they trust each other. And, Harvey will trust Luke, Luke will trust Harvey. So in this instance, it's worked. Luke's now got a 3-goal lead.
And on the other side of that booth that we can't see now of West Ham United, what's the conversation there like? Your teammate knows he's lost 4-1, but you've still got to get in there and say, look, you need to help me out here. I need to score 3 goals.
Yeah, I think Briggs just going to have to be like, GRK, can you do something for me? Give it your best. GRK will give it his all. It's all he can do, but 3 goals down, it's going to be a hard.
If GRK pulls this out, fair play. Because when you look at his results that he had in the tournament, weren't super impressive.
He didn't win a game in the group stages.
Was not super impressive. His best performance actually came probably against Forest. You got to say, in the complexion of it, beating your teammate GP 2-1. That was a massive win for him, and it just sort of set the tone for that run that they went on. When you look at his win earlier on in the day, I think 8-6, they beat Brentford, West Ham, in the first knockout round as well, and he did score goals in that game, but also Leeds goals. So we'd have to see something from GRK, which he's capable of, that we've not seen yet.
Yeah,
at the EPL 24.
He had the great performance yesterday against Goal Poacher. I think he needs to step it up even more, and I think if he does actually pull this one out, it will really set him up in the scene and grow his name.
Unless Luton Town have got other ideas to make matters worse,
I think what you've done, Harvey, you not only gave your teammate a big lead, you've given him a 4-1 lead, but you've probably eliminated the nerves. You've built his confidence up. You've given him momentum. All those psychological factors that can impact how a player plays are all pushing in the positive direction for Luton.
Pass into Haaland. And everything you've just said there, Richard Buckley, might have just come true.
It's just what he's gave his teammate a massive helping hand, and it's also forced the hand of West Ham because they've got to play in a certain way. You have to press, you have to go aggressive, leave space in behind.
Yeah, coming into a game already losing, mentally it's a big factor. You've got to change everything about how you want to play. You're already chasing without even conceding a goal. But Luke, very, very good attacker, so I'm not really surprised he scored. There will be more goals in this game.
Unfortunately, Brandon, you've had 2 games where it's been pretty one-sided in a row.
It comes down to that first leg again, doesn't it?
Yeah. Maybe this could be the tale as well, that the first games are really decisive.
Luton Town aren't done yet. Dinks it in towards Erling Haaland. It's going to fall back again to De Bruyne. Luke Downing, first ever time in the ePremier League, and has not looked out of place at all. De Bruyne.
If you had a preference, would you rather play first or second?
I think first. I think first you can play your normal
That's
game.
a big chance. Thierry Henry must score!
Yeah, I think first you can play your normal game. No other factors involved, just sort of play the game. But when it's a 2-legged affair, it's sort of a bit different. You may have to factor who's playing the next game or who their opponent is, so it can be different.
There's one, potentially. Haaland cuts it inside. It was all so perfect. It was just missing the finish.
You feel hard done by if you're GRK, because you've made the space really well. You've created the opportunity. Haaland's left foot, pretty unmarked in the box. I thought that when he took that shot, I thought he goes in.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be very disappointed with that. That team of the year item does have 5-star weak foot, so left or right foot, he's an absolute banker to score, but I don't really know what's gone on there. Just unfortunately, he's going to have to get up and go again.
He's just a joke, isn't he?
Yeah. He's got everything.
The best striker we've ever seen in Ultimate Team over the years, you
definitely,
think?
yeah. I mean, there's cards like, there's items like R9 and stuff like that.
There's been a few CR7s back in the day.
Yeah, but they're not as, you know...
game-altering.
Yeah.
Saka, back to Gullit. He could have went there on the right foot. Haaland, he just can't hit the target.
That's 2 goals.
Another day, you're right, Rich. It's 2 goals, and suddenly you've got a very nervy Luton Town player on the other side of the screen. But these chances must be giving him some confidence, just to say, look, I am creating chances, I am getting into the right areas. And it's only going to be a matter of time until one chance sticks or finds its way through to the back of the net.
Yeah, this is the thing about Luke. He's very end-to-end. Not much game management going on, just sort of trying to get that next goal to put the tie to bed. And as you can see, the pressure is mounting from West Ham.
Rodri does well over in this left-hand side of the defence. Finesse maybe from De Bruyne, he thought about it. Schweinsteiger into Haaland, De Bruyne. Patient as ever, Thierry Henry.
Might be one of the goals of the day. Just the patience, reworking the position. Talk me through it, Red Lock.
Yeah, an amazing goal. As you can see, there was many times where he done a step over cancel, which means he initiated the step over skill move and then cancelled it, meaning GRK tried to mark where he was going to exit and he just cancelled it and exited before that. But like I said, I think Luke Downing can be a special player. His attack is amazing.
If Luton attack in the way that they're attacking now, Man City, it's a great game.
Yeah. I don't think it's as one-sided as people will think.
No, not at all.
But yeah, there's a lot of factors that will go into that, and Luton will be hoping they can pick up the win, providing they get through this.
They've also got to realise as well, they're coming into that, again, with no expectation on them.
The entire expectations on City.
Exceeded it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from minute 1 in this tournament, they had no expectation. They come in with a fresh slate and just the chance to do what they can.
And on the other side of that, I know you probably felt it as well, doing interviews, talking to media, talking to us when you're doing all sort of just getting the vibe. It's expected that Man City win the ePremier League this year because the team have assembled, the roster that they've put up. So they would feel that internally as well, that we should be winning this.
Yeah, I think their team's a very, very strong lineup. Obviously, other teams, the lineup sort of had other factors going involved, people not qualifying and stuff like that. So I think Man City are definitely the strongest team. But like I said, there's other factors like pressure and all sorts of things are going on. So we'll see what happens.
Is there a goal back in this for West Ham before half-time? Trying to still find the pocket of space. Is it now? Van der Sar.
Just not falling for him. Creating good opportunities is GRK. He's actually played quite well in this second leg, and it'll feel hard done by to be 2-0 down.
Nice chance at the half. Looks like it will fall to Luton as they look for goal number 7 of the tie. Into a pause menu we go, but to Richard's point, Red Lat, look, you're right, it's one of them. You get into the right areas, you're creating good chances. It's just not falling. The bounces aren't there. Haaland should have scored 2 goals, rightly so. He's not hit the target.
Yeah, I think coming out of this game, providing West Ham do lose the fixture, I think GRK will be upset, but if he does watch the game back, he'll be proud of himself in the way he's attacked, made chances. He could have easily scored 3 or 4 goals in this game, so he's just been very unfortunate.
I don't know if either of you two feel the same way. Maybe I'm watching a different set of games. It doesn't feel like a 6-1.
No, I feel like there's been an even amount of chances, maybe. I think Harvey definitely had more chances in the first leg, but GRK now turning on in the second leg.
Corner comes in and Luton Town very nearly.
It doesn't feel like a 7-1.
Very nearly make it 7-1. Into a pause menu we go. I mean, it's a huge gap, as we said, for GRK.
Is there anything you'd be able to do in this situation? Just throw bodies forward?
Yeah, I think you just got to put constant pressure on. If you do that, you've got the best chance possible. It's still going to be very hard because that means Luke Downing can play against that. He can, play slower, maybe use the gaps that you leave when trying to press him and take advantage of that.
You ever turn 5 goals round in a half?
Not in a half. I did in a qualifier on FIFA 21, FC24, and yeah, it's very hard. It's sort of one of them things where every chance you make, you have to score. And every chance that the other person makes, you have to defend it or get lucky or do whatever.
Well, Henry, Luke Downing wants a clean sheet and he wants a few more goals. In case you missed it, Manchester City won 7-0 against Spurs in their opening quarter-final here in the Premier League finals. They're in the semi-finals waiting for the winner of this game. Just at the moment, looks like it will be Man City Luton Town. You can only hope there'll be as many goals as they've delivered us in these quarter-finals. Hull will be able to turn his man. It was a time green finish. West Ham United and GRK just about keeping it in possession. And already 10 minutes gone in this second half. That sound timer just slowly disappears. Disguised that pass well to Saka. Is there a flick on from Haaland? It's just not landing, is it? It's not falling where he wanted to. Henry wasn't there and neither was Hull.
Well, he's creating chances and there's not much more you can do than that. I think he just needs to try and, obviously put a few in the back of the net. But I think he's played very well. I think he's done himself proud in the second leg.
Yeah, the build-up play has been pretty good from GRK. He's hitting all the right notes. Maybe just it's the wrong piece of music he's been playing at the minute, because he'll watch this game back, as you said, and feel as though I've done all right. I've not played poorly.
Yeah, I think if you look at the game as an individual entity, I don't know how he's 2-0 down.
No.
So you just can't get the ball in the net. He's still going, as you can see, he's got constant pressure, which means he's going to be taking, every risk possible.
It could end 8-9.
Yeah, it could get ugly, but
Luke Downing's on for a further. Is there a one more pass? Round the keeper. See you later. It's party time for Luton Town, as the Hatters are on their way to a semi-final in their first ever ePremier League. And we can say how great GRK's been in the final third, but Luke Dowling.
Maybe there's a reason why the teams who top the group at the minute. 7-0 Man City, 7-1 Luton Town. If the story goes on, Brighton and Liverpool are going to be cruising through their respective quarter-finals. I don't think they will, but they very well might do.
For half of these players as well, first time in the ePremier League. And they are enjoying every single moment of it. And there is no bigger tournament to play in the UK than this one. £100,000 prize for GRK, looking for a goal. Eventually, Haaland will turn up and will score a goal for West Ham.
Yeah, I think you can see the disappointment on his face, even though he's just scored. I think he knows he could have had, like I said, 4 or 5 goals in this game and really turned it around.
It's coming back again, the pressure. Pull it. Omri, back to Haaland, one more pass. He's working it maybe a bit too much. No, he's not.
It's a really nice goal. The McGeady cancel inside the box, changing direction. I think for GRK, you're in this situation, you're still 4 goals down, but if you can win your respective game, it doesn't mean much right now, but you can look back and feel pretty proud of your performance.
Yeah, well, I think he's obviously going to be disappointed at first, but looking back at this individual game, I think he'll be very happy with it. If he put a few in the goal a bit earlier, I think he would be in pole position right now. But you know, Luke's very, very good at taking advantage of that press and scoring his chances.
Nice run for an onslaught here of West Ham pressure.
Hold on.
Is it falling? Omri, Rodri. Back to Saka, back to Omri.
Oh. He's had a couple of those where the ball's just not quite bounced for him. If you think back to the chances he's had, the header from Haaland in the first half, he had another chance where Haaland put it wide of the post. You could be looking at like a 7-5, sort of 7-6 game here.
Yeah, there's even chances where the keeper might save it and it looks like it's going to fall to GRK and it just doesn't. The keeper jumps on top of it.
Time is running out. Luton Town still with a very healthy 4-goal cushion.
While we've got you, Red Black, just in a little pause here, I want to get your expert opinion on what's to come. Some big games, Brighton, Wolves, Liverpool, Man United as well.
Who's going through?
Where'd you see those games going?
I'm friends with a lot of the players, so I don't want to make any predictions.
Well, you are. You're on the broadcast. You're part of the talent team now. You're not a player anymore.
Brandon doesn't make predictions.
No, you sound like you are enjoying this commentator role. We don't give predictions. You are absolutely right.
What can we expect from the games? Brighton, Wolves?
I think Brighton, Wolves is the game of the day, especially the game of this round. I think both teams are very, very strong, and it's one of them where one game could decide the whole tie.
And Stingray versus Dragon, we're not talking animals. We're talking serious FC players.
And they were both in the same group.
That could be a crazy game.
Yeah, it's a game from the groups where they did draw. But looking at, it's been 2 months since then. Stingray, a very, very established player in the scene. And Dragon, as we mentioned, retired, unretired, retired, unretired, and now look at him.
He's retired, but in brackets.
In brackets.
It's not official yet, it's in brackets.
Well, his art's Coach Dragon. So it really goes to show you, as long as you've had the talent, you can use your experience and the know-how how to win games.
In case you missed it yesterday, what a comeback that was for Manchester United against Aston Villa. 3-0 down they were, and then Dragon was on fire and did enough to pull them out of a really difficult position, on ball into the box. Final 4 minutes here and we can start teeing up what a semi-final that one is going to be, Richard. Manchester City against Luton Town.
I mean, when you look at that game, the individuals on the stage, there's a massive difference in experience at this level. But when it comes to the quality that the players are putting up, Luton will feel no danger whatsoever in that game. They'll see that as an opportunity to win that game.
Cause a massive upset.
You're looking at E-Champions League final tickets guaranteed into the biggest tournament. Green Time off the cross. But also, If Luton beat Man City, Luton are the favourites to win the tournament then.
Yeah, for sure. What a result. And barely any reaction out of Luton Town as well. They know there's still 2 more massive games to play, a semi-final and a grand final. They are in the top 4 in their first ever ePremier League. The first time Luton have been in the top flight for quite some time and in the Premier League. But more importantly, these 2 debuts in this competition, and they have not looked back. They topped the group, as we said, back in January, and they've not looked out of place here at Lamb for our finals as well. Redlac, I mean, they're great. They keep delivering.
Yeah. They are great.
Well, when they topped the group, like I said, it was sort of like a shock. No one really expected that, and they've really kicked on and shown their level in today's game.
Haven't crumbled under any nerves either, Rich.
They're rising to the challenge, game after game after game. Their biggest challenge coming up against Man City in the semi-finals. Will Luton continue to defy the odds? We'll wait and see.
Absolutely. Well, as we said, 2 teams have already played their quarter-finals and won them. Man City Luton is 1 confirmed semi-final. Still 2 quarter-finals to come up here from the ePremier League. But for now, it's back to Frankie.
The action just keeps on coming. After the break, Brighton take on Wolves in our 3rd quarter-final.
Welcome back to the show. If you've just joined us, shame on you, as you've already missed 2 fantastic quarter-finals which have seen Luton Town and Manchester City qualify for the semi-finals. Well, here are those results and confirmation that Brighton and Hove Albion will take on Wolves in our next quarter-final. They'll go through to the semi-finals, one of those, and they'll take on Liverpool against Manchester United. The winner from that one as we continue through here at the ePremier League. Well, Brighton won their group back in January with their players Marley and Jayden only losing 1 game between them, so the pair, they're quietly confident when they can go all the way and lift that trophy. Brighton at the top of its group. They cannot be caught now.
The group stages went really well. Yeah, we're really happy to have topped the group.
Yeah, really look forward to the knockout stages. Anything can happen. You know, you're only a few games away from winning the full thing, so it's a really good adrenaline rush.
We've been jumping in a call together, both with our coaches, and we've just been analysing our games and playing a lot of practice the past few weeks.
Take a bow!
The player lock is something that we've been working on a lot together.
Yeah, I remember being told a few years ago just to practice that specifically, so that's all I've done for a week or two, and now I'm really good at it.
It's really good to make it a 50-50 chance every time your opponent's trying to defend you. So many people spam it a lot and they all use it, and then when it comes to the actual tournament you don't see many people using it as much. But I think this weekend you're going to see it a lot more from a lot of teams.
If you can master that mechanic, putting yourself at such a good advantage.
I think if we're walking away with the trophy, we'll feel amazing. We'll probably be like Jack Grealish after he won the Champions League, for a few days after.
We are Scottish after all.
Well, what a matchup we've got right here, Richard Buckley. Let's talk about Brighton. Let's talk about those players. Quietly confident, I said. And I mean, their play so far in the tournament, it proves it.
Yeah, absolutely. They topped the group for a reason. We're going to break down just a couple of their moments throughout this. And I think the thing with Brighton during the EPL so far, they've not necessarily topped, other than the group, any particular stat. They've just been consistently brilliant. And one thing in particular is the player lock. They mentioned it when we talked to them in that little interview there, and it's just the different elements. You can see it right here. He play locks to the back post, Haaland gets up, and it's just a dominant header each and every single time. If you can master the player lock, which they seem to have done, it adds that extra dimension. You press both sticks in, and then you can flick the right stick to a different player. It creates a diversion, it creates a different element. And I know them and their coach, Adam Ryan, been working very, very hard on the play lock.
Looking at the stats just here, I mean, goals is what I always like to focus on because they win you games. 17 for Jayden, 11 for Marley right here, and that comes from everything you've talked about.
Yeah, and one thing that I really do like as well about this Brighton team, they're not only great friends off the pitch, they're proud Scots as well. They're sharing the load. It's not one player getting 4 wins, one player getting 4 draws. They're both doing their bit, and I think as a duo, they're really, really tough to beat over 2 legs.
Right, well, Richard Buckley, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to this one. I'm excited, and I think it's time to welcome out the players. Walking into the arena for Brighton, it's Jayden Groden and Marley. Woo! And for Wolves, please welcome Mitch Haywood and Kai Harris. Right, well, what a matchup we've got just here. Brighton taking on Wolves, a huge one in our third quarter final for the ePremier League. All of these 4 competitors going head-to-head, hoping that they can make their way through to the semi-final. A huge matchup, and I'm excited for this one. I'm going to throw it across Ryan Pessoa and Grav.
Thanks, Kyle, and I'm joined by Gravison. I'm excited for this one. 2 great teams, 4 great players. Gravison, maybe you agree with me on this. I think they're 4 players that sort of go under the radar in terms of their accomplishments. They're players that perform consistently well at many events, including the ePremier League, but they don't really get the credit they deserve.
Yeah, I was thinking just about that because you may think if you just put like all of FC players here in the Premier League in a tier maybe, and you think about maybe tier S+, and you think about Matias Bonanno, probably Tex, Tom as well. But then, yeah, players like Marley, like Kay, like Jayden, they go under the radar for a bit, but I mean, performance-wise, they're probably one of the best players in the Premier League at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Wolves in action yesterday. We didn't get to see Brighton because they secured their spot at this stage from the group stages beforehand. Wolves, they had some touchy moments. We saw Mitch Haywood.
I agree.
Yeah, almost giving a game away with a huge mistake defensively. But we haven't seen, of course, Jayden and Mark Marley. They've been waiting in the shadows, overlooking their potential opponents. And it's a big game, Wolves versus Brighton. I find this one, for me, is very, very hard to separate both of these teams.
Yeah, I do think coming up to the previous matches, we had the first group, like both of the teams that qualified to the semi-finals topped their group.
Yes.
But I do think in this case, Wolves could take it home.
I think Wolves, as I said, Kai and Mitch. Mitch is somebody you associate a lot of possession. I think Kai, going forward, he has a lot more flair. He scores a lot more goals. It'll be Mitch going first, though, against Jayden as the action kicks off. Of course, Brighton in their favoured home strip, kicking from left to right, with Jayden representing them. Mitch Haywood kicking from right to left, representing Wolves.
And yeah, first player luck. We should count them because it's going to be probably, I would say, maybe hundreds of them. Another one.
Yeah, I think it's very key what Jayden said in the video, how you can practice it, but doing it when it matters most is what a lot of players struggle to do. You can do it in practice, you can get the reps in, but it's just about applying it when it matters most. And I found that myself. Sometimes you practice, you learn a lot of the mechanics, but you're sort of scared to implement them when it matters most. But for the Brighton players, especially in the group stage, from what we saw, they just perfected it all.
Yeah, 100%, especially because they've implemented in the build-up. Not only they cross with the player lock, but then in the final third they use it as well, for trying to find the open space, trying to also find maybe an over-the-top through ball. But it's a weird thing to do in the last third, and it's working out well for them. So, I mean, they're probably the best players in the world using it at the moment, the player lock. Nice interception by Bruno Fernandes, which is kind of weird seeing Bruno Fernandes with the amount of midfielders we have at the moment. But those play styles, I mean, especially the long pass like this, it's just
perfect.
Perfect, yeah, pretty much. As we can see, Virgil deciding to pass the ball. Maybe, yeah, we're gonna see a lot of switching up.
Yeah, already 12 minutes in, we've seen Wolves very comfortable to switch the play a number of times. It seems to be a common theme on how they build up. Mitch Hayward pushing forward. Rodri in at right back, Gravison. If you were to play this competition, would he be your selection?
Probably. That's a poor touch by Gullit. Yeah, I think I'll probably pick him, because as a right back, I don't think there's a stronger one you could use. But I think we have someone in here who's probably and definitely a better player than me and can talk about which is the best right back at the moment. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, talking about best right backs, I think it's probably the position that is most up for grabs now. I'm seeing everyone using different kind of players. I went for Rodri, Fixie Vieira, and the Ogben, the Luton right back. Yeah. Just spoke to Tex after our game actually, and he said he's using Ogben because he can't lose a header. So maybe that's the best option. But I think it comes down to who you prefer. Rodri for me is really good on the ball, and I like my players to be, good passers, good dribblers, get me out of trouble. Comes down to personal preference.
Of course, we just saw you early on. You had a tough task to overcome a 5-0 deficit. Going into that second leg, your mindset, was it just to press straight away, or was it trying to play your own game? It's kind of hard to do because preparation sort of goes out the window at that point.
Yeah, you spend all night getting yourself ready for a game and preparing yourself, and then, you're thinking, what do I do if I'm 2-0 up? What do I do if I'm 2-0 down? Or you don't really think about what do I do if I'm 5-0 down? It's a little bit too much. But as I say, when Tech's in the mood like that, I think it's really hard to stop him, and I sympathise with Lyrics because it's not easy.
Last-ditch tackle there prevented a shot at goal from Wolves. Was there ever a point, though, Tom, in that game where you thought, maybe I should tell Lyrics, just keep the ball? Or was it just play your own game, just leave him to it?
At 3-0, we did say about slowing it down, maybe playing for a bit more aerial battles. He brought on Hoyland, trying to get some ball. Just said ball in the air, try and disrupt Tex's rhythm, because when he's in that rhythm, it's so hard to stop. But, he presses so well, and when you're already 3-0 down, not playing as well as you like.
Off the post. Could have been the breakthrough from Wolves. Simple play down the byline, across goal there. I thought it was going to lead to a breakthrough there from Mitch Hayward.
What are your opinions about this game, Tom? Especially this Jayden against Mitch. What do you reckon is happening style-wise? I'm not going to say a prediction, but style-wise.
Firstly, I really rate Jayden. I think he's one of the best players in Expo. See him attacking here down the right. Goes to that early cross.
Whipped in, headed down. I think that's just onside as well. Cole Palmer. And that's the breakthrough Jayden and Brighton needed. It's one goal for Brighton against Wolves. It came from the cross, the headed down from Erling Haaland, the dominance in the air. Just a 1-2 between Cole Palmer and Ruud Gullit, and Cole Palmer finds the back of the net. Tom, speak about crossing. You mentioned, mentioned how important it is just to have players to nullify Erling Haaland. But going forward, did you ever think about maybe catering your attack strictly just for crossing the ball?
Yeah, I have massively changed my play style recently. I'm someone that likes to keep it on the floor, try and play a lot of nice driven passes. I was obviously playing the 4-2-3-1. I had to kind of stop that because of Haaland. I'm actually moved Haaland to right forward in the end because my left back was the one overlapping and I needed that back post cross. I think I scored one against Newcastle yesterday actually, where I did the player lock to the back post. So effective. I think everyone's kind of had to adjust their gameplay. Certain positions get changed, certain play styles. I think definitely adds a different element to the game, and Haaland is just so hard to stop.
It is. We're seeing now how Brighton is able to build up well, but I think the press is what's on point at the moment, especially because Mitch is really good keeping the possession. But yeah, you talk about Jadon. What are your opinions about Mitch in this stage of the game?
Yeah, Mitch, someone that always plays really well at ePrem. I played with him for England.
Oh! That's a nice finish. As we were talking about Mitch, he decided to cross it as well and knock down. And I mean, that's the state of the game at the moment. The crosses are so OP, and the finish was there from Haaland.
Yeah, we spoke about player locks for Brighton, but it fell the way of Wolves and Mitch Hayward this time. A knockdown header, very effective in this game. It's something that you kind of have to do in FC24. We spoke yesterday about Lyrics and Dragon. They sort of have their own play styles. They sort of stick to the fundamentals, the ball on the ground gameplay. That sort of has to go out the window a little bit and just focus on keeping the ball in the air.
Yeah, I can tell you that doesn't come naturally to Mitch, the crossing. He's not someone that would do that normally. I've played with him for years. He's someone that likes to keep the ball, keep it on the floor, hold a lot of possession and really think about his chances. But I think that right there is how people have changed their gameplay. I mean, I spoke to all of the players, you know, even speaking to Tex, what he said about defenders, that he's not bothered about their stats anymore. It's all about, can you win the ball in the air? Simple as that. It's kind of like a height test or a jump test before you play the game. Yeah, that wouldn't come natural to Mitch, but I think when something is that good, you're going to have to use it.
Yep, and that's half-time between Wolves and Brighton. Jadon and Mitch Hayward, nothing to separate either of these players. When we're able to take a look at some of the other players in the Players' Lounge, you see players from yesterday and also players yet to feature today. Stingray and Dariosh.
Give us away.
Players that have also performed in the ePremier League in Ethan. Jack Sharp for Chelsea. A number of names in the ePremier League FC24 scene. Watching games, Tom, beforehand anyway, do you sort of tend to bed into what happened in previous events? Of course, Manchester City, you knew that you were going to play them coming into, if you made it to today. Did you watch their previous competition, or did you kind of not look at it just because of, obviously it's a new patch, the game's changed a little bit?
I didn't watch Matthias too much on the basis that the last gameplay I could watch was ePrem in Jan.
Yes,
That's been 2 months.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And it's hard for me to find any gameplay. I did watch him play friendly in the week, but I kind of don't like to look too much into it. I like to assert my style. Just basically, if there's anything I need to know, if there's anything he does that's, you know, out the ordinary, I'm like, tell me about it. But I already know how Matthias plays. He's going to slow the game down. He's going to be really methodical. The way he defends, he's not going to come out pressing me from the front.
Yeah.
So as long as I know that, I feel like I just needed to know. I watched his corners, to be fair, because I knew he was good from them.
Yeah.
I try not to have an information overload, because sometimes it then becomes, what does the opponent do? And you don't think about what you can do. You're so worried about, oh, he does this and he does that, and then he can do that, and you think, hold on, I can play the game as well.
Because of that, though, we'll speak about after this attack.
Oh, that was a nice player lock, and then a corner. Probably going to Haaland this moment. He decided to switch his.
I can tell you, the heart rate's going when the corner. The heart rate's going.
It's going up. So two. Yeah, not taking short, but yeah, he decides to cross it to Haaland. It wasn't precise enough, and now Brighton is building up the play. But yeah, what were you thinking in those crosses, especially in the corners? Were you thinking about first post, back post, penalty point?
For Matthias, I watched him, and he does a quick one to the near post. So I was told to make sure I bring the keeper out to the near post straight away, and then let him change his corner after that. So I managed to do that, actually. I mean, it was a bit of a small detail considering the score, but I was still on it and made sure that he went to the back post in the end. I managed to read it, but sometimes if they have a routine that is really, really good, I think it's very, very hard to defend them. You can stop them. I think Nixnev stopped me yesterday, but yeah, there's such a key thing. Reminds me of football. Like, we actually have routines now. You know, people are writing stuff in notepads. People are studying the game. I'll be honest. I spent an hour on Thursday just doing corners. Now, I'm someone that just likes to play the game. I don't like doing that stuff where I don't have to, but you have to bite the bullet sometimes. Just adapt at all costs. And yeah, I was sitting there, you know, doing set-piece training. I felt like I was a football club.
Yeah, you got to do what works. And I mean, corner works are a big thing at the moment. I remember back in the days when, for example, Nicolas was a huge player in the crossing system. But now you have to train it as well, because if not, it's a huge factor. It's been trained
to the back post. Wasn't able to find the head of Ruud Gullit. 60 minutes have been played. We're yet to see too much to separate either of these teams. Scoreline tells the main story. Pretty much just one chance between both of these two teams. So, of course, it's obviously easy for me to say now. probably yourself, would you have preferred to play second in that particular matchup against City?
No, I wanted to play first every game, and we already knew that. Me and Lyrics had already figured it out. I think last year I lost in the final 3-0. Like, I went into the final 3-0 down.
Okay.
So I said I never want to be playing second again. I want every game first. Yesterday I came in second against Newcastle, very nervy. And then when I played Nick's there, I just felt free. I could do what I want all night.
Great play. Quick, snappy passing. Jaden couldn't find the back of the net. Great goalkeeper movement there from Mitch to prevent a guaranteed goal. He still has the corner to defend.
This is the perfect example of how Brighton attacks. We could see prior to this the player lock into the strikers, and then it's a 3v2 situation between the strikers and the centre backs. So it's really, and just you can do both things. You can maybe attack with the speed boost, or you could look for another pass. He looked for another pass, but then the keeper movement was really good.
Yeah, I think the keeper movement is intelligent because he knows he's got bodies sort of blocking the shot across goal. So obviously the main thing there is just to move the keeper across. Oh, sorry, to the near post, I would say, because you know if the shot goes across goal, it's very likely it'll be blocked. However, moving it to the near post sort of prevents a goal.
This brings up one question, because Tom, you played against RSD that match.
You're gonna remind me about that.
Sorry about that. But what were you thinking, especially, like, let's just say, analyzing? Like, it's your 5th chance, it's stopped. What are you thinking, like, for the 6th one? What should I do to try to break it down and score a goal?
I think a lot of my animated reaction was frustration with myself, because I know how keeper movement is, and I think I got to a point where I couldn't think about what I was doing, I was just shooting. I always follow advice from Tex when he says this. Tex always tells me, just wait. He says, just have the composure. He's so good at it around the pitch, he always stands still. And he always says to me, when there's keeper movement, just wait. There will be a side that opens up if you're quick enough. Like, as soon as you see him move, then do it. And I think maybe it was just frustration myself, because it is good keeper movement, but I think you can, if you're composed enough in the box and you just wait that extra half second, you will score. But once you miss 2 or 3, I'll be honest, your brain just like brain fog.
Oh, great play from the corner. Diving header from Haaland. Great save there from Van der Sar. That's an intricate corner. It was played short, and they're going for it again. Jaden.
It's dangerous for these.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Sometimes I wish I was 5 years younger. The way these
taking it direct this time. It's whipped in. Couldn't find Erling Haaland after a touch there from Ruud, and Mitch Hayward can break forward. I think this sets us up perfectly. If of course the result remains the same, there's still 20 minutes left to go, but I'm sure Kai Harris and Mark Marley will be eagerly anticipating playing. Mark, of course, his first time playing today and throughout the knockout competition.
I'm a fan of this being tight. I think the first 2 games have had a bit of an advantage one way. I like it going into second leg. You know, I want to see some extra time with penalties. Now they're not falling my way. I want to see some late drama.
Beautiful switch of play. Rodri decides to pass it back to De Bruyne. Could be bullet passing to strikers. No. He decides to take it up the air to Haaland. Maybe a possible cross. No. He decides to
walk it out.
Wow, Haaland mistake. That is rare.
Pause cued. Speak to me, Tom, about, for people at home, they might wonder why players pause it so frequently.
Oh, you had the example in the Tex game. We started really well. Lyrics first 20 minutes all over it.
Pause came in straight away.
Smart. I knew he was going to do it. I could see. I knew it. We played with each other so many times in 2v2. As soon as we struggle, he says, pause again. Just wait. He doesn't even do anything. We just sit there for 60 seconds. He says, just let the momentum slow down a little bit. Think about why it's gone wrong. You don't need to think about it. He's happy to just wait. He will take his time within reason. Obviously, there's only a certain amount of pauses you can have. He knows what he's doing with that, and I think it did kind of take the stuffing out once he scored the first goal.
Because I think the first 20 minutes, Lyrics was on the ascendancy. I felt like he was in control. Tex was being forced into mistakes that you never really associate with Tex's gameplay. Just forced passing, rushing out the back, in offensive positions as well, not making the right choices. Lyrics forced him into that. But as you said, the pause sort of just changed the whole dynamics of everything.
Yeah, he's smart, Tex, you know, he's smart. You know, I could say he's experienced now. He's been playing maybe 6 years at the top level, and you do have to adapt and change and improvise certain things. I think you see it with his gameplay, he's probably a bit more mature instead of being, you know, I think we know him as the swashbuckling skills and the rainbow flicks, but as the game's adapting, everyone's improved. He's kept up with that as well, and he's, you know, with the play style he's having now being slightly different. It's just, what I'd call experience.
We're seeing this build-up in the play to Opin. Possible cross to Haaland. Passes it to Hullet, who decides to shot it. into the back of the net. Great goal by Jadon, especially in the minute we're in, 80 minute. Great cross into Haaland, who knocks it down to Hullet and decides to score. We can see what it means to Jadon. And now Brighton is leading up the game 2-1.
That's it. That's the FC24 meta. You have to keep the ball in the air at those moments. Play for the mismatch, and Erling Haaland with a free header to knock down to Hullet. It sort of pens into the defensive side. You speak about player locks offensively, but player locks defensively in that situation, you could use it to switch to another defender and try and cut the lane down. As this attack from Wolves, trying to respond as soon as possible. Play to the edge there. Ruud Hullet with a 5-star skill moves and nice tried to play a pass, and as Gravison said, great defense from Jadon. He could be in behind. I think Haaland's onside here. In on goal, bearing down against the goalkeeper. Keeper movement is enough to prevent Jadon from taking a 2-goal lead in this game.
I know you love this, Tom. What about a power shot with Haaland?
I always vote power shots, yeah, nice goals. I scored one yesterday with Hullet. Yeah. I think the power shot this year, the animation's quicker if you've got the Playstyle Plus.
Yeah,
and catches people off guard because you don't know whether they can cancel it. Some people are waiting for a cancel. You can just shoot. And it's what I did yesterday.
Extremely underrated.
It works well, yeah. And when you talk about them player lock in defence, I spent a whole game before I started them in warm-ups just practicing that. So Lyrics was sending the ball long, and I had to player lock every time. There is so many mechanics in here.
He's onside. In behind here, an awful offside trap. Keeper saves it, but it falls to the feet of Thierry Henry and Jadon. Last kick of the game goes 3-1 up. Gravison, that offside trap is just so costly.
Yeah, I mean, offside trapping for me, it's one of the most important things at the moment in FC24. That offside trap was a little bit too late, and it can cost a goal. I mean, what a goal, because the 3-1 coming up to the second leg, it's big.
Huge.
It is
3-1 and 2-1 is genuine. I know it's one goal, obviously, it's an extra goal, but it's just the mindset going into it, Tom. You're now down by 2 goals now if you're Kai Harris, but he's somebody that can retrieve it. He scores a lot of goals and he's great going forward.
Yeah, it's funny how the psychology works, because if he was 3-0 down and Mitch has scored to make it 3-1, suddenly you're going, oh, we've got a chance, and now it feels like a sucker. But the way it is, I think, 2 goals okay. I think Kai will keep how he's playing, because if it was me, I'd think get 1 before half-time.
Yeah, and this was the goals from Brighton. A familiar theme, knocked down, and a nice quick snappy pass in between the 2 players to get the back of the net. Yeah. And then Wolves responded relatively quickly just before half-time. Erling Haaland on the volley.
And now he decided to go for the cross again. He knocked it out on Hullet. Nice. But what wasn't nice was this offside trap from Wolves, but he decided to... It was a red time, but even though the keeper is out of position, it doesn't really matter. So 3-1 coming up to the second leg, which is a really good result, because Marley has been a player over the years who's really good keeping the possession.
Yeah,
I don't know if you agree, Tom.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, I played Marley in the EPL final in 20. Yep. And I had to press a lot to get that ball back. I had to work really hard, and he will be comfortable with a 2-goal lead. I think it is a tough lead to have, because you don't know whether you attack or you wait, but I wouldn't want to play Marley with being 2 goals behind.
Yeah, and I do think we talked with Adam Ryan, and Richard talked about it as well in the analyst screen. It's crazy how, because Jadon likes to play this kind of offensive games with player locks and, let's just say, aggressively. But Marley has kind of swifted over the couple of last years maybe, from playing more of a possession kind of gameplay, now to also implementing those mechanical skills.
Yeah. I think who you practice with changes the way you play quite a lot. You know, you will mirror the people you play with a lot.
Do you think having a teammate, for example, you played with Tex among the years, across the years as well, especially even with the E-Lions this year, do you think practicing with players like that sort of improves your gameplay as well?
Yeah, Tex basically gave me a career. Just copied him. I copied him. I copied him for 3 years and then started doing it myself. But honestly, I remember in 19, we were in a what you call a boot camp, where you're just practicing together. We stayed in an office together for about a week, and I learned more than I learned in about 3 years elsewhere. I think you just pick up these things when you're playing against someone without realising. Your brain is just picking up on it, and I think same for Marley with Jadon. They've been teammates quite a lot of the time, but they do start picking up certain things from each other. I think Tex and Matthias, you'd probably see a little bit more similar than these days compared to what they used to play.
I think Tex sort of plays more similarly to Matthias now. In the sense that's less skill moves, it's more regimented, it's structured, the way he builds up, defends, and sort of Jadon and Mark Marley, for me, are 2 different ends of the spectrum in how they play. I think Jadon goes forward a lot. Mark Marley, every time I play him, he's very composed, as you mentioned. Possession, he's happy to keep it.
But it's also good to implement other styles in your gameplay for sure, because I mean, Tom, your press has always been amazing, but now you can also player lock as well, and you can cross as well, which is something probably a couple of years ago you wouldn't have done. I do think,
throw, yeah.
Yeah.
Keeper comes out here very far, manages to get a touch on it. Mikai again trying to find space. A power shot blocked from Marley on the edge of the box. He's still attacking. He's onside. Quick, snappy passing. Couldn't find the space in the box there, but that's more like it from Kai. He's going to need to try and bring this game back in touching distance, because, as you mentioned, the 2-1 would have been a completely different complexion coming into this game. As Marley goes forward.
Rodri says to twist and turn for a bit, passes back to Hulit, maybe a chance for another pass inside the box. Player locking. A step over as well, but he decides to keep it simple. And yeah, he's not in a... Whoa, that's a nice player lock. Whoa, what a save. But then, as we just said, Marley, a player who maybe isn't as mechanically gifted as his teammate, but then again, that player lock is quick and effective.
Yeah, very similar to Jaden, right? We've seen him attack like that. I think Kai's very good mechanically as well. You see that throughout the game, the use of the player lock, I think, is necessary for everyone now.
Could be a chance here. Playing it to the edge for Marley, going to just recycle possession. Cole Palmer on the left here. Doesn't have too much to support, but he found space. Oh. Great player lock cancellations there. Twisting and turning with Erling Haaland. He's not really a player you would like to have in that situation.
But then he recycles again, because he's not in a hurry. He's leading by 2 goals. He knows Kay has to press in a way, so he's happy to keep the possession. As we just said, he is really good at keeping the possession. Maybe a possible cross.
Great controlled sprint. Runs out of play that time from Mark Marley.
And for example, Tom, you were playing, as you said, back in 2020 against Marley, and it was a position in which you had to press. What is it you do mechanically? You second man press a lot?
Yes, I mean, it all just happens naturally, I think. I've always been someone that just always believed in pressing. I hate sitting back and waiting for the ball, just because I struggle to do it. Like, I feel like I need to win the ball high. I think in my head, as it's happening, I'm focused on where I'm second man pressing, but also the person you're second man pressing with, you need to switch to quickly.
Yeah.
Because if you only second man press, they can just walk around you. Yep. You need to be at them with every time they have the ball, just running at them. I think it's also not being scared to make a mistake or two. Like, with strikers, go and get them. Okay, if you don't win it at that time, the next one goes, the next one goes. But you also have to know when to stop, because you can't just keep stepping the whole way.
A bit of a mistake there from Marley. We speak about mentality a lot in competing, Tom.
Oh, nice press.
Lyrics didn't have the greatest of group stages. However, you did. Lyrics' performances yesterday, did that give you a huge boost of confidence? Not just for himself as well, but for you going into your games. Maybe you feel comfortable in the sense that he's playing his top level, so he can do a job.
Yeah, I knew it from maybe like Tuesday. I could sort of, watching Lyrics' gameplay, I thought, hold on, this has been a massive improvement here from when we last played, and I feel like I wasn't playing that well, so I knew I had to step my game up. Yeah. Coming into it, obviously watching Lyrics play Painter at Newcastle first game, definitely gives you confidence. I think, see here, Palmer.
Yeah.
Keeper movement preventing the cross here. Because Marley's just patient. Just trying to find the spaces, forcing into a mistake, step over, speed boost.
And again, he green timed it, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, I mean, the step overs have been really good at the moment. And I do think he's passing the ball, he's keeping the possession, but when he has to attack on that last third, he's doing it.
I think with the teammate thing, it's why Tex and Matthias are the clear favourites, because you have the confidence level. Matthias didn't actually play a game yet.
Yeah.
Before he comes in, he's 5-0 up. He hasn't actually played in the knockouts, and he's already 5-0 up. There is no bigger confidence boost you'll have.
Not really a great chance with that player lock, because there were many defenders inside the box, and he couldn't pass the ball to Haaland as he could have enjoyed. But yeah, I mean, Marley has been comfortable.
Yeah, it's sort of been a perfect half without the goal scored from Mark Marley. It would have was gone so far the way he would have liked. He's kept a lot of possession, he's created a lot of chances, he's nullified Kai to barely any opportunity to score. He could have this last attack here, play down into Ruud Gullit. Edge of the box, finesse shot, green time, was blocked there.
No chance, player lock. Wow, that player lock has been amazing and effective, both things. And the first half ends 0-0. Again, as we remind you, people at home, Jayden did win the first leg 3-1. So at the moment, Brighton is leading up the game by 2 goals. So now, for example, Tom, let's just say you are in this position, you're losing by 2 goals. Are you making any tactical changes?
Probably not until minute 55 when I pause it. I'd say give it 5 minutes. Don't, because the problem is for Kai, if you concede, it's probably over.
Yeah.
So you have to be very, very careful. I think minute 55 make some changes, probably press off possession loss, and then maybe 70 is when I'd say kitchen sink time, everything goes.
Yeah, so just relating back to your game, your approach. Obviously, you're down by 5. What happened then? In your head, did you think, if I can get 1 by 15, maybe 2 by half-time, or was it just, it's basically over?
I never think it's over, because there's no point in playing, but I was kind of like, I need him in the first 20 minutes to get something. Then I changed the way I played because I know Matthias struggles against a certain player, like the way Nixon plays, the way Goal Poacher plays.
Yeah, we see Stingray preparing for his game, relaxing, listening to music.
What is he listening to? What is he listening to?
Many Men. Yeah, he likes. Yeah,
that revs him up, gets him ready for the game. He's got a big game against Dragon representing Manchester United. We'll see that just after this game as well. That's another game in the quarterfinals of the ePremier League. Look at that Dragon yesterday, Tom.
Wow.
Unbelievable performances.
It's a good over-the-top through ball to Cole Palmer, who decides to control. But yeah, Rodri again, best right back in the Premier League.
Great ball as well.
Yes, I like Rodri a lot.
That's a nice defense, yeah. I mean, Marley it's a really tough match for Kai Harris at the moment because he's not one of those players who could maybe, I don't know, score like 2 goals in 5 minutes. Like, he's really, really consistent, and he has played pretty much the whole tournament perfectly in a way, because of his group stages, standings, and then also in knockouts. But it is really a tough match to play against at the moment against Marley.
Yeah, they would have had experience playing against each other as well. Do you find that hard, Tom? Do you find it more difficult playing against players you've already played? You technically would know a lot of their tendencies, but or do you find it harder to play against the unknown quantities? Let's say Luton, for example. Hold on a second. Power shot! Into the top corner. Kai Harris, that's the goal he needed.
Ignoring the header, that's my kind of goal.
Yeah,
I love the power
that's
shots.
what you were speaking about. Look at the replay here. Brought down by Hullet. Green timed as well. Arrowed into the top corner. No keeper stopping that.
Have we spoken about Hullet on broadcast and how good he is?
No,
up front,
I don't think enough.
Go for it.
Yeah, everyone's using him as striker. It was a late call. He obviously only came out maybe a week ago.
Yeah, last week.
And didn't know where to play him. I was like, right, we've got this unbelievable item. Yeah, Hullet is the best. And it turns out he's a striker. Everyone is using him up front. You've seen so many goals from him. I know it's been the Haaland show up there, but
Hullet does everything. It's the play style pluses of both the finesse and the power shot that come in handy as well. And obviously, Hullet, a conventional. Well, we use him conventionally in midfield, but up front, having that 5-star skill move and weak foot combination helps a lot going forward.
Yeah, especially with the play styles. I mean, it's both the finesse shot and power shot.
Yeah.
So those are the play styles for a striker, pretty much.
Yeah.
Top 3 play styles, Tom.
I put him in the spot, Ryan. For what? Like offensively, finesse is a must.
Yeah.
I am biased to power shot because I use it all the time. And we see here.
Keeper's got to catch it. Manages to get a punch, actually. Gets it out there for Marley. He can try his best to keep possession.
He has done it right, maybe. Yeah, that's a big mistake.
It's nervy now, aren't you?
Yeah.
You haven't scored in 60 minutes and you're trying to see the game out. I wouldn't want to be Mark right now.
But in this position, Tom, from experience, do you sort of shut shop and just go with it completely defensively, or do you still sort of play your game but just a little bit more reserved?
My mentality is to score at this point because I think if you just hold for 30 minutes, you're inviting pressure.
Yeah.
With the way, there's one thing defending. Say if Kai's 30 yards out, he can just cross it.
Yeah.
So it's like you can do all that defensive work and then the ball goes in the box and suddenly it's like, oh, it could be one chance. So I think Mark will be getting told right now, you need to try and break out and score.
Yeah, so would that lead to maybe potential substitutions? Would there be a change of tactic, or just keep the tactic and just play your game?
I think you need defensive subs anyway. You need fresh legs from Mark. I would bring attacking subs on as well. I feel like this game needs to be played at a tempo. If you completely slow it down, you just put yourself on the back foot. Like all the best players know. I think you see so many high-scoring games all across all the tournaments I've watched, all the leagues I've watched, every game I've seen. the top players are winning like 7-5. It's not a case of, oh, I win 1-0. It's not a game suited to that. So I think Mark's in an awkward situation. I mean, obviously he'd rather be winning, but I think he's got to go for it. He's got to get a goal.
Yeah, especially because of styles. I mean, Mark has been managing to keep the possession and trying to play in a kind of a low rhythm for, let's say, 4 or 5 years now. But then this game comes out and you have to attack in a way. So it really is, for me, difficult as a player when you're playing here in the biggest stage and then you're coming to this situation in which, I mean, you are against the ropes. You are leading the game, but you know it could change in a moment. So for you to change your style and attack, for me, it's the hardest thing a player can do.
Yeah, and he's had a long pause there. Words of wisdom from his teammate, Mitch Hayward, for Wolves behind Kai. Do you find having a coach is very important at this stage? Because you had Shuri yesterday.
Yeah.
Today.
That's why we lost. Shuri wasn't there.
But the influence of just having somebody just behind you, not necessarily, they don't have to give gameplay tips, but just somebody. You tell me, actually, how did he impact you?
If you heard mine and Shuri's conversations, you probably wouldn't believe it, because we don't really talk about the game too much, because I'm a believer that you do all your practice before, and I like being the one to tell my coach what I think is right and wrong, and then they just kind of feed into it. So I don't like an information overload, because then you start doubting yourself sometimes. You think, oh, I don't know how to do that, and someone else does.
So you'd prefer not to be micromanaged, just sort of let the game go? And
yeah, everyone has a different style. I don't think there's a right way, but I just like having a good atmosphere. I just think when playing a big tournament like this, there's loads of pressure on it, there's money on the line, there's prestige, you want to win.
Here it is again, Brighton building up here. Goal would do them the world of good. Played into Ruud Gullit, couldn't turn in the box, and Wolves can push forward.
I think that was a mistake, the pass to Gullit. He didn't need to rush the situation like that, but probably the constant press is going to be on in a second, maybe a possible cross. He moves the keeper, he skips running.
Oh, the play lock was great there from Marley. The keeper movement, or the keeper just about got there from the initial keeper movement, running back onto his goal line.
And the press is on. I do think now Kay has all the time in the world to build up for, let's just say, 2 and 3 minutes. But when he gets to the final third, he has to attack.
Here he is going forward. Is that going to be onside? It is, just about. It's great movement and skill moves.
Henry manages to keep the ball. He passes it to Rodri. Back and forth between Rodri and Rice. Oh, that's a nice defense. But yeah, 10 minutes to play. Let's see what happens with this player locks.
Yeah, Kai Harris couldn't find the space. The last 10 minutes of the game now. Surely now Tommy would result to just maybe slowing it down completely, keeping the ball.
Yeah, at this point, maybe the second goal, because really you can limit him to no more than 2 attacks here.
Yeah.
If he plays his cards right, 2 attacks, I think Kai's, all logic's out the window for Kai. You just chase the ball now, everything goes.
So it'll be perfect for Kai if the ball goes out, but he's managed to, that pause has been queued for a while now. As Marley keeps the ball in the corner well there. Good dribbling with Cole Palmer.
The dribbling, yeah.
That's the Mark Marley special.
Yeah, it is.
On the line, it's so hard to get the ball off him.
It's just a controlled sprint, and it's very easy to do at home as well. He's literally just holding the R1 or right bumper.
Oh, he manages to take the ball back, and this is probably one of the last kicks of the game. He decides to build up from the back with the right back, Rodri.
Oh, he needs it. This is the pause. This is where everything has to be thrown at this game for Kai and Wolves to get back into the game. Jaden can't even look.
Yeah, it's, as a teammate, the one watching, not great at all.
Look at him.
Jaden, I sympathise with you. I sympathise with all. It's a high-pressure situation.
Yeah, this is huge for those at home. This is a spot potentially in the semi-finals. It's a huge, huge game. The winner of this will play the winner of Liverpool and Manchester United later on today. Of course, just a win here secures your extra prize money. You get a spot in the semi-finals where if you win that game, Tom, it's a spot in the E-Champions League later on in this season. Of course, it puts you in the final of the ePremier League.
Yeah, that semi-final is going to be big. I hope to see a lot of limbs in the arena. Can I be biased on broadcast?
Yeah, for sure. Go for it.
I'd love to see a goal now. I'd love to see a late goal. To be fair, I've been practicing against Kai for months, and I'm hoping that he can do this, because he's a good lad, and he's very good at the game as well. And to be fair, I just want to see some big celebrations.
Yeah, we're with you. We can see Kai at the moment. It's pretty cool and calm in a way, which is a really thing But a good thing to be, especially approaching these last minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Here we go, last 3 minutes, and it's a ball over the top. He's gonna just about keep it in, but it falls the way of Brighton, and it's 2 minutes plus added time left to be played. Fantastic dribbling from Mark Marley as he pushes towards the final third. Oh, fantastic dribbling. Just keeping possession. That's the aim here. He doesn't need to score another goal. He doesn't need to give away possession needlessly. He's keeping it in the corner. Game management.
And again, one last minute, one last chance.
Forward.
He has to go forward.
1 minute of added time for Wolves to try and find a goal. He has to go forward here. The player lock into Haaland. Played wide here. Heung-min Son in possession. Oh. Couldn't find a way through. It's a mistake. Son wins it again. Played outside the box. And the celebration comes from the coach there. Brighton not even celebrating. This is a huge win for them to advance into the semi-finals. And commiseration to Wolves. Kai Harris and Mitch Hayward they don't do enough to progress into the next round. Again, I hate to mention it, but that goal in the first leg, the last minute.
Yeah.
I know it's easy to say it, but just those mistakes can prove to be very costly in the ePremier League.
It's always about the small details, but you cannot play a perfect FC match. Like, you always have to afford those mistakes. The thing is, if your opponent capitalizes on them, then it's really a really tough thing here. But yeah, Jadon and Marley progresses to the semi-finals, both the Brighton team. And yeah, I think it was a pretty strong performances by both of them with their styles. I mean, Jadon with the attacking and mechanical FC, but then Marley managing to keep the ball for a bit.
Yeah, Marley must feel strange. He's just lost.
Yeah.
And he's also won the game because he's managed the game pretty well, even though he's lost 1-0 at the end. He kept the ball really well last 15 minutes. So he's probably not happy because that's the only time he's played and he's lost. But it's about doing a job.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't care how you do it, you've won.
Exactly, and Brighton have their spot now into the semi-finals. Consistent performers. We always see Mark Marley in the later stages of the competition, but we also always see Mitch Hayward. Doesn't manage to get the job done today.
Yeah.
He's eliminated in the top 8. But yeah, some strong competitors, and as I mentioned, the semi-final will be between Brighton and the winner of Liverpool and Manchester United, which will be taking place shortly. Summarise that game, Tom, the second leg.
KG is the word, yeah. You can tell people are starting to think about the final. It's knockout day. You can see, you know, I think if that was a group game, you wouldn't see it play out like that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tom, for joining us, especially after losing a game as hard as the quarterfinals. But no, being professional to be here. Thank you so much for being here and joining us. And we're throwing it back to Kyle. Thank you, guys.
Cheers, Grav, Tom and Ryan as well. What a matchup that was. We now know 3 of our 4 semi-finalists, and after the break, we'll find out if it will be either Liverpool or Manchester United that complete our semi-final lineup. I promise you, you don't want to miss it.
Welcome back. You are watching the ePremier League Finals 2024, and what a result for Brighton and Hove Albion as they become the third of our semi-finalists, beating Wolverhampton Wanderers in what felt like a bit of a stalemate head-to-head, really. Both of those matches were kind of a case of both players playing with such patience and almost a little bit of hesitancy. However, Brighton did come out on top, but who will they be facing next? We have one more quarter-final to play, and it's going to be Liverpool versus Manchester United. And to talk about these teams, I have the wonderful Ryan Pessoa. He is our resident ex-pro. I hate saying ex-pro, Ryan, because you're a professional now.
Makes me feel old as well.
Oh, we have this conversation all the time. No one is allowed in this broadcast talent team to say they feel old in front of me. Thank you very much. Ryan, I want to talk to you first of all about Stingray, because if we look back to January, he topped the group. He was king of the Travellas.
Yep, exactly. The key mention there, the Travellas. However, there's been a patch. They're not as effective as they once were, but you'll be able to see the clips here. Stingray scored a lot of goals from them. The ball roll into the Travella. The green timing, though, which is a key component to his attacks. He's very efficient and effective in front of goal, but he's not afraid to take shots with obscure players. You saw there Kyle Walker, a Travella from 25 yards out. And, of course, a whipped ball in there in front of goal, perfectly timed against Spurs, who we saw earlier on today. But Stingray and his teammate Dariosh, they've been the team that had to wait the longest in terms of the 4 quarter-finalists that were already put into this stage. So they've had to watch the tournament unfold. They've watched potential competitors, and they'll be eager to go.
So very quickly, what's going to replace the Walker Travellas? Is it going to be like KDB finesse?
I'm gonna say finesse shots. I would say finesse shots are obviously a key component. They've got the play style pluses as well. Another player who we'll be playing against, the first game, Stingray up against Dragon. We saw him yesterday. He was superb. He was unbelievable going forward. He scored, correct me if I'm wrong, 11 goals in the first 2 games he played, the highest scorer across the 2 games, and he was just relentless. And not even in his games then, he had to come back from 3 goals down against Aston Villa, and he done it in incredible fashion. You can see some of the goals there, the skill move cancellations, the passing, threading of the needle passes to players that maybe some players wouldn't have even opted to go for. And that was the goal to put him 4-3 up. And the goals just kept on coming. He ended up scoring 6 goals in this game. Intricate playing, intricate passes, and he wasn't afraid to celebrate as well.
I remember him telling Casey in the pre-match interview, I'm going to play a little bit more defensively. I'm going to balance out my game. We've known him in the past as this free-flowing attacking player. And to be honest, I felt like that's what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, we did. In fairness, though, his defence has improved a lot. I remember Dragon from years gone by. It's always been a weak point. But yesterday, he didn't concede that many goals. So that'll give him a lot of confidence.
Quick prediction.
Oh, no.
I said quick.
I'm not doing it. No prediction today.
Well, because I did say quick, I'm going to get that from you in just a moment, because right now we just don't have time. We've got to kick off our final quarter-final. It's going to be a banger. It's Manchester United versus Liverpool. From Liverpool, it's Stingray and Dariosh. And for Manchester United, it's Dragon and David Murray. It's going to be so exciting to see these 2 teams. Ryan Pessoa would not give me a prediction before our players walked out, and to be honest, I think I know the reason why. I think he cannot call this, because judging by the way that Dragon played yesterday, everyone is going to be his prisoner on that stage. The mental game is going to be particularly interesting in our first matchup between Dragon and Stingray, because these players know each other very well. You might even consider them rivals. What would you say, Richard, Buckley and Gravison?
I would say we've got 2 of the biggest and best teams to ever grace the footballing pitch, and 2 huge football clubs. Liverpool versus Manchester United. An ePremier League winner in Liverpool 2019. And do you know who they beat in that final? Kyle Lees of Manchester United. One of them potentially could be going all the way here this evening. It's going to be Liverpool. And Stingray stepping up to the mark first, taking on Dragon of Manchester United. The man who was retired and unretired more times than I have had hot dinners myself. He's back on the main stage once again to prove why he is one of the best to ever do it.
What an intro, man. Congrats to you. I'm clapping to that intro, but yeah. Ryan didn't want to give a prediction, but...
You will.
I will. I think Liverpool takes this game convincingly.
It all comes down to the first game for me. If Dragon can get something out of Stingray, if he can get a draw or even a win, I think it's going to be fireworks. I really do. You're going into that second game, you're going with Dariosh versus David Murray. That's a real unknown. You just don't know what to expect from that game. In this particular match, the scoreline could be anywhere from 2-2 to 6-0.
Let's remind people at home that these teams competed against each other in the group stage, with Liverpool winning the PlayStation match 3-1, so Dariosh bet David Murray 3-1, but then the Stingray against Dragon, the match we are watching on Xbox, was a draw.
Here is Dragon getting underway. He's putting in that stripy kit from right to left, and all in red, as you would expect for Liverpool from left to right.
Oh. Flair nutmeg.
Thierry Henry looking towards the back post, so Haaland heads it down. Ruud Gullit asking questions of Alisson early doors. Henry takes over. Beautiful play inside the box from Stingray. He's come out with one thing on his mind, and that's to give Dariosh of Liverpool a good lead going into the second leg.
I do agree with Ryan Pesaro, because he mentioned how probably he did use a lot of tribelas in the group stage, but I do think he's going to go for the finesses, especially with Henry, with
Son.
That's it, the tribela, I called it, the finesse, sorry, I called it, but yeah, especially because of the finesse shot. I mean, if you look at those strikers and midfielders, I think 3 of them has the finesse shot plus, so...
Well, Stingray also, I mean, when you look at his individual career,
yep,
some really good achievements.
Yep.
2v2 grand final. We saw him last season in some of the biggest tournaments in FC. There's Mo Salah on the finesse! The Dragon is roaring in the quarterfinals.
What an amazing finesse. I wasn't expecting a Mo Salah finesse, but then
so
again,
far out.
The space and the angle was right. And Dragon, I think we both agree on this, he's an unorthodox player in the FC24, because we could expect more player locks, more skills, but he knows the fundamentals and he keeps using them right.
And he also plays so differently compared to most, because he's got that unpredictability in his game. It was down the middle of the pitch, that finesse shot. Ruud Gullit, directional nutmeg into Henry.
Take a bow, come on. Que golazo, what a goal. I mean, take us into it, Richie, because again, the Hocus Pocus, come on.
He's tried it twice already. He tried it twice. The first time he got tackled, that time.
Just a brilliant goal.
Oh.
And this is pretty much what we're going to see.
That's what we thought.
Yeah, and this is what we're going to see throughout this whole first leg. We're going to see Dragon using the fundamentals in the right way, but then Stingray, mechanically, one of the best players in the world. That Hocus Pocus was just incredible.
And you just saw a nod of appreciation as well from Dragon. Carlos Tevez getting the starting shirt, leading the line alongside Erling Haaland for Manchester United. That switch of play
wasn't strong enough. But yeah, I mean, we know Dragon likes to use some interesting choices. Unconventional. And Mo Salah, it's probably one of the first times we've seen him in the starting 11. And Carlos Tevez, the same. But it's working out well for him.
1-1, 26 minutes on the clock here. You're watching the ePremier League 2023-24 Grand Finals. We're at the quarter finals stages, top 8. We'll soon go down to a final 4. Erling Haaland bundling past his man, cuts back. It was green timed, but Alisson dove across his line to keep it at a level game. Stingray continuing his pressure.
Possible cross.
Floated into the back post. Son's up, wins the header, but Schweinsteiger in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, a really poor touch by Haaland in that cross, and this is dangerous.
And the back post could be on. What a pass! What a pass! I don't think he meant it.
I don't think he meant it as well, but anyways, it's a goal, so that's what matters. Yeah, that was a great pass. I think he meant it for the
player at the front.
Yeah, I do think.
All the way through.
I think it's because of the power bar, probably. I mean, it was a full power bar. It is a great over-the-top ball.
From the kickoff.
Nice defense by Company, in my opinion.
Can't take a breath.
No, can't. I mean, it's a Stingray game, for sure. We cannot take a breath. Possible cross to Haaland as well. He decides to go for it? No. I think it was a good idea, poorly executed.
Just see Dragon just getting a little bit of the ball here, knocking it around the back, trying to, I don't want to say settle, but just...
Whoa. Haaland? No. That's a typical pass you could have expected in 2019, 2020, you know, the triangle. But I do think now you should use the driven pass in those situations. But that's the thing about Dragon. He plays in...
he plays his way.
Yeah, in his way.
Tevez into Haaland. Mo Salah, twisting, turning, it's found its way into the back of the net. What a game! It's what we built to.
We can see how he decided to pass to Haaland. This, I gotta tell you, the ball was really nice, and Stingray was complaining a little bit because he moved the keeper to the right post, but sometimes when a shot is that clear, it just goes in. So we understand.
Salah, 2 goals.
Dragon.
Yeah. And he's potentially trying to turn a sister here as Haaland was going in behind. He saw the space, but the pass just couldn't quite find its way through.
And if we remind people at home, the game they played in the group stage, 2-2. But now they've managed to do it in 45 minutes. Stingray seems to be uncomfortable, probably, about a few things inside the game.
Well, it's been 4 goals. It's been end-to-end FC, all tie long so far. Stingray getting some words of wisdom from Diogo, who sat behind them. These are the goals that you might have missed if you are just joining us. Mo Salah opened the scoring for Manchester United. Yes, you're seeing that right. Against Liverpool. Ruud Gullit into Thierry Henry, the hocus pocus, and then a lovely finish into the back of the net. What we're saying on this one, Son was the player intended. It's gone all the way through to Haaland, and the final goal of the half, 5 minutes before, the ref blew up. Van der Sar not enough on it. And we are back underway. The game is kicked off for the second half. You've not missed a thing.
Liverpool against Man United. Definitely a game to watch here in the ePremier League. That's poor touch by Thierry Henry. But still, he has the chance to recycle it.
Schweinsteiger into Ruud Gullit. His pass a little bit weak.
It should have been a driven pass as well. But I get it. Like, I know Dragon. Like in previous titles, you didn't need to use the air one as much as you use it now. So it's tough for him, I'm sure.
Play lock into Son.
Nice.
It does well just to get back and win the ball. However, Ogbene, who's the original pass maker, has won it back for Liverpool. Henry, he's got a bag of tricks. So has this man, Heung-min Son. 3-2. Took Stingray about 7 minutes into the second half.
And this is the difference of game time we've been talking about. We know Dragon likes to keep it to short passes, but Stingray, as soon as he got inside the box, it was a step over,
aggressive
into a split push, and a really good time shot into the back of the net. But the thing is, as you mentioned it, aggressiveness.
Wasting no time to get back underway. It was Carlos Tevez leading the attack. Stingray defended well, and a
nice
chance
player lock
for Stingray. Son could be away from the middle. He's got to mark that, does Dragon. He's also got to mark the man on the ball. There is Son over
Brilliant goal. Brilliant goal. I mean, the build-up has been amazing. Perfect. Driven passes to Saka. And I mean, I did not see that pass from Son to really happening. And we can see what it means for Stingray, because a 2-goal lead,
it's huge.
It's a big lead in the quarterfinal.
Well, it was successful the last time out he played in the a domestic league on FC. Went over to France last year, did Stingray, and picked up that trophy. He wants to come back home because he said he's got unfinished business here in the ePremier League. Wants to go all the way with Liverpool. Book his place into the FC Pro World Championships and the E-Champions League.
Good build-up as well.
Thierry Henry sliding through Ruud Gullit. Could be 5. Oh,
I don't think he meant that. But again,
gonna get another chance. Alisson with a great save. Haaland cuts it back, just offside, I think, in there.
oh, that was really,
chance wasted.
that was a big chance. I think he meant to do the heel to ball roll, but it was a mistake mechanically.
Chipped it.
Yeah, he chipped it.
Ruud Gullit coming forward for Manchester United. You're looking for that extra pass maybe into the box. Mohamed Salah twisting, turning. Haaland.
Nice
Van Dijk steps out and wins the ball back. And it's pretty route one, to be honest, from Stingray on that occasion. Pause cued in the top corner. If you're wondering at home, well, when I pause a game, when I'm playing kick-off, it just goes straight into the pause. Here on the competitive version of the game, the ball has to go out of play for that pause to be initiated. So he could be waiting 4, 5, 6 in-game minutes. And there is a bit of a meta game to that. If you're Stingray right now, you know he wants to make changes. Keep that ball in play.
Definitely, because you're not in a hurry. And we know the stamina of some of the Man United players might be a little bit low at the moment. So I do think he has to try to keep the ball as he's doing at the moment. Possible cross to Haaland. It's a nice header, green time, but it goes out. And Stingray now has given Dragon the chance to make some tactical changes, maybe some substitutions as well. And maybe Carlitos Tevez is off the pitch.
It gives us a chance to sort of dissect what we've been seeing, because we said it's been frantic, it's been a very fast-paced game. What have you made so far? 73 minutes you've watched. Is it going the way that you expected?
Probably. As I mentioned, I think Liverpool were the favourites, and I think they were gonna win the whole thing. But the whole thing as in this round. But in a way, Dragon's playing really well. So I do think if he scores a goal, it's a 4-3 result. And it's a...
You take that if you're Man United.
It's a decent one. Yeah, it's a decent one coming to the second leg. Rodri passes the ball. Nah, that's a big mistake.
Schweinsteiger's bailed him out.
What a tackle.
Garnacho!
Oh, come on. I love Dragon, man.
Heung-min Son into Paul Futre.
This is what we thought it was going to happen, and it happened. So thank you, Dragon, for giving us different players to be commentating.
Garnacho for Manchester United.
This is a good build-up.
Son, he's got the pace to get away from Van Dijk. Expect him to recycle, maybe play to the edge of the box. Woo! And there it is, Bruno Fernandes. Try and scoop it into the path of Erling Haaland. He is a magical player.
Nice dribbling.
But he can't quite perform miracles with that ball. Garnacho, a couple of step overs. Oh!
I thought I was going in.
What just happened?
What just happened? But yeah, he manages to keep the ball with Ogben at the moment.
And in the same phase of play, Liverpool come down the other end, potentially looking to get a fifth and seal this game off. Heung-min Son waiting for the support. It comes in there, form of Gullit and Henry. Here is Gullit.
Again, wrong skill again. But yeah, Paulo Futre, that's a nice pass, and he might be through. No.
Kompany's strong.
Vincent Kompany, probably the second best centre-back in the ePremier League at the moment. So now Stingray has one more chance. Do you think he'll take the last kick of the game?
I think the way that this game's going, you've just got to go. You attack every single time you go forward with the intent of scoring a goal. Saka, what's he got in the locker? Ball scooped in, taking the space. Reverse Elastico into the gap. And it does give Dragon a chance to potentially half this deficit and go into the second leg with a 4-3 scoreline. Garnacho taking all the space he's being given. Gets the corner and the referee will play it.
Last chance of the game. He should be looking for Haaland. Maybe the penalty point.
Let's wait and see. Player locked. Haaland near post. It's going to fall back to Paolo Futri out wide. Referee doesn't want to give it, and that will do us a truly end-to-end affair of some real elite attacking quality. Stingray, 4-2 win in the end. Maybe it feels as though could have got more. Dragon will feel a little bit hard done by not to have got a third goal in that game. It ends, and you could have got another leg of that, being completely honest.
I do think Stingray, if you look at his reactions right now, he's not entirely happy with the result, but it's still a 4-2 result.
Yeah.
4-2 win coming into the second leg. I think he should be happy.
I think, yeah. But he might just feel as though I could have done more.
Yeah.
There's a sort of a lot of the teams, most of the teams, it's a bit of a 50-50 split, but in a few of the teams, the sort of captain of that squad, and he's definitely the captain of this Liverpool side, so he'll feel the responsibility to give my teammate a 5 or 6 goal lead.
But then again, coming into the second leg, the PS5 leg between Dariosh and David Murray, this is a rematch as well. The group stage.
What happened?
3-1 result for Dariosh. So coming with a 2-goal lead into the second leg, and then with a previous match between them.
And look, the last time David Murray was on this stage, he probably thought it was his last time on the stage because he lost 3-0. Dragon had to bail him out. It's the other way around. And David Murray has to win by 2 clear goals if he wants to keep Manchester United in the ePremier League.
Let's start the second leg. Good step overs, good pass into De Bruyne, maybe a possible cross into it.
Stinked in, but Van der Sar just does well.
Not good enough. I think he mentioned it. He tried to cross it to Haaland, but yeah.
You just see an early post cue there as well from Dariosh. The first time we're seeing Dariosh on the main stage here at the EPL finals.
Yeah, maybe settings or something, you would say?
Yeah, potentially.
Could be. It happened yesterday. I think we saw a couple of times pauses made in the first minutes of the game for the settings to be changed. But if you are Man United, oh, what a mistake!
Goes to ground there, does
Rafa Varane.
Yeah, Dariosh wins the ball back. Yeah, it looks Henry's playing right back.
Yeah, that's weird. Maybe tactics?
I think, yeah, something's just not quite set up right.
Which I'm telling you, this is a big mistake in my opinion. Like,
unless he wants Henry to be playing right back.
Maybe.
Woo! Son twisted and turned his man, however, couldn't quite find the pass. I'm just trying to see who it would be.
I mean, the weirdest player of position has to be Henry as a right back, but it could work. The thing is that defensive stats are not there at all. But yeah, it could be. I mean, if you're comfortable playing with Henry as a right back, it's okay, really. Like, you have to play the way you're comfortable with, in a way. I really like the... That's offside? No. I really like the way David Murray is present at the moment. With the strikers, as we can see with Thierry Henry at the moment, with the center midfielders as well. If you want to come back from a 2-goal deficit, you have to press. He's doing it right.
Ruud Gullit just looking for that dink over the top. Rodri just about clears it, and that's that pause will come in now. Let's see what is changed.
Now they have time to catch a breath, drink some water. Maybe we can see in a moment if Henry is changed.
Yes, I think it probably will be.
I don't think it makes sense for Thierry Henry to be a right back.
De Bruyne whipped into the box. Haaland doing his defensive due diligence, and you can see there the change has been made on Bene back at right back. He was sort of in the centre mid position, so I think there were a couple of players that were just out of shape, but now he's back in where he wants him to be.
Nice step overs. That's a weird pass. It wasn't converted, but still, Look at the press. I mean, the press has been insane.
Yeah, David Murray stuck it on him.
That's what you got to do when you're losing by 2 goals.
Havertz come a long way out of the back there, though. And there could be space in that left-back position. Or Benny just trying to slide in. Heung-min Son.
Yeah, maybe over the top through ball instead of a driven pass. I think it was the right choice anyways. Sometimes you do the right choice, but it doesn't work.
Haaland up against Van Dijk. Virgil always the favourite in those individual battles.
At this moment, I think the game is comfortable for Liverpool because he's finding the strikers. Let's see if he can find something else in the last third, which is the thing that has been missing for Dariosh at the moment. Nice dribbling.
There's no urgency.
No, he's not in a hurry. For me, the thing is you gotta build up right, especially coming out to the last third. But then in the last third, you gotta be aggressive. Even though you're leading by 2 goals, you still gotta be aggressive. Because if not, it could happen what happened to Marley a couple of minutes ago.
And then you're in a final 10 minutes where you're nervy and the game could go either way.
Yeah, most definitely. That's a nice press by Ferdinand.
He's played well in the defensive areas, has David Murray. It's got a click in the final third, but he was just offside with Ruud Gullit.
I do think probably Man United's tactics at the moment with the depth is probably 70 plus, in which you offside trap a lot automatically by the game. And looking at the way the defense is at, I'm probably sure the depth is over 70 at the moment.
Fernandez, long ball pass plus activator. That's going to stay in play and it's going to fall right on the boots of Ruud Gullit. But Chilwell positioned correctly by Dariosh in a good line to intercept anything coming his way. And again, that pass, Ogbene, that since moving over to right back, has had plenty of the ball.
Look at Haaland. Possible pass to him.
Made a running field, has Erling Haaland. Does get involved now. De Bruyne, finesse territory, elects to go into Erling. We'll take the corner. I was surprised I didn't get finesse. Thought De Bruyne left foot maybe.
I thought the angle was right.
Yeah.
The space was right as well.
Whipped in from De Bruyne. Haaland v Haaland. Rafael Varane inside the box. Son dinks back post. Haaland's up. Good save from Edwin van der Sar. Man United live on.
He has one more chance to attack. Decides to pass it to Bruno Fernandes. We can see how the right back is running up the pitch at the moment.
Yeah, if you just look at the radar on the bottom of the screen right now, that's where you're looking for the space. Who's the free man?
This is a big mistake. Big mistake.
Right there.
I think he should have attacked.
Would you like to be a bit more instinctive and go forward there? Last attack of the half.
I'm going to explain you why. So Havertz, the corner was... Havertz jumped with Haaland in the corner. So Havertz was supposed to be the left back. So he was out of position. But then when he attacked, he triggered a run to Havertz. So Havertz was running with the right back. So it was the right back, Havertz, and I think Haaland as well. As soon as he took the ball, it was only the 2 centre-backs against the 4 strikers. I understand you're leading by 2 goals, and it could be dangerous, but I think you got to attack.
Let's have a look.
As you can see, Havertz in here.
Yep.
I think it's just...
The space is there, maybe down the byline for a through goal, or should you go backwards?
I think you got to attack, because it's too clear of a chance. And if you trigger a couple of runs, it's a 4v2 situation.
Could be a missed opportunity. We're back underway. Let's get into it. Second half between Manchester United and Liverpool. You join myself, Richard Buckley, and Gravison to break down everything that is happening. Liverpool just offside. David Murray still in this game, whenever it's only a 2-goal swing. Wins the header. Son, space to go into. Gullit. Good pressure from Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah, maybe the pass wasn't necessary to the striker because, I mean, team of the year, Van Dijk, on those 1v1 situations, he's going to win them all. He's too strong. He's too...
Just dominant.
Yeah, too good, I was going to say. But yeah, dominant, definitely.
Just opening up the pitch yet again. Rodri now. Fernandez dinked into the air. Son, Haaland's on this time. But Van der Sar was very, very quick off his line. The combination of goalkeeper and defender keep Liverpool 2 up.
Nice press. He was aggressive. He has to be aggressive, but he has to be patient as well, because he has a lot of time. It's still 35 minutes to be played. He can get loads of attack.
Loads of space and time for Ogbene. Declan Rice, Ruud Gullit, Haaland. This could be the dagger. Dariosh playing a little bit slower, not going forward, not needing that goal, but I'm sure he'll want it. I'm sure Stingray does as well. Haaland up, well, just offside. The referee will play on. It's getting all a little bit frantic at the moment with 30 minutes left to play.
Look, this is a mistake. Haaland.
Pace, power. Is the precision there?
No. It's missing something from David. Something is missing, because I think he's finding the last third, but then
he's getting good space,
rushing a little bit. I do think sometimes, Tom mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, a brilliant insight. Tex is always waiting for you to do something when you're defending. So if Tex is attacking, he's waiting for you to overcommit in a way, and if you overcommit, then he attacks. That's patient. That's what's missing from David Murray at the moment.
Lovely pass, given straight on to Havertz. Haaland, this could be the chance. It's green, and it's good for Manchester United. 25 minutes left to play. They are right back in this game.
I know it's a topic over the whole weekend, but again, the whipped cross.
Havertz just stuck it right on him.
Perfectly. I mean, it was a perfect cross by Havertz with the whipped cross. And then you got to time it green. He did it. It was time green. It was a beautiful finish by Haaland. And now it's a tough position for Dariosh.
So far, when you look at what we've seen today, group winners, City, tick. Luton, tick. Brighton, tick. Will Liverpool be joining those three who did it in January, who were top of the pile, and finalising the top four? A pause is cued, and a lot of words coming in here from both coach Diogo and Stingray. On the other side of it, David Murray is locked in and he's ready to go. He knows the mission objective in front of him. Press, get a chance, send us to extra time, or maybe even go and win the game in the regulation 90.
When you're playing these matches, it's important to have people around you that support you and give you the right words at the right time. And I do think having Diogo and Stingray behind you and besides you, it's a
good soundboard.
Definitely.
They also know exactly what you're going through.
I mean, they've been competing at the highest level for what now? 5 years? 6?
Just run out of play there by Dariosh. Haaland again will always win the header. When it's up in the air, nobody's better. Son, Havertz again. Is there a whip cross in the offing? Not on this occasion.
Still 20 minutes to be played. I do think, as I said before, David has to be patient. Like, the defense was out of position. He kind of passed it without thinking or looking. I think he has to be a little bit more patient to score another goal.
Big chance for Liverpool. Declan Rice into Kevin De Bruyne. Rio Ferdinand stepping out the back, winning the ball. And space for Son.
Look at
Gullit. Is he going to get the better of Chilwell? He is. Ruud Gullit in the box. Reverse elastico against Chilwell.
Maybe a speed boost instead of a reverse elastico. I mean, the second man press was right from Dariosh.
15 minutes left to play. 4-3 on aggregate. The winner plays Brighton in the semi-finals, with a crack at Liverpool, with a crack at City or Luton in the final. But will it be Liverpool?
The constant press comes in.
Here they are, Henry, big chance. 2-goal advantage reinstated for Liverpool Football Club, and it was patient from Dariosh.
That's a brilliant goal. I do think that's the reaction we're looking for as well. That's not the reaction David Moore was looking for, but then again, I think the constant press came at the right time because, I mean, 10 minutes left, you gotta press, and if your opponent is just dribbling, you gotta go for the constant press. But maybe the second man press was not necessary as well in this situation. But again, I don't think it was David Moore's mistake. I do just think
it was good from Dariosh.
It was good from Dariosh, yeah. Still, the game isn't over because we have 10 minutes left and anything can happen in an FC game. But David Murray has to score in the next 5 or 6 minutes to be alive in the game.
That could have been the decisive moment for Liverpool. It's only 6 minutes left to play. 7 or 8 with a little bit of injury time. Oh, just didn't get what he wanted out of the animation there.
That's a poor pass.
Couple of step overs from Henry. Will take this pace down the byline. Cuts it back to Hullits. Finesse. It's in. 3.5 minutes to go. Man United. 1 goal needed.
Approximately 5 in-game minutes left. As we can see, Man United is pressing.
They're throwing everybody at it. And he does win the ball back, David Murray. He's going to have one more crack at this to break Liverpool hearts and send us for the first time this weekend to extra time.
He's alive.
Henry, not quite. Liverpool will hang on with seconds remaining and book their place into the semi-finals. It was by no means a walk in the park for Liverpool. But they will join Brighton, Manchester City and Luton Town as your top 4. Gravison, what a game.
We sadly have to say goodbye to Man United, a team we've seen throughout the whole tournament playing in an unorthodox way, but playing in a really good way. We do appreciate the way Dragon and David Moore has been playing throughout pretty much this whole weekend again. But Stingray and Dariosh managed to get the job done. And I do think they're one of the favorites in this lower bracket of the knockouts.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward not only to seeing what they're going to do in the semi-finals, but to hearing from them as well. And that's what we can do right now with Leah Ravel.
Thank you so much, Richard. I am here with the now semi-finalists, Liverpool with Stingray and Dariosh. Dariosh finishing that one off after the first leg that Stingray had a really, really good start for him to go into. Dariosh, tell me about any pressure you felt, how you felt after that first match.
I just started second-guessing myself a little bit, trying to play too defensive. I feel like when I went forward, it was a lot easier. I had a lot more space, but that's why I've got to try and stick to my game plan. And having Stingray and Diogo next to me, that helped a lot because they just kept my head in check.
Amazing. Well, Sting, you started the game off well. Tell me how it felt not having played since January and going into Sunday, kind of raw, perhaps?
So obviously we haven't played since group stage ended, and you know, it's a bit nervous because they've had their practice, they've got a bit of a takeover on them, but nah, thankfully I've come here, like, I know what I need to do, I know what I do, I know what I do best, and I've just put it all to work.
That's right. So now you guys have Brighton in the semi-final match, 1 more win, and you both get Champions League spots, and then 2 more, you guys are champions. How do you feel going into the semi-final against Brighton?
I feel like I've learnt a lot from that last game, just play my football, and I think Brighton are a tough opponents, but I think we could get them.
Amazing. Sting?
I mean, obviously 1 game at a time, right? So we're focusing on this next game. playing against two really good friends of mine, Jaden and Mark. It's going to be a fun game, but I know what's going to happen.
There you go. The confidence in both of those teammates. We have lots to play for in the semi-final between Liverpool and Brighton. But first, we're going to hear from Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. We have witnessed 4 brilliant quarterfinals, but there's plenty more action to come. So make sure you join us in just a couple of minutes when we will be counting down to both epic semi-finals. Welcome back to the show where we are just minutes away from the first of our 2 blockbusting semi-finals. But before the break, the passion was there on both sides for Manchester United and Liverpool. In the end, a 5-4 victory on aggregate to Stingray and Dariosh, who we'll see facing off against Brighton in the second of our semi-finals. But before then, it's going to be incredibly interesting because we're going to get to see Manchester City play again. They're the favourites and they're up against the new kids on the block, Luton Town.
I mean, it's a beautiful match because we see the favorites, Manchester City, Tex and Matias Bonanno. I mean, 2 amazing and experienced players who have been competing for 4 or 5 years now. And then we have Luton Town with Luke and Harvey, who are playing really good. And they're really young, but they don't really feel the pressure. And I don't think they should feel the pressure in this semi-final against City because, I mean, they have nothing to lose, really. I mean, they're young, they still have like a career in front of them. So, in my opinion, there shouldn't be any pressure on their shoulders. And I think that's how they have to play this game.
And we are going to talk about that one in a moment, but you did just commentate over that Liverpool-Manchester United game. Brilliant to see David Murray taking the game off Dariosh, even if it wasn't enough to take them through to that second semi-final. But what did you think of Liverpool's performance? Do you think it's enough to take them to the finals?
I do think Stingray played really good. He wasn't happy with his performance, but he played really good. And Dariosh was a bit afraid. And I don't think you need, if you are afraid, you're not really gonna get to the final. So you have to go for it. I don't think he can afford to play another match like he did. He needs to just put the fear away and go for it.
But we know that Brighton are going to take on Liverpool in that aforementioned semi-final. And one of their players, Jaden, is with Kyle and Ryan at the analysis board.
Thank you, Frankie. He is indeed. Jaden, congratulations, first of all. You've made your way through to the semi-final. You now know who your opponents are. Coming up against Liverpool, first thoughts and feelings about that?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough game. Liverpool have really 2 good players.
but I think if we play our game, we can definitely go on and get to the final.
Ryan, let's have a look at some of Jaden's goals from a previous game just here. What do you like about his gameplay so far?
Yeah, I think the fundamentals are always going to be there. This came from a cross with Erling Haaland, Jaden. Speak to us about the importance of having the aerial dominance in the box.
Currently the meta for this game is that as soon as you cross it, Haaland with that aerial plus, you'll win the ball every time, so you'll see most players doing it, and if the keeper doesn't come out, it's just a simple header down and a goal.
When you look at goals like that second one, how important is it when you're coming up against such a strong opposition, let's say? I mean, every player here at the ePremier League is massive, they're great, but when you get that advantage, how important is that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something good to have, as there's so many different ways to score, but it's probably the best one at the minute, and if you keep on doing it over and over again, then you'll probably win the most matches.
Yeah, well, we're looking at here again, aren't we, Ryan?
Yeah, it's not just about the knockdown. Speak to us about player locks as well in the air, because that's another way just to generate space for the attackers to get the cross into them.
Yeah, so player locks are something that I've been practicing personally a lot. As in, what you can do is you can move the player about, so it's really, really good, because usually your player will just AI will move it, but you can do it all by yourself. So then, by doing a player lock, that means that you can create your own space.
Well, Jaden, we know you've got plenty to prepare for just now before that huge semi-final against Liverpool. Good luck for that one.
Thank you.
Ryan, are you going to give a prediction now he's here, or are you not going to?
No prediction.
No predictions. No predictions just now. I nearly got it out of him, Frankie, didn't I?
You really did, Kyle. To be honest, you're the predictions guy from now on, because otherwise it's going to get violent between me and Ryan. Whoever wins the second semi-final will take on either Manchester City or Luton Town in the final. And Leah caught up with the guys from Luton earlier.
Hello, guys. We are backstage with the now semi-finalists, Harvey Waters and Luke Downing. A dominant performance. I'll come to you first, Harvey. We spoke a little bit before the match. You said you were confident, but you guys haven't played since January. How do you feel after your dominant performance?
A little bit shaky first 20 minutes, a bit nervous, I think, but I grew into my own as the game went on.
Yeah, definitely you did, and you set up the second leg well for Luke Downing as well. Luke, I'll come to you first. Tell me about your performance. Tell me how you felt after Harvey's good performance in the first leg.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously Harvey pretty much did it for me. 3-goal lead going into the second leg. I wasn't too happy with the way I played. I thought going forward I was good, but just defensively it needs to be improved for the semi-finals for sure.
There you go. Well, you do have some time to train before the semi-finals, or to corroborate and get things together. Luke, I have a question. I noticed in the first 30 minutes or so, you were actually playing on overload. When did you notice that you had done that?
I think my coach told me. There was an early pause, I think, from GRK, and my coach like, you got overload ball side on, and I'm like, I've made this mistake a lot in practice, and I didn't think I'd do it in the real thing, and then some of my players' stamina was down, and it's a bit shaky, but yeah, it might do work.
Well, listen, it doesn't matter at all, because you guys are through to the semi-final, playing another juggernaut in Manchester City. How do you feel, Harvey, about that big matchup?
Be a tough game, but anything can happen if it's our day. But it's going to have to be probably a bit of luck go our way.
Listen, Harvey has been undefeated since January, since the group stages, so maybe he's looking to keep that going. Luke, tell me about your matchup with Manchester City and how you feel about that one.
I feel confident. I mean, they're the favourites. They've got it all to do. The pressure's on them, so I think it's sort of a free hit. Obviously, we still want to win and get to the final, but the pressure's not on us, really.
Well, what a upset that would be. The underdogs in Luton Town looking to take on the juggernaut, the big Manchester City, in the semi-final. I'll let them go get prepared for that one, and we will see how that goes next.
We will, because Luton Town is about to arrive on stage. They'll be facing off against Manchester City. And it's interesting because when you think of Tex from Manchester City, you can sometimes think he has slow starts. And actually, the first 20 minutes of his game earlier on against Tottenham Hotspur's Lyrics was a little bit nervous at points, I have to say, Gravison. But after the pause, he was back on form.
Yeah, Tom was just telling us in the commentary how Tex is really, we don't think about it that much because for some of us, it's still that kid that dominated when he was 16, 17, but he's an experienced player now. And he knows when you're playing first 20 minutes, you're not comfortable, maybe with the settings or whatever, you gotta pause it. Because sometimes it's just as important that those tactical pauses as the things you do in game with the skilling, attacking and everything.
It's really interesting watching the way that Tex performs as well, because sometimes when I'm seeing some of the players this weekend moving the ball around the box, they just miss the opportunity. They leave it too late to score. But with Tex, if he's cycling that ball around, you've got to be really worried if you're his opponent.
Yeah, especially because he's patient. I mean, 2 of his goals against Lyrics, it was just him doing nothing. And I'm telling you, to do nothing inside the box sometimes is the hardest thing of all. So, I mean, for Harvey now, he has to be patient inside the box, which is hard because sometimes you just want to take the ball and tackle, but sometimes, especially against Tex, you got to be patient.
Well, hopefully Manchester City are not going to be underestimating their opponents, Luton Town. And Ryan Purcell and Carl Walker are about to tell you why.
Thank you, Frankie. We are indeed. Let's break down some of the gameplay from Luton. I mean, what a performance so far. What a semi-final we've got. Man City, Luton. Let's talk, though, about Harvey, some of his play today.
Yeah, Harvey's been incredible. Just the progress to even get to this stage is an accomplishment in itself. But to do it on the main stage at one of his first major tournaments is commendable. And, of course, Luke Downing, his teammate as well, they're quietly confident. And I think they have every right to be. We're going to take a look through some of their goals that came in the previous round against West Ham. It all stems from switching the play. You'll notice it's been a common theme amongst the build-up play from both of the Luton players, particularly Harvey, and it comes from just opening up spaces on the pitch, utilising the areas like this here, this ball played over the top here. And it's very efficient, Kyle, at just starting attacks from defence.
And it's all good being able to do this, of course, but being able to do this against Tex, that's going to be a little bit different, isn't it, right?
Yeah, it's going to be very different. And this was the one that led to the goal there. It's just, genuinely, if you look at it, it looks very simple. It's 3 lofted passes over the top that led to a shot at goal. You can take a look at their stats as well. 4 wins for Harvey, 3 for Luke. No draws for Luke, though, but a draw for Harvey, who's yet to lose a game.
When you look at Luke's stats just here, doesn't matter. He's got through. They're a team. That's what this is all about. They're working together. They're getting the wins as well. Both of them very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Luke, he's going to hope that he can start off as he means to go in, because it's going to be a huge game against Matías Bernardo, who maybe he could technically catch off guard because he's approaching this game first now. It's a different element than playing second.
Right. Prediction, Ryan? You've had 30 seconds to think about it?
None. No prediction.
Oh, Frankie, I'm trying. I'm really trying here.
I'll predict the final.
I know you are, but try harder. Both semi-finals are coming up right after this break, so we'll see you guys at home in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back. It's semi-finals time. We're all excited in here, so I think it's time we get our players out onto the stage.
For Manchester City, it's Texan Luton, Matthias Bonanno.
And for Luton, welcome to the stage, Harvey Waters and Luke Downing. Well, here we are, our first semi-final, and what a match we have in store for you. Tex, Matthias Bonanno representing Manchester City, and Harvey Waters, Luke Downing representing Luton. A place in the final is at stakes, so let's throw it straight across to Ryan Pessoa, but first, Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, semi-final time is in front of us. So I was worried we had a bit of a kick clash there. Yeah. I mean, I hope it doesn't go into the game there. Semi-final time here. Why this game means so much is, one, because we're so close to a grand final. But what that grand final means, of course, is that you will guarantee yourself E-Champions League final match-up tickets, which again is one of the biggest tournaments in the calendar, and more importantly, a chance to lift that trophy not that far away from us, Ryan, and of course qualify yourself for the FC Pro World Championships. Yeah, the players will be raring to go. We take a look at them preparing. It's going to be Matthias to start off against Luke Downing. It's a massive game. I think that really favours Man City. I think the opposite. I genuinely do. I think the other, just because I'm coming into this and I'm thinking, I know it's Tex, and I know he's been in every single ePremier League, but Harvey Waters is also unbeaten. Harvey Waters is also creating 10+ chances a game. Yeah. Harvey Waters is going to be giving Tex a really tough game. Head-to-head here, Luke Downing didn't have a great group stage. He did win 2 games. Yes, he lost 2 games. It was a bit mixed matchy, but then he shows a fantastic performance in the quarterfinals. I think if Matthias Bonanno can go and get 2 or 3 goals here, I mean, it puts Luton into a really difficult position. So answer back to me. Yeah. Your point in this scenario. Of course, I echo everything you stated there. However, I just feel as if just the way they play the game, I think Matthias is naturally a more defensive player than Tex. I think Tex is somebody that can put you in an advantageous position. We saw that against Spurs, 5-0 up, and Matthias was assured, was confident enough to manage that game throughout and didn't look shaky whatsoever. I think starting the game now, you have to think, for me, this is technically his first game of the day. I know, yes, of course, he played against Tom in the previous game, but that was almost a foregone conclusion before kickoff. This is a game now. He has to start. He has to make sure he's prepared for it against Luke Downing as they're getting underway, Brandon. Well, let's jump into it right now. Semi-final time here in the ePremier League. It is Manchester City against Luton Town. And we're kicking off on the PlayStation first and foremost. We've swapped the console order again as we've progressed through to another round of the competition. And it's Matthias Bonanno in the hot seat against Luke Downing. Both players playing in their first ever Premier League. Matthias Bonanno has got quite the list of wins. He won a domestic league out in Spain and
oh my goodness,
Argentina.
He's just off.
Before then setting his eyes on the prize of a huge move over to Manchester City, who put pen to paper with him in the summer of last year. This is the #1 trophy on that list, as Matthias Bonanno looks to have his first attack in the game. 6 minutes in, Kevin De Bruyne getting Matthias Bonanno moving.
It's a great start, just a twisting and turning to bait a potential pass across goal to Haaland, step over into space, green timed as well, and it's a great start for Man City.
But back to my point, you put to pen to paper Manchester City. You've been there, you've played for this club for a handful of years. That ePremier League's top of the list.
Absolutely. It sort of puts, they don't put pressure on you, but yourself, you're thinking you're associated with one of the biggest clubs, not just in the world, but in the Premier League as well. So you want to make sure you do them proud, and Matthias and Tex are definitely, for me, favourites to not just win this game, but to get their hands on a trophy.
And how does that pressure feel?
It's difficult because obviously Tex and Matthias are both used to that. They've won countless competitions over the years. They've performed at the highest level. The Premier League is just another one of those things for them.
And as we were saying by the build-up, Tex has not missed an ePremier League final. He has played in this competition ever since it started back in 2019, which he did win back in 2019. Since then, he's had a full mixed bag of results. The one thing you can guarantee from him, he's always made the latter stages of the tournament. Across those 5 previous years, 2 quarterfinals, a semi-final, a championship win, and a top 16. He is one of the most consistent players, alongside Mark Marley, in fact, as well. He does play for Brighton of Albion. He's also featured in every single Premier League final. Here's Man City looking for a second early door, 60 minutes in.
It's
a terrible touch from Haaland, and Matthias Pinaar is going to make him pay for it.
The player locks the pressing as well. He's got it back.
For it's a tap in for Haaland! And Matthias Pinaar was quickest to react. And just like that, it's harsh, some will say, but Man City aren't complaining. The ball was just bouncing around the box. Gullit did enough, and the Sar didn't. And Haaland will not see an easier goal in the ePremier League.
It's a huge mistake there. He actually wins the ball back, fortunately, in the box. It didn't find the desired target. Bounced back, he had possession, but he was squeezed in from the intense pressure from Matthias. He manages to clutch onto it and pass into an open player just in front of the goal.
This is the start that did allude could happen. Manchester City on an onslaught, looking for a third. Gullit. It's a big tackle from Varane. And one thing we've learned from this format, Ryan, is you can't afford to give your teammate a 2 or 3 or a 4-goal swing.
Especially against somebody like Tetsubi, raring to go. Luke Downing on the attack.
Just about keeps it in, and Matthias Pinaar does enough. He's one of the few players, Ryan, to actually start Marcus Rashford, though. Here's Matthias Pinaar. He's a big fan of his in-game item, deems him good enough, which I believe, takes the role of Heung-min Son.
I think he obviously offers more pace, this same skill moves, but just that weak foot, I think, for Son, a lot of people tend to go towards.
Haaland in the air for 3, good save.
Matthias is looking frightening going forward. Every time he gets into the final third, it looks as if he's going to score. And Luke and Luton need to sort of up the tempo, up their levels going forward, because it's been one way for Man City.
Matthias Pinaar as well, Ryan, does not concede goals. He's only conceded 5 goals in this whole competition. That dates back since January. Didn't concede a single goal between them in their quarter-final match. But a 7-0 win it was. And a really, really impressive result against Tottenham Hotspur earlier today. Coach Edu will be over the moon with the start that he's
They're very good at corners.
There's the corner.
He often takes them very quick to the near post. Doesn't give you a lot of time to
Haaland
think.
Again, it's 3 for City.
Goal for the hosts, number 9, Erling Haaland.
They are cruising.
It's ruthless. 30 minutes in, 3 goals from Matthias.
7-0 in the quarterfinals. He didn't concede a single goal. Luton Town need something. They need to pull something out of the hat. The longer this goes on, the more comfortable Matthias Pinaar is going to feel. That's a pretty incredible story, Matthias Pinaar. Started originally playing this game out in Argentina and was able to travel all around the world with it. A runner-up in an E-Champions League, which he will qualify for. If Man City do win this, they'll be in the grand final. That opens up a guaranteed spot in this year's European competition. Thierry Henry, keep an eye on that run from Haaland in the bottom half of your screen. Huge switch of play who can give Ogbene all the space in the world.
Space again.
Rashford into Gullit, is it for 4? Step overs were nice, but Rafael Varane just did enough.
It just shows Matthias is just a class above, to be honest. You can just tell from just the way he's building up, he's keeping possession. He's making sure he's making the right passes at the right moment, skill moves as well. And Luke Downing just hasn't had anything to counter that.
He's put him into some really uncomfortable positions here, isn't he?
It's just the high press as well. You'd think maybe with 3 goals, he'll sort of sit on his, or rest on his laurels, sit back a little bit and wait for Luke to make mistakes, but there is no avenue to go forward. Again, look, just the lanes getting cut there. It's very difficult, and he could be in again.
Is this goal number 4 for City? They might punish you here. Back to Haaland for 4! And it's not even half-time!
Oof. It's just the pass here from De Bruyne, just driven past in. It's perfect. Green timed as well across the face of goal. To me, I'll be honest, I don't see it. It's 4-0, it's done. I think it's done. I'm saying it already, I'll be honest. Blistering.
Well, if there was a game plan to follow, Ryan, unfortunately it's been thrown out the window. 4-0, Manchester City lead. Matías Bonanno is on a different planet as it currently stands. Remember, if they win this game, they will be in this year's grand final for an ePremier League, a place where Man City haven't been since 2021, where Shell's, obviously your teammate at the time, did enough to lift that trophy in a penalty shootout against Leeds United. I mean, I hate to say it, Ryan, but I thought this was the game that Luton might have... For Luton now to do something.
It's a tough one. And of course, Harvey will be waiting, watching, hoping Luke can somehow try and get a foothold in this game to even just try to claw back the game. But 4-0, and you're making mistakes like that, it's tough. It is. Because Matías isn't going to sit back. He's going to keep on going. He's going to pick you apart slowly but surely. And here he is again. Last-ditch tackle there from Luke Downing to prevent another goal.
In town yet to really register a proper first chance. In a goal in this game. They simply haven't been given an opportunity.
It's rash. Pull the player out.
City look to break again. Matías Bonanno pulling out all the skill moves now. He is loving his time on the big stage. Haaland for 5. One more pass. Did he need it? He's going to be able to tap in still.
Yeah, that just sums up everything. Wow.
And it's heartbreak for Luton Town because it really is an unfortunate way to go 5-0 down, but you have to applaud the build-up here. You expected the shots coming from Haaland.
Yeah, Matías is being cheeky there, but the keeper doesn't do enough. And it's 5-0, and that stemmed from just a rash step out there from Luke. He's on the attack again. Hold on a minute. Wait, is this a...
No way.
Hold on a minute. I'm thinking if I'm seeing a replay, this is another attack from Man City, 54 minutes in. This could get unsaved.
You know, this sounds terrible, but there's a world right now where the control doesn't even need to be picked up in the second game.
This is...
Because the deficit is just... It's unimaginable. And it's so difficult to be in this scenario. So difficult for Luton Town to start thinking about a comeback, and especially for Harvey when you're sitting across from Tex and you're thinking, I've got to get past Tex, and I've got to score 5 goals.
Yeah.
I've got to play
the run over the top as well, in behind
this game of FC24. Well, Bene, Matías Bonanno has got unfinished business still in this game. He wants 6, he wants 7.
It's just a catalogue of errors defensively from Luke. Unfortunately, just could argue maybe the occasion could have got the best of him. It's his first time at this sort of level of competition in person, a semi-final in the ePremier League.
Haaland into Thierry Henry. It's off the woodworker when that's not hitting. You know, maybe it's not your day. And there's Liverpool watch on. Waiting to find out who maybe they can be playing in the grand final. Just a goal or 2 for Luton.
Just something. We got to leave.
Give Harvey Waters a glimmer of hope. De Bruyne, Schweinsteiger. All building up, waiting for that perfect pass into someone in the box that's queuing up for it.
It's so compact from Matías defensively. Genuinely, all of his attackers are coming back to support, cutting the lanes, not just from the AI, but manually. The second-man press is perfect.
As a player in this situation, when you're 5-0 down, surely mentally thinking, you're just unhinged, aren't you, in terms of...
Game plan's out the window.
Your game plan's out the window, but your confidence is low.
Yeah, your confidence, it's not even just for yourself, but your teammate. You just don't want to let them down, and Harvey sat behind him thinking, it's over.
Surely not 6 from City. Udogie finds Haaland, step over exit. Matías Bonanno is on a rampage.
Oh,
City! He's offside. So that would have been potentially goal of the knockout stages.
It's just offside, though. Look at the intricacies here. The cancels into the pass, the extra pass. Oh.
That was Miller. He is offside there for Man City. very nearly could have been 6-0. That's the backstage in the players' area right now. We just saw Dariosh Stingray waiting patiently. They'll be taking on Brighton of Albion in the next semi-final. Oh, they're next to each other, they're mates.
Yeah, they play a lot against each other in practice. It'll be interesting to see how that game pans out, to see the other players representing other clubs in the ePremier League this year and, of course, in previous years as well.
Waiting to get going as we are in a pause menu. 5-0, Man City leads. Pause. Last chance just to throw something at it for Luton. Timo Werner, I think, has come onto the pitch.
It's been resolute from Matthias. Look at the triggered run as well in the right back position. It's going to be played over the top to him, and this is just how he starts his attacks a lot of the time here. Space opening up.
Look at the numbers. Look at the triggered runs as you teased. Player locks everywhere for Bonano. Haaland back to Hurley. 6-0.
Oh my goodness.
This is a semi-final. They won 7-0 in a quarter-final. And in the first matchup, it's 6-0 Man City lead, and that's without Tex even picking up the controller. This is ruthless.
It's a statement to not just to Luton, but to everyone else in the competition, thinking if you even progress in your next round, this is who you have to overcome. Luke Downing trying to find space in the box. Henry, can he get a consolation goal? He's passing it, trying to find space. It's fallen to him, luckily. He just can't get anything.
Guessing everywhere, Matthias Bonano. The player switching, relentless. Second man press. Just guessing. And reading every pass that comes his way.
You see Harvey there, just on watching this domination against his teammate in Luke Downing. He's suffering 6-0 in this game, and honestly, I don't know what is going on in his mind. Of course, you attack the second leg. You still have to go out there and play your game, but this could be 7. Hold on a second.
It might be 7. Haaland can twist, he can turn, he tries to turn Ogbene there on a sixpence. It just goes to show the work as well that Matthias Bonano has been putting in after a really disappointing FC Pro Open by his own standards. Months on from that. Look at the performance he's putting up in a semi-final. And in time of 1 minute, Man City want 7. And they might just be on the way to go and get 7. Or not. Schweinsteiger, that will do us 4. Half-time in between the two games, but the PlayStation match is concluded. And Man City have a 7-0 lead against Luton Town. We do jump over to the Xbox in a second. 6-0, I should say. I'm getting confused with the quarterfinals. 6-0 as we jump over to the Xbox. Tex will have to take on Harvey Waters now. This is, for Harvey, I mean, as the player in this scenario, Ryan, what you thinking?
I'll be honest, there isn't much to think. This is a mountain to climb for.
You just have to go in and do what you can.
Yeah, but come on.
No, I mean, what can you do?
You can't. You just have to just play it as an individual game. Just try your best to bring some sort of respect back, as we're joined by Leah Ravel on the desk. What did you make of that performance from Matthias?
6-0, what can you say? You know what I mean?
Dominant.
Dominant. And
just goes to show how much preparation Man City have been putting up. You've had a great chance, Leah, to catch up with some of the players, including Manchester City. They just seem so composed, don't they? You wouldn't think that this is a semi-final.
Well, that's the thing. I think the experience here goes a really long way, and perhaps the inexperience of Luton, but I mean, Tex and Bonano both are international competitors, international champions. So for them, knowing how they play together, the practice, the time that they've had to train, I think going into this, they're very confident. And then 7-0 in the quarterfinals, 6-0 in the first leg from Matthias Bonano. I think it just goes to show how confident and how skilled they actually are.
54 goals they have scored in this ePremier League so far. They're one of the only teams that has gone unbeaten throughout this whole journey as well. For Luke Downing, such a hard one to take, Ryan.
Yeah, you can see how devastated he is from the reactions on camera there. He's left his teammate with a mission to try and overcome. A mission impossible.
That fifth goal wasn't too nice either, was it?
Is that the one where you played it backwards and then
just trickled in?
Yeah.
The Luton player just basically put it into the goal, unfortunately.
Listen, Harvey Waters has been undefeated, so
He has.
6 goals, you never know.
The story I was trying to paint, Ryan, was that, you know, Harvey's going to create chances, Tex is going to score goals, and, you know, maybe a 2-goal gap or something like that, I could have been like, okay, maybe we could see something, but 6-0, as we said, it's just mission impossible. It really is. We are jumping into our Xbox game very soon while we can. I mean, on the other side of things, I don't think we're going to see quite the swing between Brighton and Manchester United, you'd like to say.
Yeah, I think Brighton against Liverpool, of course, Jayden and Stingray playing each other a lot of times. They're mentioned in practice games as well. So they have familiarity with each other's play styles. So I think that'll be a lot closer than this game for sure.
Yeah, of course, on that one as well. We will be kicking off on the PlayStation first and foremost as well. So Stingray will be in action in that game, first and foremost against Mark Marley, one of the most capped players in this ePremier League alongside Tex. I mean, there is a world where we could have a real big football match up there between Man City and Liverpool in a grand final. Back to this one now. We're on the Xbox. 6-0 Man City lead. I mean, look, show me the best game of FC24 I've ever seen in my life if you want to show me a comeback. But I've got no doubts, unfortunately, for Luton fans that it's going to happen. Tex is in the hot seat, someone who's won this tournament before back in 2019. He's played in every single ePremier League final there is. Tex, minutes into the game already, sniffing around for the 7th goal. Possession given back. A chance to build for Harvey.
Harvey manages to come back from 6 goals. That would be in the history books.
In a semi-final at ePremier League.
I'm the optimist here.
It'd be remarkable. Unfortunately, that touch sums up which way this game's going to go.
Yeah, Luke didn't have too many chances. He had that one, I believe it hit off the post later on in the second half. But for Harvey, again, I'll be honest, I think you just take this game as a separate one, because recovering 6 goals against anyone is a tough ask, let alone against Tex. So, yeah, for me, you can be optimistic as much as you want.
I think it's the situation we've got here, right?
You're the realist.
Someone's got to be optimistic in this commentary booth.
Yeah, I'm just being honest. I'm so sorry. I just can't.
That's Ryan to a T.
Yeah, I'm not buying into it. If he proves me wrong, fair play. But yeah, come on.
Tex can just keep the ball all he wants. Concede a couple, he'll still be going through. Man City have not conceded a single goal in knockout play. They've also scored a healthy 13 goals on the build-up too. Thierry Henry's a breakaway. This is where Cole Palmer and Haaland can try and find one more pass.
Hey.
Let's go out for a corner. There was fingertips on that from Alisson. Let's see if we can see a front post flick on. No, we can't. Time is just trickling away. Just on the same note though, Ryan, I mean, look, it's a great example of this ePremier League format. 2 players that have never played at a LAN of this size before. Their first time in an ePremier League, and look how far they've gone.
Yeah, they've done incredible to get to this stage of the competition. Of course, in touch and distance, it feels like it's so close, yet so far. And of course, they just came up against a team that's just better, to be honest. You're just playing a team that are in incredible form. 2 players in Tex and Matthias at the top of their game, and they're showing it.
It's a tough one, isn't it, for Luton?
It is, especially, like you mentioned, in a semi-final where there's as much on the line. You know, a prize pool is enough to add stress to a semi-final, but then you have the E-Champions League spots, you have the FC World Championship spots. They just add additional pressure. And
here's Harvey Waters again, leading from that.
Haaland!
Oh, that's a great save.
Carried away, and it's a couple of chances now that Harvey Waters has been able to create for Luton. There's been Alisson on 2 occasions that has stopped him in his tracks.
Texas mindset in this too much be just nonchalant.
I think what's more impressive as well is that the pressure that they'd be under, these players, Ryan, you know better than most, for Man City, and they haven't crumbled.
Not at all. It's not going to be Harvey's day, to be honest. Could have had 2, could have potentially had 3 there, just on the edge. So just on the outside of the post from the corner.
Of all the teams that are here, they have the most pressure on the Man City. With the long-term agreements and investment they've made into this space, into this e-sport. They went out in the summer and picked up 2 powerhouses in Matthias Bernardo and Tex. Man City on for a 7th potentially. Schweinsteiger back to Haaland. Just about snatches it off the toes of Thierry Henry. Wow, that was slightly risky there. Flick on into Haaland, who's got the legs around Virgil van Dijk. Thierry Henry waiting for a chance for Luton. He goes on his own. Was that the right decision?
I think it was difficult, unless he play a look there to Henry, but the angle started to close down. Of course, the keeper comes out. But that's a common theme. He's created, what, 3 or 4 attacks from balls straight over the top to that left-hand side of the pitch.
You mentioned pressure, Brendan, about the investment into the esports program at Manchester City and the 2 players that they picked up in the summer, but we can also talk about the pressure of literally every single person watching or competing, expecting Manchester City to go all the way.
Absolutely. Corner played short, edge of the box, could be prime time for Kevin De Bruyne, but it's Schweinsteiger over it. You have just tuned in, this is the Premier League finals, the £100,000 FC24 tournament involving all 20 Premier League clubs. Each club does have an Xbox and a PlayStation representative, and they have played over January in a group stage and the last 2 days here in March. In a knockout bracket, we are down to our semi-finals, and this is semi-final number 1, where Manchester City are just over 45 minutes away from booking a spot in this year's grand final. And the other semi-final, Liverpool will be taking on Brighton & Hove Albion following this one. Interesting corner from Tex. He's gone all the way back. Dispossessed in the end.
Who do you reckon Tex is playing out? What, 40%? 60 maybe?
I just think he's just been given a really, I guess, unlikely situation, Ryan, that he's got a 6-0 lead. That his main priority is just, let's just get minutes on the clock. Let's just take more minutes from the game. I don't need to score. For Harvey, I mean, the biggest takeaway he can take here is, look, I've got an individual matchup against Tex here to get the scoreline. There's some pride to play for there for Luton Town. Half-time, 0-0 in the game. But unfortunately, that hasn't changed the scoreline at all.
Yeah, there's not too much that Harvey can really do. I don't think there's any need to go constant press. I think you just sort of play out the game and see if maybe something could have happened in that half. If things went another way, he could have potentially had even 2 or 3 goals from the chances he had. But of course, that's just based on the way the game's gone from the first leg. Would he have had those chances if it wasn't a 6-0 in the first leg?
I think the crazy thing is that we can agree, for the knockout bracket run the Man City had, it could have been like so much worse.
Yep.
With scorelines and stuff, and the opponents they've had to play against really top level players, but they've just been on it all over the pitch. Still haven't conceded a goal in the knockouts since they've been back.
I'm going to be the optimist again and say Harvey Waters could be proud that he's not conceded a goal against Tex.
Well, I mean, at this point, that's what you've got to look at this as an individual game for him. It's just him against Tex.
Yeah. Tex just keeping possession, sort of just going through the motions of just being professional, trying to find ways to just frustrate Harvey Waters and Luton. See him just building up their cancellations with skill moves, finding his way into the box. Just couldn't get past the last defender.
Chance to break for Haaland. Nowhere around the corner for him. I think one thing that's interesting there as well, Richard teased it, is that the 4 teams that top the groups, 4 teams left in the competition.
Yeah, that is right. They do happen to be the 4 strongest
Exactly.
teams, I would say, so it makes sense.
And it shows whatever they did in January, they've been able to build on it.
We mentioned yesterday as well
Great
how...
ball in behind.
We mentioned yesterday as well how perhaps not playing since January and not being warm from yesterday could affect their gameplay today, but I mean...
I think you can throw any of my rumours from that in the bin.
Yeah,
They've been,
That ball in behind there from Harvey just worked so many times. Plays the corner short, straight away, trying to find Cole Palmer on the edge of the box. A shot across goal, Alisson saves, and it's going to be another corner for Harvey again.
Haaland for Luton. Alisson's just doing everything right. Just can't score, can they?
You just have to laugh. That is...
That's what, 5?
He's had a few chances, in fairness. He's had a few.
2 or 3 posts at least.
Team of the Alisson's just said no one's scoring. And as time trickles down, Manchester City are back on their way to a grand final, as we said, since 2021. And this is no personal dig at you, Ryan, sir, but grouped in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
For Man City standards, this is where they need to be again.
No, absolutely. 2 of the best players, not just in the ePremier League, but in Europe. And they're showing it. They're dominant. Absolutely dominant.
Luton Town, first time in the ePremier League. They should be so proud of their efforts. Top 4. 2 new players from the UK. And they've just put on a great performance across the group stages and the knockouts. Well, they have met their match in Manchester City. De Bruyne might go from distance, takes a block from Blanc. You have to rate the mindset from Harvey Steele just to keep on pushing.
Question for you both. If you think the bracket was the other way around and Luton was up against Liverpool or Brighton in a semi-final, do you think we'd see them in a grand final or no?
It's hard to say, honestly. It's so difficult to say. Obviously, all the teams involved that are left are top level players.
Heung-min Son, is it Haaland for 7? It's another great block. It's hard to say. I mean, look, that Manchester United game, we teased it, lived up to all the drama, didn't it, between Manchester United and Liverpool. End-to-end between the 2 players, but we just saw the class come out from Stingray and Dariosh. And they'll be in action against Brighton of Albion in this next semi-final, which follows this one. Man City, Champions League. Spots confirmed again. I mean, they did it in the real world. And they're doing it on the virtual pitch as well in the Premier League. Which will be a massive weight off those players' shoulders. A tournament that these 2 know so well, the Champions League. They both had great performances in it. Matthias Benana was a runner-up in the tournament a couple of years ago.
You mentioned before, Brandon, as well. Diaz Bonanno conquered Argentina, conquered South America, conquered Spain last year, and now looking to conquer England as well.
It's in touch and distance as well, Ryan.
It's very close. As I said, it's 1 game now from getting their hands on the trophy. Playing against Brighton or Liverpool, 2 top players as well, or top teams of top players, I should say.
It's the furthest that Brighton of Albion have found themselves for quite some time in the Premier League as well. What sounds more crazy to me as a Brighton fan, Brighton of Albion in the Champions League.
Wishful thinking, huh?
Here's Haaland. And it looks as if we're edging our way to a 0-0 in this second leg, Tex. And given a very comfortable 6-0 scoreline, is there a way for Luton to get 1? Alisson's still the star of the show. There's the flick on, still no way through.
I feel for Harvey just because it's a difficult way to approach a game, knowing there's nothing you can really do to come back into it. Like, obviously, you never know, but I just think...
You never know, Ryan.
Yeah, it's just too much. There's way too much to overcome. A 6-goal deficit is just, at this level, against a player like Texas, mission impossible.
If you went into a game in the second leg 6-0 down, are you already defeated? Like already deflated going in?
Yeah, of course, because obviously it's tough for Luke because he's playing somebody who's at the top of their level as well. And once you start the game as slow as he did, as Tex trying to find a winner in this individual leg, just keeps possession, but you of course will be demotivated. You'll feel for your teammate, but it's just they put you in a tough position.
Is there any part of you that thinks, I can do it, maybe?
What, to come back?
Yeah.
You can never write it off, but yeah, this was too much for Luton to overcome.
Well, full-time result, Manchester City 6-0 winners across the two legs. They go through to this year's ePremier League Grand Final. And it's heartbreak. And unfortunately, the end of the fairy tale story. For the Hatters, Luton Town, they do fall out the tournament in a top 4 still. 2 debutants in the Premier League. Harvey Waters and Luke Downing should be so proud of their achievements in this tournament. A top 4 in your first ever Premier League. It's not bad going, is it?
Not at all. And I think, obviously, that's another game where the first leg sort of told the story. It sort of summed up the game already, and it gave the teammate a massive mountain to climb, which Harvey wasn't able to do.
And for Man City, Leo, touching distance now from an FC Pro World Championship ticket. It's the biggest ticket in the calendar. Each Champions League done, they could be so close to picking up that trophy and also getting all the extra bits that come with it.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with how difficult it is to get that ticket this year. They're so close. They must be so confident, undefeated the entire tournament, and there's one more step.
There is. Question is, who's joining them?
Yep, haven't conceded as well in the knockouts, which is unbelievable.
7-0, 6-0.
The goal difference is
incredible.
crazy.
Incredible for Manchester City. They are through to this year's ePremier League Grand Final, and they're also off to an eChampions League. They're with Frankie now.
Thank you very much, guys. And we often talk about the fact that Tex won the very first ePremier League back in 2019. But the man to my right, Matías Bonanno, has won not just in South America, but also Spain. Bonanno, how does the UK ePremier League competition compare to those regions?
I think in South America, for example, is different for the possession. Right now in the Premier League, the players plays more fast, you know, and it's different. The matches are more offensive. Maybe in South America, more close.
In the UK, do the players want to play more like you, do you think?
No, I think I am more possession, so more similar than South America.
You're also scoring an intense number of goals, also like South America. Congratulations. Thank you, Matías. Tex, for you, what was harder about that game? Not scoring or not conceding?
It's hard to play after your teammates just won 6-0. I didn't like it. It was horrible. Don't win 6-0 again. But nah, I don't know. It was just weird. Like, I've never played a game 6-0 up before, so I was caught in between two minds. Do I attack? Do I defend? And I went for the defending option. So yeah.
What do you think we're going to see in the finals? Your opponent's Liverpool, that could be incredibly aggressive, but if you play Brighton, it could be passive. What do you want to experience?
Us to win. That's what I want to experience. Whether it's City, no, not City. Whether it's Liverpool or Brighton, I don't care. I just want to win the trophy and get Matty and me our World Cup spots.
Oh, it's fantastic to see you break that quarter-final curse of the last 2 years. We'll be seeing you both in the final next. Thank you very much. Congratulations, boys. Let's head over to Richard Buckley and Kyle over at the analysis screen.
Oh, what a performance it was. Let's take a look back at some of those key moments from that semi-final just there. Manchester City running absolute riot with a 6-0 win heading across to that final. We can look at our bracket there as well. Manchester City unbeaten today. They are the first team confirmed in our final. And next up, well, Brighton against Liverpool. The winner will be moving through, facing Manchester City in that final. Richard Buckley, what a performance, first of all. Tex, Matty, the duo of dreams.
There's just levels, unfortunately, and I think the rest of the UK is finding that out. There's just levels to the game, and I think for Matty, for Tex, there's very few players who can compete with them at that level that's left in the tournament. I think one of them we're about to see in Stingray, but I think for Bonanno, he's at world level, Tex is at world level. Luton have been great throughout this tournament, but we're just one step too far.
Well, Brighton taking on Liverpool for the chance to take on Manchester City in the final. We heard from Jaden representing Brighton before, so let's look at their opponents, Liverpool. Got some of Stingray's highlights.
Yeah, we certainly have, and I think for Stingray, he was so creative in this game. I've picked out a couple of goals that I really liked. We'll just roll this one on because this was his first goal after going 1-0 down against Manchester United, and we're going to see the ball just get fired into Henry in this position here. And you look at this space, you think, well, he's got the defender there. Am I going to go maybe extra pass up to the top of the pitch? Is it going to be a little pass into Haaland? It's not. Just watch this right here. You had to watch it 3 or 4 times. The hocus pocus comes out, a skill move that you very rarely see. He twists Dragon inside and out, and then a lovely finish into the bottom left corner. He tried it once already in the game. Second time of asking, it was a perfect success for him. And I think the thing for Stingray, when he is in these positions, in and around the box, it's just the creativity. On this occasion, maybe Dragon's thinking he might do a different skill move, he might look for something else. It's pretty simple what he does. It's just a step over boost into the space, and then you see the finish from Son and Stingray. 2-2 in the game. He goes through and wins 4-2 in the end, and it was only a 1-goal swing in the end, which sent Liverpool through. He can score different goals, extra passes, crosses into the box. And the skill moves, he might be the best player here when it comes to that right stick.
It's certainly setting up a very exciting semi-final number 2. Liverpool against Brighton. Both of these teams will be hoping to get to that final. Richard, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. Right, congratulations to Manchester City. They are the first team through to the grand final. Will it be Brighton or Liverpool who join them? Make sure you stay where you are because we'll be finding out after the break.
Just 2 more games remain until we crown our EPL champions 2024. And who will be joining Manchester City in the finals? Let's find out. From Brighton, it's Jayden Groden and Marley.
And introducing Liverpool's representative, Stingray and Dariosh.
This is going to be an extremely interesting semi-final. We know that Stingray likes to attack, whereas the Brighton boys like to exercise just a little bit more caution. Marley has been to an ePremier League final before, but this time he wants to go one further, but Liverpool are standing in his way. We're going to head over to Richard Buckley and Gravison to get this second semi-final underway.
We certainly are, Frankie, and I cannot wait to get Stingray, Dariosh, Jaden and Marley back on the stage. They gave us some of the best moments from earlier on today, did Liverpool, when we were in this exact position, watching them take on Manchester United. Now, it's the Brighton boys making all the noise, stepping into the booth. Who gets the right to play Manchester City in the grand final? We're about to find out. Gravison, what you made of today? Has it gone the way that you expected?
I mean, with those introductions, yeah, come on. Congrats to you, Richard, because you're performing as well as those players. Because, I mean, Jaden, Marley, Stingray, Dariosh. I do think Jaden and Stingray are performing really good, especially today. I mean, they won both their matches by a 2-goal lead. And I think I appreciate the way Marley played, keeping possession. I do think Dariosh was a bit afraid at moments.
Well, even said that, didn't he, in the interview?
Yeah,
he said he wasn't going that well going ahead.
What?
The Crocs are they're in sport mode. For Stingray.
Oh.
Lightning McQueen. Is it going to be a lightning fast finish?
Oh, come on, I love you, Richard.
For Stingray. We have too much fun, don't we?
We do. We do.
Fist bumps all around. I think we're about ready to get underway. Semi-final number 2. There is 2 matches remaining here at your ePremier League 2023 finals, and we're about to find out which way it's going to go. 23-24, I should say.
I do think it's a great chance for them, for both Marley and Dariosh, to put their performance behind in a way, because I don't think they played at their best, because they were leading their matches with a 2-goal lead. So it's a great chance for them to now pass a good result, to turn it around, pass a good result to their...
And they get to start. They get to start the game as well. As
That's
always.
the thing. That's the thing.
You flip each match up with the console that will be starting per round. We started on the Xbox in the quarterfinals. Now we're starting on the PlayStation. And we saw the PlayStation dominance from Matías Bonanno for Manchester City versus Luke Downing. The tie was over. Nothing happened in the second leg. It was 6-0 in the first, and it went all the way to the final moments where it was 0-0, to be honest, between Harvey Waters and Tex.
I gotta tell you, you were spot on. I remember this phrase. There are levels to this game, and I do think at the moment Matías Bonanno and Tex seem to be just a level above everyone else, but still they haven't won anything yet.
They've not. They've got E-Champions League tickets.
Yeah, which is good.
But everyone wants the E-Premier League trophy, £30,000, and the money can't buy golden ticket to the FC Pro World Championship, made up of the best players from the world of FC, from domestic leagues to the FC Pro Open. You've got to be a winner to be in there. Who's it going to be representing England? We're going to find out in a couple of hours' time. Man City are waiting in the wings.
This is a good chance. We'll just keep running.
Ginola out wide, all the way to the byline. Player lock cut back into Henry. He fakes to go one way, goes down the byline, but Dariosh defends well.
That was a good player switch into Van Dijk, because if he hadn't defended the step over, I think it was...
The space was there.
Yeah, 1-0.
Ogbene up the other end for Liverpool. Floated into the box for Henry, for Haaland, should I say. Henry was there as well, but on this occasion.
The player lock defensively.
Yeah.
I mean...
Talk to me about the player lock defensively. Why would you want to do that instead of just trying to manually head the ball away?
Because it's pretty... Well, I can explain to you in just a second.
Because Haaland's coming forward for Dariosh and Liverpool. De Bruyne, Haaland, Hullits won't get there and it bounce out for a corner.
It's simply just your biggest chance of winning a header against an area plus player like Haaland. So if you player lock it, it's just simply the biggest chance of you to win the header.
Elected to go short on that occasion, not looking for those aerial plus presence in the box. And Liverpool come out the other side of the pitch where the original corner was taken. And elect to go forward with Henry, red timed, and it's flashed past the post.
Yeah, I think it was yellow time, but still, I appreciate the way Dariosh is playing at the moment.
Yeah, colours aren't my forte.
No, it's fine. You know, we mentioned how, he mentioned as well in the interview how he wasn't feeling as confident in the quarterfinals. He wasn't playing as confident as you should play in this Championship Sunday.
now he's going forward. Now he's playing with no fear.
He's attacking. And that's because he's playing first.
Yeah.
Because you just play your game. We're speaking in Redlock here, me and Brandon earlier, should I say, and he said he much preferred playing first. Because you just play your own game. That's exactly what Mark Marley and Dariosh are doing. If you did forget, Mark Marley, a previous ePremier League Grand Finalist runner-up.
Yeah, against Tom, who was just explaining to us how hard it was for him to beat Marley in the final because of possession, because of the press, because of everything, really. But if we kind of take a few minutes back, we can remember how Marley tried to step over and speed boost a couple of times with Haaland. So in maybe his third chance, he'll pass it to the strikers, he'll try something else, because the step over is not...
What a pass, Haaland in on goal! No step over needed that time, Gravison. Dariosh and Liverpool go 1-0 up.
And sometimes you defend the way you attack, so he expected the step over to come in, but
pretty simple, dinked it straight over the top.
It wasn't necessary. It was a really good pass, really brilliant finish by Haaland, and Liverpool are up 1-0. It's interesting the way, like, if you attack in a certain way, you defend the same thing, because in those just snappy seconds,
you don't have time to process what your opponent's doing. No. So it's instinctive. What do you instinctively go to? And a lot of time, that is the meta. That is what works. However, when you start to bring in those slight unpredictabilities and those different variables, that is where the best players do flourish. Ginola hustling around the box, winning the ball back for Brighton. Henry takes over, a couple of step overs, but straight into Virgil van Dijk yet again. He's not quite been able to execute those step overs the way that he wants to.
I don't think they are needed, really. I mean, they're needed when you have to bring up something else, but when someone is defending you in the 1v1 situation, you can just do what Tex does, which is just try to stop, try to look for a pass, try to look for a speed boost.
Could be a chance. It's a high header into the box, but Company does well on that particular.
Nice player lock.
Yeah, just opening up the space down the line with the player lock. It's pulled Van Dijk into an area, doesn't want to really be in as well, out of the central of the pitch. Is it going to go all the way across? Player locked into Haaland. What a ball that is! You talk about the player lock, we analyse the player locks, and it's the player locks that make the difference.
And this is the Brighton special. They are the only team who specifically do this player lock. He locked Haaland, and it's the long over the top through ball to Haaland. And I mean, it's extremely hard to do this, I'm telling you. And that's why you can see only Brighton doing this, because it's extremely hard. You have to be extremely fast, and the power bar has to be the exact
Well, you've got
power.
two things. You've got Bruno Fernandes, I'll tell you about it in a second, because Rodri's done very, very well at the back post to get underneath Haaland. It's the long ball pass plus from Bruno Fernandes. He's the player who can put it on Haaland's exact movement. And then the only player who's scoring that is Erling Haaland. So you have to have the skill of the player lock and the variables with player. That will do us for the first half. It's gone by in a flash. Liverpool went 1-0 up after 30 minutes, but Brighton are right back in the game. As you can see, instructions coming on there from both coaches, including former ePremier League finalist Adam Ryan. He's behind Mark Marley as well.
I chatted with Adam Ryan for a bit after the group stage was done, and he told me how they were training a few things differently rather than other teams. There were obviously not this exact defense, because it was a really good goal by Liverpool, but then again, player lock, the playstyle plus from Bruno Fernandes, long ball, and then he has this silver playstyle, Haaland, which is acrobatic as well. So it's just a matter of, as you said before, it's a matter, as you said before, you have to train it, but then of course you gotta trust the playstyles as well.
The play style impacts the gameplay impacts the play style, let's say.
You're doing well. It goes both ways, really. Yeah. But
there's a symmetry to it.
Yeah. But yeah, as I was talking about before, Adam Ryan mentioned to me how they were kind of training this step over, body feints, step over, cancel. You know the way Nick Snap did it, the Crystal Palace player, and also the player locks, which is a house special.
Well, we're back underway for the second half. It's only the first game.
Look at the right back. Oof.
That pass was nearly completed.
Which of these two players, Dariosh or Mark Marley, will give their club an advantage going into the second game? So where Jadon and Stingray will take over and try and guide Brighton and Liverpool respectively to success and to an EPL Grand Final.
Brilliant run. Finesse maybe?
Mark waiting for the space. Is it going to open up, going backwards? That's not the worst idea, electing to keep possession and come over to the left-hand side.
Possible cross.
Cole Palmer waiting for support. It comes in the shape of De Bruyne. What a pass that is! He deserves a goal. You see heading hands from Jadon behind him. He thought Mark had just gone 2-1 up. The corner to come in. Haaland selected. Whipped into the near post. He's green timed it. Acrobatic effort, but it goes out for a goal kick. Big chance squandered.
It was enough. Maybe he can also attack the area with the finesse shot. At least, you know, working the angle. You don't have to perform it, the finesse shot, but at least I think you gotta work the angle and the space so the threat is coming in a way, if that makes sense.
To plant another seed of doubt in your opponent's mind of that's something else he could potentially score with. Ogbene down the byline. Howard nearly managed to get his body on the ball.
That was close. Oh.
It's a play a lot gone wrong. Hullet v Hullet.
What an item is Hullet. I mean, finesse shot.
Yeah, the birthday Hullet is a game changer.
It really is. It changed the whole meta in the Premier League finals. It did.
Some people playing him centre mid, some people playing striker, others playing him out wide as well for the back post. It really is a complete
nice defense by Rafa Varane.
Meta change and just a different item to add in.
Mistake.
A bad loss of the possession at the back for Dariosh. Bruno Fernandes waiting for runners. Kevin De Bruyne on the finesse! Hello! KDB, you asked for the finesse. I don't know if he's listening, but he responded.
He definitely responded. I mean, the threat is coming. The threat is coming, even though you might not perform it because he was suspecting maybe the player lock, so he moved the keeper a little bit in the other direction, but again...
It's 30 yards out, at least. Green-timed, weak foot, but it's a 5-star. And it's flown into the back of the net. To give Brighton a 2-1 advantage here in your first game.
We asked for it, and it happened.
Does Mark smell blood in the water? That is the question. Does Marley feel as though there's more out of this game? There's more to extract?
Nice player lock.
Haaland's in. He's just trying to bring it down. He's going to get the better of it. It's a simple pass across the box. It's messy, but it doesn't matter. For Brighton and Hove Albion, they're 3-1 up.
As we can see, again, the play styles, I don't think the pass should have gone that way. I mean, when you have Haaland that close, maybe you should just turn and go the other way around because he tried to pass it to the keeper. But there were just many players inside the box. And
it's too risky.
It's too risky. So as a right back, I think if you manage to recover the ball, you have to turn in the other direction. Because if not, this is what can happen. Unfortunate goal, nevertheless.
Manual switch of play there. Look for Cole Palmer at the bottom of the pitch. There he is, opening up. And looking to, with the play lock again, come forward. Cole Palmer, Bruno Fernandes, Hullet, Henry, Mark Marley. He's feeling himself right now on the main stage.
And Dariosh isn't comfortable at all, especially with the press.
And a 4-1 goal lead going into the second leg is
too much.
A mountain to climb for Stingray.
It is too much.
Cole Palmer, Hullet, what does Mark have? Is there another bit of magic? He faked the finesse shot. He's dancing around the box. He's in flow state right now.
We talked about working the angles. He worked the angle for the finesse, but then driven passing to Haaland.
And he's planted that seed of doubt because he's already scored from a finesse. Dariosh just bit ever so slightly. It was a minute detail. And as soon as he did, Mark Marley fired the ball into Erling Haaland. This second half has been one-way traffic.
Yeah, really. It has been.
Seagulls are flying high right now.
And again, another mistake.
Feeling confident.
Feeling it. He's feeling it at the moment. He's just flowing.
Yep.
But look at the press. I mean, he's winning 3-1, and he's still pressing.
Still stepped on.
Yeah. Now he has to be patient, Dariosh.
Dariosh, in this position, given how the second half has gone, do you say, I've not played very well, 3-1, 2-goal swing, Stingray, that's what I'm going to give you?
I think if I were playing in his position, I would be thinking, well, I think this is it. Like, I would just keep possession and try to have like, the last attack of the game.
Yeah, and try and get one more.
Because if you concede a goal, 4-1, that's too much in the semi-final.
It's a killer blow.
It is.
Champions League qualification for the winner of this matchup. You're booking your place and continuing your season and fighting for a chance at the FC Pro World Championship qualification as well.
This is dangerous.
Last chance of the game will fall to Brighton. Haaland taking the space. A little player lock cancelling there. It was very quick. Just waiting for the opportunity to open up. Bruno Fernandes, Ruud Gullit, Stepovers, dancing! 4-1, and is that a killer blow?
We mentioned two things. We mentioned the player locks, we mentioned the body feints with the stepovers. Come on, this is a brilliant goal. The defending could have been a little bit better, but again, the stepover body feint is just too strong.
What a performance. You've been waiting for that performance from Mark Marley all day long. Been waiting for that. And he has fired Brighton and Hove Albion into the ultimate driving seat. A 3-goal advantage. Stingray with everything to do. Let's have a look at the second half where this game swung.
Look at this.
Well and truly in Brighton's favour.
Mamma mia. What a finesse by De Bruyne. You have to time it right.
Yeah.
The power bar has to be exactly right as well. The player lock now, which
was a little bit strappy, but
it was the other way. It was the other way. The pass wasn't necessary. I know it's easy to say in this position, but the pass wasn't necessary. And again, this.
The killer blow.
I mean, step over body feint. And then green timed again. You know,
look at Adam
Ryan, come on, he's feeling it. He definitely is feeling it. But yeah, I always like to say this. I don't believe in luck, because for me, luck is when opportunity meets preparation. They prepare for this.
Yeah.
They prepare with the player locks, with the step over body feints, and they're leading the semi-final 4-1. What a brilliant match by Marley. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. It was really good.
He's been a player for a very long time in Europe that has been on the cusp. EPL Grand Finalists. I know when we were playing sort of in the region-locked countries as well, and continents, he was always in the qualifiers. He was going late in qualifiers as well. A 2-time ePremier League Grand Finalist. E-Champions League guaranteed as well. It's starting to build a very nice resume. However, if there's one person in this tournament, it would be Stingray to go. So what we've got right now...
Who's playing with
both players want to play in red.
The mental games. Refs? I wouldn't like to be a ref in that position.
All I'm saying is, we'll be here since 11 AM this morning. Pick a kit and play the game.
Okay, Rich, you said it.
Yeah, we're underway.
You fix it. We're underway.
4-1 Brighton lead.
We have to remind people at home, this isn't over. Not at all. When a Stingray is at the mix,
anything's possible.
Anything's possible. It's not over. So for the people at home, enjoy, because we have 15 minutes of beautiful FC coming up.
Well, here we are. We're underway. And for those kits, you're looking at Stingray left to right in the white and green. And in the orange from right to left will be Jadon. An early start for Stingray is what's needed, and he's testing Alisson in the opening 2 minutes. Corner coming in, played short to Son. Saka on the edge of the box. Bruno Fernandes, Henry, reverse elastico, he just about wins the ball, does Vincent Kompany, but you're seeing already in the opening 5 minutes that Stingray is coming to do one thing and one thing only, attack.
And again, it's not going to be like, we are not going to see possession, calmness, we're going to see goals. And this is not like really a hard prediction to do at all, because they like to attack, both of them. Nice pass. Ah, that was unlucky.
Goalkeeper were very aggressive.
Yeah, that should have been a goal, in my opinion. It wasn't locked. But again, the press.
The press is there.
Unlucky again, but yeah. Stingray is playing good at the moment. He's pressing.
Long clearance up the pitch. Couple of step overs, waiting. Stingray just about defends well.
Player lock cancel. Step over cancel again. Come on. Oh! Oh! Kai Havertz fighting for the match. Because if not, that would have been 1-0 for Liverpool in this second leg. Nice player lock.
Look towards the edge of the box potentially. Ruud Gullit's got a lot of space.
Nah.
But it's the defensive Gullit that wins the ball back.
Yeah, he meant it for Gullit, not Bruno Fernandes. But still, let me tell you something, we're not going to catch a breath.
An end-to-end opening 14 minutes here. I think for Stingray, if you just get one in the first sort of 30, 35 minutes,
you cannot concede.
Puts you in a really good position.
Really, and you cannot concede. Oh, what a luck.
Haaland brings it down, looking to bring more players into play.
Maybe a power shot? I guess we'll see next time.
Let's look at the top of the pitch. Saka could be in. He's got Bene coming back. Power shot plus for Saka, but just tries getting through the space. Also has tiki-taka plus as one of his play styles.
I guess we won't be seeing tiki-taka plus as much as we'll see power shot, probably. Nice press. Ah, a bit unlucky.
There's a message for Alan Rhodes.
But he's playing right at the moment, pressing, going forward.
Your wife is waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brighton will come forward, looking for a fifth goal here. Heel to heel out there. Cancel. Keeper's on the floor. Van der Sar gets up. What is happening? Rebounds it in. 5-1. Brighton and Hove Albion.
Yeah.
It was scrappy, but he doesn't care.
Cole Palmer fighting for the match as well. I mean, the way he slided, we can see what it means. Not only for Jaden, for Marley as well, for Adam Bryan, for the whole Brighton team. This is an important goal. I mean, 4-goal difference. Might be too much.
Bruno Fernandes looking for a player to pass to. Not only for all those people that you mentioned, but for Scotland as well.
Yeah.
Very proud Scottish team. Fernandes dinked over the top. Van Dijk just gives him a nudge off the ball. Disrupts his motion.
Yeah, Stingray is not comfortable the way those 50-50 situations are playing out. He's just turning around, I guess, talking to Diogo. And it's not an easy thing to do, but for Diogo, for a coach, you have to keep your...
Locked in.
Locked in. He has to be locked in. Look, I know those 50-50 situations could have went for you, but it doesn't matter now. You have to be locked in.
Haaland's always going to win it. You know the story.
Wrong animation.
Stingray to bring numbers forward. The white and green shirts in support.
Nice press. Mistake. Another one.
It's just breaking down a little bit in the middle of the pitch at the moment.
Yep.
Needs a little bit of composure on the wall. That could come through Son. Gullit. Left-footed strike. It's hit Haaland on the way through.
Unlucky. Unlucky because the flare nutmeg was right. I think the finesse was right as well, even though he moved the keeper in the right direction. But again, Haaland wasn't in the right position.
Havertz trying to create a sixth. Not on this occasion. It's really, really open, this game.
Oh, nice defense. No.
Yes.
It just seems like Jaden is doing the right thing and then the wrong thing at the same time. Just he has to be patient. Nice attack. Brilliant defense.
He's defending very well. I was just about to say that. And there could be a counter on here. Bodies are forward for Liverpool. Floated into the back post. Haaland nods it down. Henry brought into action. Cole Palmer, already the goal scorer in this game. What a pass that is. What a goal.
Can we name that the Brighton special?
Don't know if that's a name for something else, but we can trademark it.
Oh, that's a nice and brilliant goal. We can see.
You're just not defending that.
Look at Adam Ryan, man. He's feeling it because
they're in again.
Another one.
7 for Brighton. 7 heaven.
And it doesn't seem like they're gonna stop. Stingray seems to be out of it.
Yeah, he's checked. He's checked out. 7-1. Brighton are leading. They are on their way to a grand final. They will be taking on Manchester City. And what a performance. We talked about, I did a piece of analysis just before we played this game, me and Kyle. Neither player is getting carried. They're both pulling their weight equally. 4-1 win, and now his teammates 3-0 up. They're both doing everything necessary for Brighton and Hove Albion to be going all the way to the very top. Take me through the 3 goals we've seen.
Yeah, this was a bit lucky, especially with this rebound in here, because I think Company should have just cleared it in a way. But again, he didn't. I mean, this is the Brighton special. The player lock with the long ball playstyle plus, and then the acrobatic playstyle as well from Haaland, and then the patient in there. He was just patient. We can see, I mean, look at Adam Ryan. Let's go, man. He's feeling it.
We're back underway for the second half. 7-1. This has been a really, really strange ePremier League Grand Finals because some of the results that have been coming in are so one-sided.
Yeah. And I've been thinking about an answer to that player lock because it's hard. The thing is, if you try to cover the long top of the through ball, it could be a driven pass.
Yeah.
And then it's...
As soon as you drop off as well,
okay,
play everyone on side.
So the main thing is, you gotta press.
Yeah.
Bruno Fernandes. You have to press. Risky. But it could work. Yeah. But it's risky.
That one's over the top for Henry to chase. He's going to get no change out of the attack. Will Stingray. I mean, you talk about some of those results. 6-0 Man City beat Luton in the semi-final.
Nice
talk about confidence going into the final. 7-1 up at the moment are Brighton. The other results we've seen, they only just squeaked past Wolves today.
Yeah. And for me to win a competition...
Was that the big game?
Probably. For me to win a competition, you obviously are going to crush your opponents in some matches, but you're going to suffer as well. And
they
for
suffered.
Me, and they suffered. And they won.
Yeah. Is it Brighton's day? We'll have to find out because we've got a grand final right around the corner. The formalities of this game, 30 minutes left to play. And Stingray and Dariosh for Liverpool have had a great tournament so far, but it's just one step too far. That is a green time finish, 7-2, 5 goals needed in 30 minutes. It would be something truly miraculous.
I mean, anything can happen in the ePremier League, but it doesn't
if
feel
there's
like...
one team that you associate with miracles, it probably is Liverpool.
Yeah.
However,
this might be a bit too much.
5 goals needed is really, really big.
I do like, anyways, like if I were in Jaden's position, there's something about the way Man City played their semi-finals. Like, I don't want to just win. I want to demonstrate the people where...
You can't let us up easily. Don't think that we're just coming into this final to get beat.
No.
5 or 6.
No. I won't stop. And if you switch off for a second, I'll score. Once, twice. That's a direct message to your opponents.
It's not over yet. This attack coming in. Alisson with a huge save. If that goes in, 4 goals needed in just under 30 minutes. It will. Oh, it's not gone in, Alisson. 2 massive saves.
Now Jaden has to calm down. Stingray is laughing because of that brilliant save from Alisson. I wouldn't say he's the best keeper in FC24, but he's fast. He really is fast.
Corner taken short, nicked into the box, Haaland's up. When you talk about Alisson, he's just going to slow everything down ever so slightly now.
A chance for you to just breathe and try to look for Haaland. There he is. Surely not, right?
No, I don't think so. Sets us up beautifully for our grand final, you've got to say.
It really does. Nice pass.
Offside trap.
Yep. Good offside trap. It's you called it.
Thank you.
You said it before, and it's one of the answers to player luck. It can be risky, but it can be effective as well.
Sliding Kai Havertz into play. Looking for a little bit of space inside the box. Couple of step overs. 7-3. 18 minutes left to play. We need a goal before 76, a goal before 80, 84, and then 90.
It could happen, but if you're Jaden, I mean,
you just break the game down.
You just
get
gotta,
to the 80th minute at 7-3.
You gotta dribble for a bit, you gotta pass it back and forth a bit, and then the game is over.
Or just score more.
So, for example, this isn't necessary, really. Like, if you just go to a corner and try to keep possession for a bit, that is it.
The press is there. He falls backwards and then out wide.
This is it.
Just holding on to the ball, keeping it ticking over. Bruno Fernandes into Ruud Gullit. 12 minutes left to play, and there's 12 minutes remaining in Liverpool's ePremier League journey.
Nice press.
For the 2023-24 season. A semi-final for the Reds, but it will just be that, a top 4 finish. Nothing more. Haaland into Son, the defending.
Yeah, he went for a flare nutmeg. Worked once, but not the second time. Nice build up.
How impressed were you when we just look back on what we've seen over the last 2 legs, Grav? That Mark Marley performance, 4-1 versus Dariosh.
What I really, really appreciate is how you suffer for your life in the quarterfinals. You lose the game, your game, 1-0. Your opponent has a few chances, and then you come back to play the semi-finals and you perform like that.
Real top performance from Mark Marley, and that will give him so much confidence going into his grand final. His individual matchup, his individual battle versus Matías Bonano, who has looked flawless during this tournament. Something's got to give between Brighton and City, and we're going to break all that down very shortly indeed, because this game has concluded. Brighton 7-3 victory, knocking Liverpool out of the EPL for the 23-24 season. Stingray and Dariosh's journey comes to an end, and the Brighton boys march into a grand final, Gravison.
Brilliant performance by Brighton, really, especially that first leg. But again, in the first half of the second leg as well, I mean, Jaden, 3 goals in 45 minutes. It was just a brilliant match. Flawless performance, and I do think they deserve to be in the final.
Yeah, what a performance. I mean, Jaden, it was more professional, his performance. He dealt with the onslaught in the opening 15-20 minutes from Stingray, got a couple of goals, and the tie was pretty much sealed off before half-time. you got to be honest. You look back at Liverpool's EPL, were they proud of their achievements, a top 4, or is it for Stingray #1? That's all that matters.
I think you are fighting for that final because of the Champions League.
Because the repercussions, yeah.
Because of the FC Pro World Championship spots, and because you want to play for the title, especially Stingray, after winning the French title. When you come back home, you want to win it. So I don't think Stingray should be too hard on himself, but he's definitely not happy.
Well, we're in the winner's circle right now. Leah Ravel, joined by the Brighton boys.
Thanks, Richard. I am here with the Brighton boys, the grand finalists. First of all, congratulations for making it through to the grand final and also securing your spots in the E-Champions League. Marley, I'll come to you first. You had an interesting final back in 2020 against Tom Lees. How does it feel to be in another final?
Yeah, fantastic. You know, we come back every year and the aim is to go all the way. It's the only thing I've not done, so we're one game away now.
There you go. And Jayden, a dominant performance for you as well. Grand final, Manchester City. How are you feeling about your performance? And more importantly, how are you feeling about the game against Manchester City?
Yeah, I just need to build on the performance I've just had. It's probably one of the best games of FIFA I've played in a long, long time. And hopefully I can take it into the next game.
Amazing. Marley, how are you feeling going up against Manchester City, rather? A big game, a final as well, an FC World Championship spot. Does that add any pressure? I'm sure it does. That's a rhetorical question. But how are you preparing for that? Are you motivated? Do you have any pressure? What's that like?
Oh, absolutely. You just want to, get the game done. Got to look forward to it, be confident. We're in the final now. We know what we're up against. We've played against them a lot in practice, so let's just go and try and win the final.
Amazing. Well, congratulations again. Best of luck in the grand final against Manchester City, and we will see what they're up against in the grand final after this.
Thank you very much, guys. Brighton confirmed Kings of Scotland, but will they be Kings of the ePremier League? That final against Manchester City coming up shortly. And what a performance from both Marley and Jayden Gravison. That Marley game, in that second half, he just reached another level. He obviously knows every skill in the EA FC24 playbook, but we've got to look at that second goal. That was the catalyst for him running away with the game.
I mean, he was trying the step overs, he was trying to look for those 1v1 situations, but sometimes it's just, you gotta try the finesse as well, because I mean, that finesse from De Bruyne was just something else. You can see reactions from the whole team, but again,
especially the coach Adam.
Yeah, Brian was feeling it definitely, but what I really liked about his performance is you're trying things, they don't work really. If you have worked well enough and your preparation is right, you have to pull some tricks under the sleeve. He did that with the finesse. They're through to the final.
I cannot wait to see what happens in that final against Manchester City, because if there's another player who knows tricks, it's Tex.
I mean, Tex and Matti. Matti's defense has been perfect up to this point, but the thing is, Manchester City knockouts, 13 goals scored, 0 goals conceded. What's going to happen in this final?
Oh, I don't know, and I can't wait to find out. However, we do need to let our players have a little bit of an R&R and to actually get ready. So we are going to send in Leah Ravel. In fact, she caught up with Matías Bonanno earlier. So let's see what he had to say.
Hello, you guys. We are backstage with Matías Bonanno from Manchester City, and now grand finalist. Matty, you're no stranger to a grand final. How are you feeling after A, your performance, undefeated in the whole tournament, and B, an E-Champions League spot?
Oh, I'm good. I feel really good. I'm confident, but right now the job not finished, so I need to win. We need to win.
Listen, if you start your next match with 6 goals, I think you'll be no stranger to a champion spot as well, and a spot in the FC World Championship. How are you and Tex preparing for this match?
Oh, in practice, the Luton Town player was incredible, and I don't know, I think it's the experience in this stage maybe, and I don't know, it's like normal, like any match, so I don't know, I play really well.
Game by game, really well played indeed. Listen, you have conquered Argentina, you've conquered South America, you've conquered Spain, and now you're looking to conquer England. Is there anyone between Brighton or Liverpool you'd prefer?
No, it's the same for me. Any opponent is the same. We need to win any team.
You just want to win?
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, good luck in the grand final. I'll let you go and get prepared, and we will see who takes the crown after this grand final.
Matías Bonanno, a.k.a. the most relaxed man in the world coming into a grand final. Ryan Pessoa, let's talk about some of his gameplay so far. What a man, what a talent, and here he is looking to conquer the ePremier League.
He's been ruthless in front of goal, unbelievable, and also defensively. But we're going to take a look at some of the goals he did score. This one in particular is the goal to break the deadlock against Luton. You can see him building up on the right-hand side. It's a ball played inside just to recycle the play. He plays it to De Bruyne right here, will stop it. There's not a lot of space for him to turn into the defenders right up against him. He's got options to go back if he wanted to. He could play it back where it came from the right-hand side, or he could try to turn upwards. But what he does, as you see this clip play on, is just the twisting and turning in possession. And that's something that you associate with him, making the right choices in the right moments. And as this clip will play on here, De Bruyne turns back again, a step over into the space there, and a green time shot across goal.
It's frightening what Matías can do when you think about what his partner in crime, Tex, can do.
Yep.
So dominant, but Tex just has to sit back sometimes and say, do you know what? You do that, give me a 6-0 lead, all gravy.
Yep, exactly. And in that position, he sort of repaid the faith, or the favour, sorry, I should say, that Tex gave him in the first game. Because Tex did win that first leg. I think it was 5-0 against Spurs in the first knockout round of the day. And Matías done even better than that, 6-0 against Luton Town. So if that's anything to go by, Brighton will have a tough game.
Is that a prediction from you, Ryan?
I'll actually give a prediction, why not?
You will?
I will, for the final, yeah.
What?
I think City are too good. I think they're unbelievable, Tex and Matías. I think Jadon and Mark are incredible as well, but I think it's just too big of a mountain.
Well, we'll see if that one happens just there. There you have it. Manchester City will play Brighton and Hove Albion in the grand final of the ePremier League 2024. We'll have all the build-up and the big match itself when we return.